What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. The captain came quickly. Arianto sat with him in his room. The other party did not seem to be restrained, and even seemed quite relaxed. He lit a cigarette for himself. Arianto glanced at the cigarette box. There was a brand he had never heard of printed on it. Renaissance. Noticing his gaze, the captain smiled, took out a cigarette and handed it to him. "You want one too? I didn't know you adults also smoke." "I don't smoke," Arianto said coldly. "That's a pity." The captain took the cigarette back, and there was no regret in his expression. He took a deep puff, and the smell of tobacco began to spread in Arianto's room. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I came to ask you about your next mission, my lord." The captain looked at him strangely. "Don't you think, He pondered for a while, as if looking for words. There was no proper respect for Astartes in the whole conversation, which might have something to do with his own identity. Arianto knew long ago that he was not just an ordinary captain. Finally, after 2 minutes, the captain, who had taken several puffs of his cigarette, found the right words. "Don't you think the tasks assigned to you are too harsh?" "A task is a task. We accept it and we complete it. But your brother, forgive me for being blunt, there are only 7 of us left, including you." The captain took a deep breath. 7 Astartes, and we don't have any mortal auxiliary troops. This ship can't provide you with any help from the air outside the orbit. If you have something to say, then say it. Arianto looked at him sternly. "Don't be secretive, it will make me think you have other thoughts." The captain put out the cigarette, using 2 fingers instead of nails. The scorching temperature did not leave the slightest mark on his fingers, and he sighed. "That's it, my lord. I was planning to retire in another 70 years, but the Inquisition suddenly came to my door and wanted to stuff some Astartes on my ship. Originally, I wanted to refuse." The captain scratched his head in distress. "But they offered too much, and too many came. There was no choice, so I let you on my ship. I watched your number drop from 83 to the current 7, and you didn't even get any reinforcements." "My lord, I am not a fool or a short-sighted fool. I am a rogue trader. Although I am not young, I have seen a lot of things." "But," the captain said confusedly but frankly, "why can't you get any reinforcements? Not even your own ship?" "I don't understand this, my lord. I really don't understand, and I'm afraid of it." "Where should I start? From 10,000 years ago? From the rebellion? Or even earlier, from when our manic father returned to the Legion and began to torture us?" "This is not a story you should know, Captain. These stories should not even be known to me. Let them disappear in the wind. The names of the dead should no longer be mentioned." Arianto looked at him, without saying a word, but the look in his eyes revealed enough warning, so the captain nodded and sighed. "I understand, sir." "Thank you. It's best that you understand. Now tell me, what is our next mission?" "Please wait." The captain pressed the watch on his right hand, and a servitor came in. It opened its chest and took out a parchment scroll. The captain took it and handed it to Arianto. "This is the last mission, sir. The masters of the Inquisition should have told you about this, right?" "Yes. You can leave and continue sailing according to the scheduled route." Arianto nodded to him. After the captain left, he opened the parchment scroll and read it carefully. "The last mission. I am writing to you, brother Arianto. I hope you and your brother are doing well, although this is unlikely, but I still sincerely wish that you can overcome all difficulties and complete the mission. The Emperor blesses you and all of us." This short letter, which is more like a letter than a mission introduction, was written before you left. With all due respect, the Inquisition is not a monolithic entity. Although this may be a fact known to everyone, it would be different if I told you. Please be careful. Back to the point. I have no intention of exposing your wounds, but there are still many different opinions within the Inquisition on whether to restore your name, and many discussions have been held. But this opportunity to complete the mission is related to whether you can regain the name of War Dog. I believe you also know this. Brother Ariento. Apostrophe Please go to the Protaurus system near the Great Rift to investigate. The mission is not difficult. The Emperor bless you, Brother Ariento. Apostrophe An Inquisitor friend. Apostrophe Ariento put down the parchment. He had no choice but to use this method of issuing the mission. It was completely impossible to communicate with the astrologer near the Great Rift, so he had to use this method of issuing the mission in advance. But this also saved them the step of briefing. Just complete the mission and leave. For example, the planet just now, they spent 3 hours killing all the traitors on it, and the Inquisition only needed to send people behind them to reclaim a planet. He didn't know what they were going to do with the barren planet, but Ariento didn't care much. He stood up, intending to clean his power armor himself and spend the night meditating. He hoped that the mission would begin soon. When will the remote sensing mapping be completed? It is expected to take another 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The captain's mouth opened wide. Emperor, this is really God. When did remote sensing mapping only take 5 minutes? The low-level priest of the Mechanicus raised his head and tapped his eyes. The sound of metal collision made the captain's teeth ache. This is thanks to this ship that we cannot understand at all. It is really amazing. Please forgive me, Captain. The telemetry data will be handed over to you in 5 minutes, but I have to leave first. Where are you going? There is still half an hour left before the scheduled research time. I have a task to do. I need to study the composite magic cannon. The order was given by the Excellency himself. He hopes that we can miniaturize and mass-produce the composite magic cannon. This is a very difficult task. The priest rarely said a lot. He nodded to the captain. Goodbye, Captain. I hope you can still be alive when we meet next time. It was really a unique blessing. The captain shook his head speechlessly, and then simply stood there and waited. The priest did not lie. 5 minutes later, the telemetry data was in his hands. The portable personal tablet that replaced the servo skull began to vibrate. The captain carefully took this treasure out of his arms and clumsily tapped on it. He could never use this thing, but he had to get used to it. When he opened the mailbox, a survey map was there, and the Protaurus system was marked on it. How come I haven't heard of this place? Protaurus? The captain frowned, and then put it out of his mind. This was not something he should care about. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the Cadian base and reported the survey data to the current regiment commander, a bald middle-aged man. When the captain found him, he was shaving himself with a saber. Excuse me, Commander, but we have a razor. I like to shave myself with my baby. Sit down and wait a moment. Have you got the survey data? Yes, Commander. Wow. The commander shouted exaggeratedly and put down the knife with his backhand. The beard residue on the ground disappeared in a burst of blue light. He sat on the chair, picked up the personal tablet that the captain had placed on the table, and became enthusiastic after just one look. An estimated 15 enemy ships. These sons of bitches. The old Cadian cursed without restraint, then put down the tablet with a sneer and nodded to the captain. It seems that we have finally caught some people's tails, and that lord must be unable to wait. Have you heard his speech in the cemetery on the bottom floor? The captain leaned back in his chair and imitated leisurely and fascinatedly. We do not accept any surrender, any form of weakness or roundabout tactics. TSK 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 TSK. Listen, Captain, listen, we should have done this a long time ago. He slapped the armrest of the chair and waved his fist at the wall. The hunt has begun, bastards. Clean your ass and wait, because the Cadians will come to fuck it soon. I will personally shove the bayonet in. None of these sons of bitches can escape. I will grab their heads and drown them in the toilet. Captain, although our current political commissar is not very strict about swearing, you still have to pay attention to the impact. The captain used his legs to push imperceptibly, letting the chair carry him away from the commander, and then whispered, "The traitors' butts are not suitable for that kind of thing." The commander's face twitched. Damn it, that's just a metaphor. Metaphor, do you understand? Please give the order, Commander. The soldiers are still waiting for orders. I believe they feel the same as we do. The captain smiled. I have heard about that gentleman's speech 50 times this week, and the boys are all eager to fight. Don't worry, the revenge hasn't arrived yet. The deep destruction is now stationed on another planet, and we need to adapt to other vehicles. When it comes to business, The commander looks very serious. Take your company, and call the second company for me. You go to the third warehouse. There are prepared vehicles there. The training method is still the same. The array sender will guide you. Notify me after you adapt. He lowered his head and glanced at the data chart mapped by remote sensing. Within 5 days at the latest, we will reach this Protaurus galaxy and blow all those bastards to the sky. It's strange that I can see your messages on the writer's assistant, but not on the Kidian client. Chapter 402, Chronicles of the Protaurus Galaxy. You can't come out yet, damn it, Fulgrim. Stop. The mage's roar could be heard even outside the room. Angren snickered and walked into the room. He said sarcastically, has our noble young master not recovered yet? Take that back, idiot. Fulgrim, lying in the medical cabin, said gloomily in a distorted voice. His appearance could not be described as horrifying, but it could only be described as extremely horrifying. Half of his chest cavity was opened, and his internal organs were beating tenaciously inside. The nutrient solution emitted a green light, healing him non-stop. Fulgrim lay there unable to move. He just wanted to come out and move around, but was forced to stay inside by the mage. Let him come out and move around? If he moves for 10 minutes, he will have to lie in there for a few more days. Angren, if you just want to come in and show off your recovery speed, then I have to ask you to leave. Shenyan turned his head and looked at him unkindly. Of course not. Angren shook his head quickly. I just heard about that system, Protaurus, right? Who told you? I overheard a few Kidian soldiers chatting. I didn't expect that the dignified Primarch would have the habit of eavesdropping. Shenyan first sarcastically said to him, then nodded seriously. Yes, Protaurus. The traitors who were dragged out of the warp with Abaddon by me and then fled are hiding there. That system is famous for its mineral production, and most of the residents there are weapon craftsmen. The Mechanicus likes this kind of planet very much, but now, Shenyan shook his head and said, who knows how many living people are there? We can only hope that the traitors need some slaves to help them with miscellaneous work. Maybe in that case, we can save some people. I hope so. In addition, Angren suddenly smiled mischievously. I also heard about your speech in the lower cemetery. You are really a natural orator, aren't you? Fight in the forest, fight in the Gobi Desert, fight in the Hive City, fight wherever we are needed. He imitated Shenyan's tone, until they are all dead. Your words should be put on the front page of the Empire's propaganda department. By then, countless people may charge forward with your words. Forget it. I would rather let the Empire know the name of Sergeant Priad. Shenyan replied calmly, ignoring Angren's ridicule. That's why I decided to name the STC Priad. He deserves it. Of course he deserves it. Let's not talk about it. What do you want to do by asking about the galaxy? That's it. Angren came closer mysteriously. Ingratitude is an evil blasphemy. This is not now. This is a continuation of memories, and everything that he was familiar with in his past life was stripped away. Ikro curled up in the corner of the floor, surrounded by people. Whispers came from every direction, pressing on this young boy. Few people knew each other, and people wanted to greet each other, but they couldn't deceive themselves that everything would pass as usual. It wasn't the tax collectors who came to whip them, but the chaos traders, the emperor. Just thinking about these 4 words made Ikro feel cold all over. Those tall, blood-red giants were really the most terrifying existence he had ever seen. What would happen next? Ikro didn't know. He silently carved a mark on the ground with his fingers. Then another one, silently curled up in the corner of the cell, carved a sword design with his fingers, which he knew by heart. A kind of anger burned in the boy's heart. How he wished he had power. Then, the door of the cell was opened. A giant stood outside the door, staring at them with tyrannical eyes. Even with a helmet, the tyranny without emotion and reason made them silent, even breathing carefully. The giant walked in. He glanced around, and the heavy breathing was terrifying. People tried their best to avoid his steps, curled up in their own corners, trembling. Then the giant came to Ikro and saw the long sword he had drawn on the ground. Stand up. The giant said. What was that sound? It sounded like the collision of swords, harsh and terrifying. Ikro bit his lip and blood gushed out. The thin boy stood up little by little. He was too weak and had to be careful, otherwise he would fall. When he stood up completely, the giant pointed to the picture he had drawn and said, What is that? Is he lying? Number. Someone told him, it's a sword. Ikro raised his head and looked into the giant's eyes. He didn't call him honorifics, nor did he show any fear. The boy's father was just a blacksmith, and he didn't give him the superior status to despise Anastartes. His father only told him one thing: if a person does evil, don't have any respect for him. Look at him with anger, because all those who do evil are afraid of this anger. Now, the 9-year-old boy looked at the giant with angry eyes. What sword? Long sword. My father's design. Where's your father? Dead. Killed by you. The giant nodded and took him out. They walked out of the cell, and the inside began to whisper again. Ikro looked back at them with disgust, and then followed the giant to the upper deck of the ship. There was a pungent smell of blood everywhere, and human skulls were piled in the corners. The dim light made the scene even more terrifying. He led him to a taller giant with one arm bare, knelt on one knee, and said in a low voice, I brought the person, sir. Ikro watched the giant turn around and thought, he was like a mountain. A child. The taller giant said, are you sure? He is the only one who fits the description of those damn cowards. I understand. The giant made a gesture, and the giant who brought him here left. Then, he waved to the boy, motioning him to come closer to him. At this time, Ikro realized that he was not wearing the terrifying helmet with pointed ears, but an even more terrifying face. My name is Khan, said the giant. What about you? Ikro. Very good, Khan nodded. So, Ikro, how old are you? 9 years old. Where is your father? So Ikro repeated, dead, killed by you. I hope I can kill you too. Khan smiled. The smile pulled the scar on his face. He obviously didn't do this often, so the muscles on his face were particularly stiff. Every time he squirmed, Ikro had the illusion that he wanted to eat himself. But Khan didn't. On the contrary, he did nothing, just smiled for a while, which made Ikro feel incredible. If you can, I hope you can succeed, child, said the betrayer, the traitor who slaughtered countless humans single-handedly. Then, he gently touched the boy's head. But this process may take a long time. It will take you a long time to grow up enough to kill me. But I can help you. Ikro looked at him blankly. Khan was patient. Unlike a corn believer, he said patiently and clearly, I will train you and help you shorten this time. No, that's not right. Ikro took a few steps back and broke free from Khan's hand. He muttered, you are traitors. You can't be so kind. I don't believe you. Child, Khan said slowly. That's not a question. The training will start soon. I will tell you a lot of forbidden things, but one of them you need to be very careful. He squatted down so that Ikro could see his face better, every detail, the lines of scars, and the twitching eyeballs and skin. At the same time, his voice became extremely terrifying, like the roar of a wild beast. When you see me like this, start running away. Remember, the farther the better. The boy executed his words very well. 10 minutes later, Karn woke up from the rage brought by the butcher's nail. He began to walk around the ship. There were few living people here, except for the slaves on the lower deck. Most of the corn berserkers were sent out by him. Find something for yourselves. These were Karn's original words. No one knew what he was thinking. Sometimes, even he himself didn't know. Maybe, that sword, that demon. Fulgrim looked at the ceiling and said slowly, I couldn't kill it. He turned his head and stared at the mage. It was too strong. Even breathing burned my skin. Standing in front of it made me feel weak, and I began to understand why my father couldn't kill it. That was the echo of the first murder in human history. Whether we like it or not, it has been tied to human history. But it doesn't matter. I just wanted you to test it once. It's no pity if you can't kill it. Shenyan nodded and said easily, have a good rest, Fulgrim. Just as he was about to leave, Fulgrim called him. Wait a minute, mage. What's wrong? Fulgrim hesitated for a long time, so Shenyan stood at the door and waited patiently for him to speak. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 10 minutes passed. He finally spoke. I heard someone calling my name. Shenyan narrowed his eyes. He came to Fulgrim's medical cabin and leaned his hand against the transparent cabin wall, and golden light emerged. After confirming that this was not the work of the warp, he asked, do you know who it is? No, but I know where he is. Fulgrim closed his eyes in pain. He called me from Istvan 3. Chapter 403, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. Istvan 3. In the Imperium, the term meant many things: brotherhood, betrayal, blood. Former brothers turned their swords on each other, and the leader wanted nothing more than a burning galaxy. He would do anything to achieve this, like using a virus bomb, then detonating it in the atmosphere with the vengeful spirit's lance. The entire planet was engulfed in flames, and more than 6 billion people died. He even purged his own legion of those who were still loyal to the emperor, and convinced his own traitorous brothers to do the same. It was a massacre, and countless loyalists died in that battle. Among them was the former master of Fulgrim's current weapon, Saul Tarvitz. And now, Fulgrim said that he thought he heard someone calling his name aboard Istvan 3. It seems that the wronged souls of the past have come to claim your life, Fulgrim. The broken phoenix lay in the medical cabin. The wizard's slightly sarcastic words did not move him. I actually hope so. If their souls are still on that planet, I will go there. I must go there in person, Fulgrim muttered to himself. Bubbles rose and exploded in the medical cabin. The green medical fluid was slowly healing his serious injuries. I'm sorry, but Istvan 3 is not on our route at the moment. Shenyan simply leaned against the wall. He didn't mind chatting for a while longer. Besides, the past is the past. Fulgrim, your regrets cannot turn back time and make the person at that time make the right decision. There's no need to feel guilty for him. You are not him, and he is not you. No, I won't evade the responsibilities I should bear. If I can't even meet them in person, what else can I do? If there are really past wronged souls who come to me to claim their lives, then come, I won't escape. Then, it seems that I can only wish you good luck. Shenyan smiled. He didn't expect that he could convince a Primarch with just a few words, and he never thought of forcing them to persuade. Everyone has their free will, not to mention that Fulgrim's request is very legitimate. If someone calls, how can there be no reason not to respond? He turned his head, and his sight crossed the sea of stars in an instant and came to the nearby Proteus galaxy, where many people were praying. Wait a little longer, we'll be there soon. Captain, where's the deep destruction? It's stationed on another planet. Why are you asking this? The captain glanced at the soldier who asked this question, and the other party looked reluctant. That's our dragon. That's the Empire's dragon. The captain glared at him fiercely. Where the Empire needs her, she will go. This episode did not last long, and the newly dispatched political commissar soon came and pulled the guy away. Their entire company was heading to the third hangar, and the second company would arrive soon. The captain didn't know what the new vehicle would be, but with the deep destruction as a gem in front of him, I'm afraid the new vehicle would be difficult for him to see. This idea was thrown to the ground by himself 10 minutes later, and then crushed with his feet. Fuck the Emperor. The captain stared at the thing in front of them in amazement, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell to the ground. The reactions of others were similar. The political commissar who heard this didn't even react at all. He was also in the same shock. The streamlined body was in a low-key black color, with white outlining the main lines. The golden eagle emblem of the Empire shone on the chest. To be honest, the things in front of them reminded the captain of the Imperial Knight mechas he had seen before. Those huge war machines ranging from 9 to 15 meters in height were extremely powerful on the battlefield, and each one was enough to affect the situation of a war. Of course, in the war when Cadia fell, the knights couldn't do much. After a shocked silence, the captain lit a cigarette for himself and took a big puff. Okay, what good treasure does the Magic Circle Corps have this time? In between words, he looked back at his soldiers. The bastards changed their previous low mood when they learned that they could not drive the deep destruction. Now they were all rubbing their hands, very excited. Brave Blade is a first-generation war mecha. It requires 4 people in the cockpit and is 15 meters high. It uses a mental connection and does not require complex control equipment and strict training. Every move can be quickly responded to, and it has extremely high agility. However, if the mecha is damaged, the driver will also feel the same pain. The Array Center quickly introduced them. It is equipped with a magic shield that can deflect most gunpowder weapons. The surface is made of rune composite materials, and it is also extremely resistant to power weapons. It has strong adaptability to all terrains and has a certain degree of flight ability. Note: Blade of Brave specializes in melee combat, so it does not contain any long-range attack methods. The mecha itself can greatly enhance the driver's reaction speed. Normally, the consciousness of the four people will merge with the mecha during driving, and the reaction speed will increase by about 6 times. At the same time, the core of the mecha is engraved with shadow runes, which can briefly enter the shadows for short-distance teleportation and stealth. Its own energy is enough to sustain 24 hours of full-scale combat. It also uses a killing conversion system, which can extend the battery life by killing enemies and assimilating their flesh and blood essence. It can also use solar energy. Introductions are over, Captain. Do you need to start training immediately? Stop. Groups of 4? The captain scratched his head. My first company now has 400 people, and here are 100 heroic blades. There are currently 91, and the remaining 9 are still under production. What about the second company? The second company's mecha is the Thundercloud, which specializes in long-range fire suppression and can form a better linkage with your first company. You don't have to worry about the number of mechas. Currently, most of the magic power supply of the Revenge is provided to the production line. It is expected to be completed in 3 hours. Okay, then I have no problem. Everyone listen up. The captain turned around and looked at the excited soldiers, smiling maliciously. Divide into groups. You all heard it. Group 4, and then draw lots for distribution. We only have 91 heroic blades now, so there are destined to be 36 unlucky guys who can only watch others practice. He waved his hand. Come on, draw lots. 15 minutes later, the captain sat at the edge of the warehouse with the other 35 soldiers. He had a gloomy face and was full of depression. Damn it. He took a deep puff of his cigarette. The excitement of the Cadian soldiers on the bottom of the Revenge did not escape Shenyan's eyes. To put it bluntly, as long as he wanted, he could know clearly what everyone on the ship was doing now. However, this was not his initiative. Because of its special nature and the relationship with the Magic Circle Center, the Revenge was basically passively reporting these messages to him every moment. For example, there were planetary debris that could be used to absorb in a certain number of meters ahead, and the breath of Chaos Traders was detected somewhere. To be honest, it was quite annoying. However, no matter how annoying it was, these messages still had to be accepted. There were no astropaths or navigators on the Revenge. He was the only one who could navigate and predict danger for the people on the ship. He was also the only one who could withstand the huge information flow of the Revenge. If ordinary psychics were to come, I'm afraid that hundreds of people would not be able to hold on for 10 minutes. The messy information flow and the operational disturbances of the Revenge will wash away the spirits they are directly connected to. The spirits of the Psychers will be greatly impacted, either turning into idiots or madmen. In the main control room, the wizard rested his feet on the table leisurely, playing with a black ball in his hand. It contained a bastard who had completely abandoned humanity and joined chaos, a disgusting scum. Lucius, the Undying. Lucius. The name is intimidating, indeed. But he is now a stone, unable to talk to people, unable to use any ability to tempt people to fall. Even if it is held in the hands of a child now, it cannot affect the other person's mind, and his horrifying rebirth ability is also unusable. Shenyan did not kill him, but just turned him into a black ball. He was thinking about what to do next. The Revenge will soon arrive in the Prodaris system. In addition to killing those followers of Khorne and other Chaos Traders, he has other things to do. For example, saving the civilians who were taken away as slaves. It may seem a little ridiculous to say that Khorne's followers need slaves. However, among the followers of the 4 evil gods, Khorne's followers will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The Blood God needs the heads of equally matched or powerful opponents, and killing innocent people indiscriminately is a shame for him. Therefore, unless those who take up arms to resist them, Khorne's followers generally do not massacre women and children. However, they will capture them and lock them up in the bottom of the spacecraft as slaves, repairing their armor, spacecraft and doing some simple chores for them. In order to ensure their numbers, these Khorne berserkers will even urge those poor slaves to give birth from time to time. In short, These people are actually normal when they are not fighting. In addition, Angron gave him a suggestion, which is very rare. A suggestion that is not very practical, but it is surprising when it comes from his mouth. In Fulgrim's infirmary, Angron said to him, "Why don't we occupy a planet, then use it as a base and carry out a series of transformations? The Vengeance can continue to hunt, but this planet can be used as a transit station near the Great Rift, fight any Chaos Traders passing by, and rescue those mortals who may be there." He was very concerned about the matter of saving mortals. This idea is also very good. However, ideas are just ideas. The difficulty of implementation will increase by more than 10 times. Shenyan can indeed transform the planet, but what about after that? They are seriously short of manpower. This is one. Although they can create puppets to guard, puppets are just puppets after all. Secondly, if this planet is attacked by traitors, who can guarantee that the Vengeance can return to support at any time? No one can guarantee it, not even Shenyan. The damned subspace blocks all possibilities of long-distance teleportation. So far, he has only carried out a short-distance teleportation once, and that time almost cost him his life. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to let Angron come and talk to him in person. "I'm afraid I can't agree to your plan, Angron. There are too many uncertainties in its realization. I can indeed make that planet a base, but I can't guarantee what will happen afterwards. I can stay on that planet and be responsible for its defense. The Vengeance can start from that planet and gradually sweep away the traitors around it, until we completely clear out the traitors near the Great Rift. How about that?" "You seem to be very persistent about this planet." Angron was silent for a while, then sighed. He said frankly, "That's right, because I need a world to recruit soldiers. The Devouring Warrior currently has only me and Givadorn, let alone a legion. The two of us can't even be considered a combat team." "So that's what you think?" Shenyan nodded. "Then I can understand why you are so anxious, but, with all due respect, Angron, this is still a foolish idea. How are you going to explain to them when you return to the Empire, you bring an entire legion with you, and name yourself the World Eaters? The name sounds not much different from the World Eaters, and I will not mention the issue of their prime march for now. Do you think the current political structure of the Empire can accept such a huge force? It's just a legion." Angron said puzzled. "After the second founding of the army, the term legion no longer exists," Shenyan explained to him feebly, feeling that he was talking to a cow. "The current Astartes are organized into chapters, and even at full strength there are only 1,000 people. A legion popping up at this time? Aren't you afraid that those bureaucrats will be scared to death? Believe me, they can do anything when they are anxious. You need military expenditure to maintain an entire legion, right? They check you 15 times a year, and then cut funding. Then the Inquisition comes to check on you, and the tasks assigned to your offspring are also extremely dangerous. Let's not talk about these things. How are you going to explain it to other chapters? How do you know so clearly?" "Because I've seen too much, Angron. No matter which universe, it's like this." "I really hate politics," Angron said through gritted teeth. "This is obviously a good thing. It's a good thing, but you are not a good person in this universe. Let's stop here. I will find a way to recruit soldiers to the world. As for that world, let's not think too much." More updates tomorrow. Chapter 404, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. Vengeance. Bottom floor, third warehouse. The first company is conducting pre-war mobilization here. There is actually nothing much to say, at least that's what the captain thinks. The assault mission is simple. The Vengeance will approach the orbit of the planet, and we will start the forced landing assault from orbit. The telemetry data has been sent to each heroic blade mech, and we will be the vanguard to break into the enemy's rear. The second company will drive the thundercloud to provide us with fire suppression. The mission is not difficult. The captain lit another cigarette for himself and took a quick and nervous puff, which was also the last puff before getting on the mech. The smoke rose from his fingers close to his face, covering half of his face. The array center said that the shock absorption system inside the heroic blade will only make us feel a little bumpy. He shrugged. "I don't know what the shock absorption system is, but I guess it means that we can start killing as soon as we land, without any room for relaxation." The captain grinned. revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "You all know the speech given by that lord in the cemetery on the bottom floor, right?" The soldiers nodded silently. "Then I have nothing to say." He put out the cigarette and put it back in his chest pocket solemnly. "For Sergeant Pride, brothers, he is watching us." In the main control room, Shenyan was discussing something with Angren. "The Astra Militarum is ready. They will raid the planet as the vanguard. Finally, we have a chance to test the combat effectiveness of the two war mechas, the Heroic Blade and the Thundercloud. Send mortals as the vanguard." Angren shook his head. "You should be thankful that the chapter master of the Iron Snakes is not too obsessed with glory. Otherwise he would have kept complaining to you about this until you changed your mind. I know that you Astartes like to show off your personal martial arts and are extremely eager for this kind of vanguard position that only those with high martial arts skills can take up. But Chapter Master Incel values orders and the needs of war more than glory," Shenyan said with a smile. "Unlike some people, who like to play the role of a lone hero who goes deep into the enemy's territory alone. I have never." Angren wanted to refute a few words, but then he thought of his feat of breaking through the entire Hive City on Bunder alone, so he stopped talking. After a while, he continued the topic. "Maybe it has something to do with our tradition. After all, we are born to kill. Devoting yourself to war will not bring any good things." Angren, Shenyan looked at him calmly. "Even for the Astartes, the sequelae of the war will be manifested in them, and it will be particularly obvious. After all, their minds are beyond mortals. Once such minds collapse," he smiled meaningfully, "it will be difficult to heal the wound again. In short, let's not talk about this for now." He patted the table and the light screen rose. The approximate data of a total of 7 planets were projected. Angren immediately entered the state, staring at the light blue screen seriously and attentively. "According to the detection, there are a total of 15 trader ships wandering in this galaxy, and they have occupied 7 of them. And this one, let's name it Prodaris number 1. Shenyan stretched out his finger and pointed to the largest planet. The light screen immediately enlarged and clearly projected the approximate data of the planet's surface. Although the specific situation is not very clear, it is roughly certain that the gravity of Prodaris I is about 1.7 times that of Terra. For you, this difference can be basically ignored." Angren nodded. "How to attack?" "The mechas of mortals will rush into the battlefield as the vanguard. And then what?" "Lictor and Givadorn and 200 monks of the Iron Snakes are ready to join the battlefield through teleportation one after another, just waiting for an opportunity." Unfortunately, Ezekiel and his team have not yet recovered. At this point, Shenyan rubbed his brows. "Abaddon's flagship is full of elites, and the counterattack is very strong. They have suffered serious injuries, and there are also many monks in the Iron Snakes who are still recuperating in the medical cabin. We don't have enough manpower, but this is not a big problem. I believe that the 2 types of war mechas will bring me surprises." "I hope so." Angren didn't need Shenyan to remind him of anything. He knew that if the battle became tense, Shenyan would immediately teleport him into the enemy's abdomen to decapitate him. This was exactly how he positioned himself at the moment. After all, the World Devourer was only in name in this universe. He missed his descendants more than once. If he could mobilize his own legion, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Thousands of drop pods would directly bombard the planet's atmosphere. Thunderhawks and orbital bombardment would occupy the sky above the traitors' heads. They would eventually die with regrets and wails. Is the reading clear?" The voice of the Imperial Guard fell into Sly's ears. He thought. He sounded emotionless. Sly put on his helmet, and the upper right corner of the visor showed their current position, pressure level and gravity index. There was also a series of complex indicators newly added to their power armor servers. The Lord said that they didn't need to care too much about these numbers, just fight as before. "Clear," Sly said. "Captain Sly, when the battle begins, I need you to lead half of the troops to break in from the left." Lictor pointed to the scene on the screen. A whole piece of red was used to represent the enemy, and large, scattered blue pieces represented the mortal war mechas that were about to enter the battlefield and divide the battlefield. They used black, and Lictor left a large black mark on the left side of the battlefield with his finger. His voice was as firm as steel. "If the mortals are doing well, Then we will enter the battlefield through teleportation 10 minutes after the battle begins. I will lead the other half, one on the left and one on the right. The enemy ship will be docked in the center. The real battle will begin after we turn in front of this ship." Lictor paused. "In addition, I have a monk to introduce to you. He will join us in this battle." A figure walked from the distance of the second bridge where they were standing, and the armor was recognized by Sly at the first sight. "Is this Sergeant Priad's power armor?" Sly asked the man who walked in front of them. "Yes," he answered. "Why is his power armor on you?" "This involves many questions, Captain Sly, but we still have time. I can make it short." "No, there is no need. Let them focus on the battle, Guy Vildarin." Lictor interrupted the narration he wanted to unfold, and there was no emotion in the voice of the custodian. For a moment, a surge of anger rose in Sly's heart, but it quickly dissipated. He knew that the custodian was right. There was no point in talking about these things before the battle began. But knowing is one thing, and accepting is another. "You really have no emotions," he said to the custodian. The other party returned a silent gaze. 2 minutes later, the Imperial Guard retracted his gaze, and his voice was still calm. "I just devoted myself to the mission, just like Sergeant Priad. As brothers of his regiment, you should inherit and implement his will. Every new recruit who joins the regiment should know his story." The Magic Circle Corps made a gentle hum above their heads, interrupting their conversation. "Captain Lictor, Shield Guard, the Astra Militarum has entered the battlefield. According to your request, the screen can now be broadcast. Do you want to do it?" "Broadcast." Lictor gave an affirmative answer. The Astartes present also cast their eyes on the rising light curtain. After all, although they didn't say it, they actually had a comparative idea in their hearts. No matter how elite mortals are, they are still mortals. Even if they have new mechas, how strong can they be? They saw. For the captain, this feeling is actually not much different from operating a composite magic cannon. The consciousness would sink into the depths of the soul, but the difference was that this time there was no roaring machine soul roaring in his ears. Instead, there were 3 other souls who were just as determined as him. "Left," one consciousness said, and at the same time, a picture was transmitted into the eyes of the other 3. A huge power axe was attacking their left. The captain's consciousness flashed the thought of avoiding, and the next consciousness issued an attack on his behalf, and the remaining one perfectly executed their thoughts on the mecha. Buzz. The captain heard a low humming sound, as if the mecha itself was roaring. The psychic blade fixed on the left arm of the mecha cut off the traitor's power axe and himself, and golden flames began to spread on his remains. Satisfied, a new consciousness began to float around the 4 of them and conveyed this emotion. The captain was not nervous. He knew that this was the mecha consciousness mentioned by the Magic Circle Center. It was still very ignorant, but in the long-term killing, it would mature little by little. Satisfied, the captain said to it, "No, Sergeant Priad is watching us, and we will never be satisfied." "Who is Sergeant Priad?" the ignorant consciousness asked, and then received 4 different answers: respect, yearning, never let him down, hero. So, in the real world, the head monitor of this heroic blade mecha was lit up. Pure scarlet light began to spread all over its body, and in the red light, it disappeared on the spot. The next second, the mecha appeared in the crowd of traitors. It raised its hands high, and the 2 psychic blades collided with each other, killing 7 people with 1 rotation. "That's it," the captain shouted loudly. His body closed his eyes tightly in the cockpit, but his consciousness was extremely active. The endlessly excited emotions overlapped with the emotions of the other 3 people, echoing in the consciousness space of the mecha itself. And the mecha's own nascent ignorant consciousness actually carried the same emotions. "For the Emperor, for Sergeant Priad," the captain roared. The other 3 soldiers roared, and the mech itself began to roar. With a low hum, the mech disappeared again. The Khorne berserkers who could not find their opponents became even more angry, but in the next second, they were attacked by the valiant blade mech that fell from the sky again. This mech and the other 100 mechs were like ghosts on the battlefield, constantly flashing and disappearing in the crowd, and every time they appeared, they would brandish their sharp blades and bring great casualties to the traitors. They wanted to fight back, some heavy firepower, such as chaos artillery and tanks, began to appear at the edge of the battlefield. At this moment, a burst of overwhelming light blue energy beams crossed the sky, accurately hitting the control unit of each artillery in the cockpit of the tank. "What's going on?" a Khorne Terminator roared loudly, and his anger made the string of skulls hanging on his left shoulder armor tremble endlessly. But no one answered him in the communication channel. "Only this can't be called a battle at all. This is a massacre," the Khorne Terminator thought in his heart, and the next second, a thought that he could not accept at all came to his mind. "We are being slaughtered." He widened his eyes, and the power armor that was integrated with him felt his anger, and the blessing of Khorne began to appear on this Terminator. The nail behind his head drilled deeper and deeper into the cerebral cortex. At first, he was still able to think about what to do next, but when the wave of anger completely swallowed him up, the Chaos Terminator launched a charge, and a red light flashed, and a heroic blade mech appeared in front of him. Two deadly blades attacked him at an angle that a normal human could never swing. The Terminator did not dodge or avoid. He had lost the idea of dodging in his mind, and only the anger instilled in him by the blood god remained. "Massacre!" he shouted incoherently, and a lot of blood came out when his lips and teeth collided. His strange and sharp canine teeth cut his upper jaw, and the splashing blood dripped onto his armor. The Terminator raised the giant axe in his hand, and the psychic blade cut deeply between his ribs, but he did not react, just swinging the giant axe. The power axe did not comply with his expectations and thirst for blood. The mech itself did not leave even a scratch. The 15-meter war mech looked down at him, a layer of light blue shield flashed, and his axe blade was deflected. The next second, it swung its left hand. In the last moment before death, the Chaos Terminator looked at the mech angrily, and the strong hatred in his heart actually allowed him to briefly break through the fury. He growled and said, "This is not a battle at all." "Yes, of course it is not a battle." In the main control room, Shenyan laughed happily. There was no blood or limbs to be seen, and no skulls could be chopped off. There were even few collisions between weapons. The heroic blade war mechs faithfully followed the concept he designed them. Deadly weapons that kill with one blow, disappearing from the shadows and emerging from the shadows, ignoring damage and artillery fire. The psychic blades allowed them to ignore the Chaos Trader's ceramic steel armor blessed by the evil gods, and kill them accurately. Failed to add more chapters. "I practiced driving this afternoon and didn't get home until 6 o'clock. I'm so tired. I only wrote 1,500 words for the second chapter. I'll move it to tomorrow and release it together. 3 chapters tomorrow." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. Sitting inside the Thundercloud war machine, the second captain of the Cadian regiment had a hard time suppressing his emotions. Unlike the heroic blade, the Thundercloud was operated by one person, so he could better experience the war machine's nascent consciousness and the feeling of growing little by little in the killing. His mental connection with the Thundercloud was very stable, and every time the mecha raised its hand and moved, it could accurately feed back to him. For the second captain, the mecha was himself at this moment. Every movement was extremely smooth, such as now. The Thundercloud stood on the ground with both feet, and the launch port on his shoulder was opened. The 12 portable magic cannons infused with magic power flashed an ominous gloomy red light inside. The restless magic power was transmitted to the second captain's mind through the mental connection. He gritted his teeth and restrained his desire to destroy everything as he was taught during training. The magic circle center was right. Driving the Thundercloud meant keeping calm at all times. Otherwise, the desire for destruction and damage would devour them. The reason was simple. Unlike the Brave Blade, the Thundercloud was a thoroughgoing long-range war mecha. It was designed simply to destroy the enemy. Therefore, the energy attribute that Shenyan prepared for it was the most violent of all magic powers. The magic power itself would affect the user. If they were not firm enough, they would easily be devoured by the mecha and become lunatics without wisdom or soul. who only wanted to destroy everything. The second captain wanted to take a deep breath, but he couldn't do that in the state of mental connection. Fortunately, the tranquilizer that the mecha itself came with had been injected into his body. Feeling the impulse that was gradually calmed down, the 12 portable magic cannons began to fire one by one according to his will. The gushing destructive magic power and the recoil of the magic cannon reverberated on the shoulders of the second captain. He knew that his shoulders were not actually injured at all. That was the feedback given to him by the mecha itself, but this reaction still made him feel excited. The red light was so bright that it almost illuminated half of the sky. He was not the only one who fired the magic cannon. There were 30 thundercloud mechas that landed at the back of the battlefield. Not all members of the second company could become pilots. Due to the special nature of Thundercloud, its pilots had to pass a series of willpower tests. Because of this, the number of Thunderclouds was actually rare, but the amount of firepower had never had anything to do with the number of mechas. The magic cannons dragged red shadows across the heads of the traitors. They exploded accurately in the crowd. Blood and flesh splattered, and armor vaporized. The ground turned into a dark red sticky substance, a mixture of metal, soil, and flesh. Through the thundercloud scanner, the second company commander could see this scene clearly. He was very glad that he didn't have to smell the smell. On the other side of the battlefield, the captain was still killing, jumping out of the shadows and disappearing, and then wielding the psychic blade to kill one difficult traitor after another. Those huge chaos traitors who could have broken through their defenses alone in the past, now died under their swords with reluctance. Right, a soldier reminded in the mental link. The mech immediately dodged the attack nimbly, and the exhaust port on the back spewed out high-temperature steam that could burn a person alive into charcoal to dissipate heat inside the mech. The high-temperature steam permeated the whole body of the heroic blade, burning all the broken flesh and blood on it, and the mech itself did not let go of the flesh and blood of these traitors. After a blur, they were converted into magic power by the mech itself, and continued to provide stable energy for the core inside that had been running for more than an hour. The captain didn't know how long they could hold on, but he felt that his current state was extremely good. The other three probably felt the same way. After all, no one in the mental link could lie. Their emotions were all very high, and so was the mech itself. Counterattack, the captain roared in the mental link, and the other three had the same idea as him, so the mech perfectly executed their wishes. Although the newly born little consciousness was still very ignorant, it had already understood what the word called hatred meant. The heroic blade jumped into the shadows, and the huge 15-meter-tall mecha disappeared in the middle of the chaos traitors in an instant, causing great panic. Randomly, it appeared above their heads in the next second, blowing a whirlwind of death. The two psychic blades kept spinning, and the heat dissipation holes behind the arms also opened, and high-temperature steam gushed out, causing secondary damage to the enemies and providing more powerful thrust for the arms themselves. Bones and flesh were cut, and broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. The smell of burned flesh and blood was cut off along with those activated power armors. The eye mecha of the heroic blade flashed red, and the captain felt unprecedented satisfaction, but only for a moment. It was only for a moment, because the next second, Sergeant Priad's deeds and the speech of that excellency once again flooded his mind. This time, he didn't say anything, because the mecha itself had merged with them. The mental link reached an unprecedented level of synchronization. At this moment, they were the extraordinary killing machine itself. For the Emperor, they roared, and the mecha leaped into the shadows again. What you create may break something in the Empire. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the Astartes can be replaced. In the main control room, looking at the picture, Angren commented, "Don't think too much. War mechas can't be promoted to all parts of the Empire. That means I have to travel all over the galaxy to install supporting facilities and train a group of people who know how to repair mechas. Time does not allow it." Shenyan shook his head. He raised his finger. "Moreover, only under my eyes can the intelligence inside these mechas not be polluted by Tsinch. Believe me, you don't want to see these war mechas being corrupted by Tsinch." Angren frowned. "Will they be corrupted?" Shenyan still looked very calm. "There is a chance, so I won't choose to promote it. This is also the reason why the heroic blade chooses a group of 4. These Cadian soldiers have been on the revenge for so long, I have already engraved mental protection spells for each of them, and they pray day and night. Their mental stability is unmatched by other soldiers in the Empire. A group of 4 can also solve this problem to a certain extent. When the consciousness is connected, they can supervise each other. Then, what about this remote mecha called Thundercloud? Angren pointed to the terrifying mechas on the light screen that were located behind the battlefield, but turned the sky dark red. With an unprecedented solemnity in his eyes, there is only one driver, right? Yes. So I designed a special insurance measure for Thundercloud. The mage raised a finger on his right hand. Their numbers are rare, that's one. Second, I planted a bomb in them. Bomb? It's complicated to explain, Angren. You just need to understand that I have placed a fragment of my power inside each Thundercloud. Once chaos pollution is detected, psychic fire will erupt. The Thundercloud will immediately activate the self-destruction plan, and the one-time teleportation spell engraved in the core will take them directly into the enemy's hinterland. He opened his right hand and then clenched his fist. Explosion. Do those mortals know about this? Of course they know. When did you start designing these things? It's just a little hobby in my spare time. These things are still too simple. Shenyan shook his head. I wanted to design something that could really transform them. Unfortunately, the restrictions imposed by those 4 bastards in the subspace are too great, so we can only do it step by step. At this moment, the magic circle center prompted, Lictor, the shield guard captain, send a communication request. Connect. Another light curtain rose, and Lictor, wearing a helmet, saluted the wizard with an eagle salute, completely ignoring Angren beside him. My lord, do we still need to join the battlefield? Why do you have such an idea? Lictor bowed slightly and answered calmly, because the mortals have won, at least half of it has been won. Don't hesitate, Lictor. Join the battlefield. They have won their victory, but your battle has not yet begun. Shenyan snapped his fingers, and the separate teleportation array located on the second bridge began to warm up and could start teleporting at any time. At the same time, the Revenge began to correct its position in orbit little by little to ensure that it could completely recover the war mechas on the ground. Understood, my lord. We will enter the battlefield in 3 minutes. The light curtain closed and the communication ended. Angren was acutely aware of what Shenyan hadn't said. He asked, so, they can't fight for too long, right? Yes, although I don't want to admit it, but the mental strength of ordinary people doesn't allow them to operate war mechs to fight for too long. Even if I have made so many preparations and backup measures, they can only fight for less than 2 hours at present. If it exceeds this time, I'm afraid their spirits will suffer some serious damage. That's enough. Angren exhaled a breath of relief. 2 hours of full-scale fighting. Judging from the combat power they have shown, it's totally worth it. Shenyan rubbed his brows. However, the endurance time I set for the mech itself is 24 hours. It even has the function of extending the time through killing and solar energy, but it seems that it is useless now. My lord, we are under attack. I know, Khan replied lightly. He sat on a high chair made of skulls, overlooking everything below the steps. A huge chainsaw axe was placed beside him. He stood up, and the blessed power armor made a rumbling sound in the dark. Such a sound from a simple movement made it hard not to suspect that the power armor was already broken. For 10,000 years, Karn's enemies had asked themselves this question, and they all proved the answer with their own lives. Karn reached out and grasped the chainsaw axe. It was a single-edged one, and its predecessor was one of the double axes used by Angren, the Bloodson. Karn had picked it up after it was broken, and handed it to some craftsman to reforge it. The axe blade was made of the teeth of a long-extinct beast, the Mica dragon. It was so sharp that it could easily cut through the ceramsite armor of the Astartes without burning fuel to generate power. The axe handle was wrapped with skin peeled from cowards, and the power engine was fueled by the souls of Karn's axe victims. This axe, like its owner, has long existed as an enemy of the Empire for the past 10,000 years. How is the battlefield situation? Karn asked calmly, and he was so calm that he didn't even look like a Khorne believer. This strange scene did not make the berserker who informed him react. His brain had long since stopped him from thinking this way. He just roared in rage. "There is no honor. Those damn mechas surrounded us. There is no blood." Khan nodded at him. "I understand. You go out first and join the battlefield. I will follow." His words made the berserker roar excitedly, and immediately ran out with the chainsaw axe in his hand raised high. Khan stood in place, picked up the blood child, and gently placed it on his shoulder. Khan did not join the battlefield as he said. Instead, he stood in place, holding the chainsaw axe in his hand tightly, as if waiting for something. 15 minutes later, Khan got what he wanted to see. A team of Astartes fell from the sky, broke through the deck of his warship, and landed in this dark and vast room. A beam of light shone down, shining on Khan, and also illuminating the throne made of skulls behind him. "Interesting." "A guardsman," Khan said. Without his helmet, his clear high Gothic even sounded quite rhythmic, completely different from the rumors about him. "It seems that my feeling is correct." Khan stretched out his left hand and placed it on his breastplate. His muscles flexed and he began to slowly exert force. With his 5 fingers together, he actually tore off the breastplate blessed by the blood god. The price was also high. Half of his chest cavity was opened with the removal of the breastplate, and blood kept dripping. Lictor made a silent gesture, and the well-trained Astartes of the Iron Snakes quickly surrounded Khan. The grenade guns were ready to fire at any time, and more Astartes who fell on the battlefield outside were rushing here. But Guy Vildarin, who was supposed to occupy the high ground, did not move. He stood there, staring at Khan. "Is he looking at me?" Khan asked, with an undisguised weakness in his voice. He casually threw the armor that represented the blessing of the blood god on the ground, as if he was discarding an insignificant piece of garbage. "Imperial guards, let these warriors you brought retreat. They are no match for me. Let you, or the person next to you, come and fight me. I demand a death worthy of me." He laughed grimly. "If you kill me here, Khan will no longer exist. If you don't, then the skull lords and brass scorpions I have prepared will grind you into minced meat. Then, I will carry your bodies all the way to the battleship, and finally take it back to Terra and kill everyone." Givadrin stopped the Imperial guards who wanted to move forward. He took off his helmet and walked out of the darkness little by little. After making sure that Khan could see his face clearly, Givadrin spoke calmly. "Long time no see, Khan." "Ah, yes, long time no see." "Heavy blood." "No, that's not right." The thing flowing in his veins now should be called anger. They flowed upstream little by little, and began to oppress Khan's already increasingly delicate nerves, and also made his temples throb. It was as if someone had installed an electric drill in his brain. The piercing pain made Khan frown, but that was all. Givadrin, the ancient war dog, later the world eater, and now the traitor, spoke gloomily and solemnly. "Long time no see. You are still alive. You are not dead." Givadrin forced a stiff smile. "But, it will be soon. Let's end the reminiscing session here." "But I have a question." "Givadrin, why are you still alive?" Khan asked in confusion. "Because my service has not yet ended." "Service?" Khan laughed loudly, and the low laughter echoed in the throne hall, creating waves of echoes. "Who do you serve?" "You, Givadrin. Have you forgotten? You and I are both traitors." The anger finally overwhelmed Khan's nerves, causing his eyeballs to jump wildly in his eye sockets. Thick blue veins jumped on his neck and forehead, and the butcher's nail squirmed under the skin behind his head. He roared, "Do you think you can cover up this matter by changing into a power armor? Or have you forgotten our former name and joined this unknown and shabby warband? They have many heroes, one of whom just died a few days ago." Givadrin calmly answered his manic brother, "Former brother, we once had such heroes, but we didn't deserve them. Our father was the same. He killed them with his own hands." The blood flowed down and gathered at Khan's feet, and soon formed a pool of blood. The traitor himself seemed to be unaware of this and still maintained his anger. "You are bringing up something you shouldn't have mentioned." Givadrin suddenly laughed sarcastically. "Really? Need I remind you of one more thing, Khan? When he ascended to the demon, on the lower deck, what did he ask you to do? Khan, answer me, what did he ask you to do for him?" Khan's face twitched, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped down from the throne and stepped over the steps in one step. The blood child exploded with a bang, and slashed towards Givadrin with Khan's anger. An old chainsaw sword easily blocked the blood child, and the ferocious teeth that were always invincible seemed no longer sharp. Between the collision of the sword and the axe blade, Khan caught a glimpse of Givadorn's eyes. There was an emotion in there that he couldn't accept, pity. But in just a moment, the chainsaw sword and the blood child collided with each other more than a dozen times, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult for the surrounding iron snakes to catch it, even with the help of the eyepiece. At least I'm still loyal to him, Khan roared. His face, which was already twisted by the pain of the butcher's nail, became even more hideous. In contrast, Givadorn's face was calm. It didn't even seem like a fight to the death, but a picnic. He has become a monster, Khan, the sergeant of the world devourer told him calmly, tearing off the hypocritical curtain that hung Khan on his heart, and the bloody reality made Khan more painful. And you, Khan, you are just a coward, succumbing to the feet of the evil god. The chainsaw sword swung from bottom to top, colliding with the chainsaw made of the teeth of the market dragon of the blood sun. Sparks flew, illuminating each other's faces. Givadorn was finally no longer calm. The one who died on this Van 3 should be you. Remember Captain Erwin? Do you remember them? I remember the name and face of each of them. Khan, staring at the familiar but unfamiliar face, Angren rarely showed a painful expression. In his world, Khan was called the Chainer, a name derived from the chains wrapped around his armor and wrists. This was an ancient tradition from Nokoria, from the gladiators. Khan reminded himself in this way not to forget the tragedy of Nokoria, and that no one was born to be a slave to others. He made Angren proud of him. And now the figure on the screen, the familiar yet different face, the fallen look and the familiar axe. All of this made Angren unable to restrain himself and remain calm. Go ahead if you can't help it, Angren. Shenyan sat aside and said calmly to the point of being almost inhuman. Anyway, you have already made the life and death of billions of people in the universe like a family tea party. I appreciate your attempt to calm me down with a cold joke, but it's really not funny. I didn't expect you to calm down, nor did I expect you to understand my sense of humor. The mage shrugged. Do you think he still has a chance to make amends? Angren shook his head as he stared at the battle between Givadorn and Khan. I don't know what he has done in this universe, but I can guess what he has fallen into. Khan is very loyal, Angren said softly, so if I fall, he will follow me. Very self-aware. Shenyan smiled, then put on a serious face. You can go and say goodbye to him, Angren. At least, let him see you again when he dies. What's the point? Angren asked back. I'm not his father. Maybe we have the same genes, but I'm not this Angren, nor am I the one he knew. At least make him feel better. He is a traitor, and I'm afraid he has killed countless people long ago. Make him feel better? What about those he killed? Angren turned his head away and signaled the mage to turn off the light curtain on the scene. He closed his eyes. His voice was almost a whisper. I can't give him anything. Only death. Only death. It's a little late. This chapter is 2 in 1, and there is one more update. Chapter 406, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. They were once in the same legion, but now they were fighting each other to the death. After so much killing, Korn's gaze was infinitely cast on Karn, whether he wanted it or not. This passive blessing increased Karn's power to an exaggerated degree. No matter how reluctant he was, Givadorn could not deny this fact. He could wrestle with Karn for a short time, but it could not last long. However, Karn tore off the armor that was fused with his flesh and blood, which undoubtedly gave him an opportunity. Although Karn was blessed by the blood god, he was not a demon. Without the protection of power armor, he would still be injured by the chainsaw sword. Givadorn didn't know why he did this, but he didn't care. He was in a battle that he could not take lightly. Any negligence or distraction would lead to his death. Only by focusing can he win a moment of life, or even a chance to win. Lictor watched their fight coldly, and the voice of Captain Sly kept coming from the communication channel. He didn't understand why the guard didn't let them join the battle and kill the damn traitor cleanly. Lictor didn't give any explanation from beginning to end, just asked them to wait. Others can find many reasons. Only Lictor knows his own thoughts. He is just giving Givadorn due respect. As a member of the guard, he has seen similar battles many times. In front of the two armies, Two warriors representing the opposing camp will fight a death battle with each other. During this process, no interruptions are allowed until one side dies. Although today, 10,000 years later, he guessed that such a tradition should be dead in name only, but Lictor is willing to reproduce it to some extent. Nothing else, just a simple wish. Givadorn gasped. The air was swallowed roughly into his throat, and his 3 lungs kept inflating. The air mixed with fighting spirit circulated in his lungs, and even his own blood was stained with the chill of battle. For him, fighting never meant boiling blood, but full of chill. This has something to do with the planet he was born on. The planet, which had long been destroyed by a chaos invasion, was extremely cold. They were used to hunting in groups, and huge white wolves or giant bears were their hunting targets. Cold was what Jiwadran was most familiar with, but this did not mean that he was not proficient in fighting. On the contrary, he turned fighting into a kind of art. He laid traps and then patiently waited for the prey to take the bait, like an experienced hunter. After a mutual collision, the chainsaw sword and the blood sun separated. Jiwadran took cautious steps and walked slowly in a circle with Khan under the skull throne. He was waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity came 2 minutes later, from Khan's breath. Seized the opportunity. In an instant, the old chainsaw sword attacked again, drawing a graceful arc in the air that seemed to have become sticky. It hit, finally. After thousands of attempts, the heavy feeling of feedback did not make Jiwadran happy. It's not time yet. He immediately pressed his left hand. The wildly spinning teeth brought out pieces of flesh and bone. This cruel weapon faithfully executed the designer's vision. Khan howled in pain. Half of his abdomen was dug open by Givadran. If he was wearing armor, then this chainsaw sword would not even be able to hurt him. But he didn't. He tore off the armor himself. Now, the already serious lacerations on his chest and abdomen were aggravated by the chainsaw sword, but it was far from over. At least, Khan would not let his pain end at this moment. For him, it is okay to be injured, but you must fight back. Khan's left hand stretched out like lightning and firmly grasped Givadran's shoulder armor, preventing him from escaping. The force was so great that Givadran even heard the wailing of steel. At the same time, his right hand swung down violently. He knew very well what he was doing, exchanging injuries for lives. His bones had long been tempered by the blood of the dead, and became extremely tough. It would take some time for the chainsaw sword to completely cut him in half. This period of time was enough for Khan to completely split Givadorn with the blood sun. The axe blade pressed down, and in the first second, the rotating mica dragon teeth on the blood sun axe blade cut through the heavy left shoulder armor of the power armor that once belonged to Sergeant Pride. The symbol of the Iron Snake's chapter was cut in half. In the second, Khan continued to exert force. He endured the pain given to him by Givadorn and exerted violence outwardly. The sticky and terrible blood kept gushing out, and he was also eager to see Givadorn's blood gushing out. However, in the third second, Givadorn disappeared. Khan's eyes widened, and a huge pain climbed from his waist. He let out a short cry of doubt from his throat. However, Givadorn did not give him more chances. He had completely cut Khan in half with the chainsaw sword. His calm voice, which Khan felt hated, rang in Khan's ears. You used to like to use this kind of risky tactics, Khan. Lying on the ground, Khan slowly raised his head, looked at Givadran's bloody face, looked at his still calm eyes, and suddenly asked, "The deep pit, right? You and I have fought in the deep pit." "Yes, many times." Givadran nodded. "It seems that you still remember the days when we trained each other." "No," Khan smiled. "I forgot. Otherwise you would be the one to die." "How did I fight? Do you mean the deep pit or this?" "You tell me." "Neither is good. You are an idiot, Khan." Khan smiled calmly, accepted his failure calmly, and squeezed out the hearty laughter he once had from his throat. Blood gushed out from between his lips and teeth, overflowed from his lips, and fell from the side of his cheek like a blood-red falling rock. The sticky blood continued to pour out. Givadorn looked at his former brother, now the traitor Khan, without mercy. He was a traitor who slaughtered countless humans single-handedly. It was as if he was staring at a possibility of himself. Khan loosened his hand and let the blood sun fall to the ground. He tried hard to breathe, but his respiratory system did not respond. Instead, The pale half of his spine dragged slightly on the ground with his breathing. Pain came from his nerve endings. The butcher's nails that had accompanied him all his life left him at this moment. The anger disappeared, and the hatred dissipated with it. He looked at the half of the light shining into the throne room. Givadorn heard Khan's almost whispered voice. Those demon engines. I didn't let them come. Do you know why? Guess. Givadorn. The World Eater's sergeant turned his head and looked at the breastplate that Khan had thrown aside. The corn mark and skull on it were still glaring. You have a guilty conscience now, bastard. Khan wanted to laugh, but his facial muscles had begun to gradually become uncontrollable. Of course, it could also be because he hadn't made this expression for a long time. No, because I saw him as an illusion? I don't know. Blood foam gushed out of his mouth, and the vitality of an Astartes was still boiling in his body. But I think since he can recover his human appearance, I should give myself a chance to follow him. You are my chance. Kill me quickly, damn it, Givadorn. I don't want to go on. It hurts, Khan said weakly. Givadorn stretched out his right hand and held Khan's bare left hand tightly, just as they would do when they won the battle 10,000 years ago. At that time, Angren had not yet returned. The Legion is still a war dog, and they will shake hands tightly after victory. He's back, Khan. Rest in peace, brother. The betrayer's eyes gradually lost their spirit, and he left a whisper that disappeared in the wind. Why? Givadorn stood up. Khan's throne turned upside down, and a child with closed eyes rose from it. He was very thin, and the Astartes looked at each other. No one knew why there was a child here. Only Givadorn walked over calmly and picked up the child. Then he nodded to Lictor. Well, the shield guard captain said, the mission is over. Let's clean up the battlefield and prepare to return. The captain almost rolled out of the heroic blade. His whole body was hot and his skin was stinging. The high-temperature steam burned his back, but he didn't care much. It would be fine after lying in the medical cabin for half a day. It was just a small matter. He stood up with a gasp, and the center of the magic circle shot a blue light at him, and a light curtain opened above his head. Kill count, 75. The captain laughed, and with a slight sound, the other 3 soldiers rolled out of the cockpit of the heroic blade. One of them was the most miserable, with half of his face burned, but the guy didn't care much, and ran to the captain at the first time, staring at the light screen. Don't look, idiot. Get out of the medical cabin. Do you want to continue to drive this baby next time? The captain kicked him in the butt without hesitation, and asked this idiot who didn't know pain to get treatment quickly. He took out a wrinkled cigarette from his chest pocket with his trembling right hand, lit it, and took a deep breath. Several blue lights flashed, and many heroic blade mechas emerged from them. The heat dissipation vents on the back opened, and the high-temperature steam was quickly discharged by the filtration system of the hull. The cold air rose from under their feet and cooled them down. The captain smiled and watched his soldiers return. In the main control room, a child? Angren asked in disbelief, and then repeated it again. A child? Damn it, what the hell is he doing with a child? Shenyan shrugged. Why don't you go ask Khan yourself? Angren stood up with a gloomy face and walked out of the control room. He had to find out what Khan did to this child. More updates will be added tomorrow. Chapter 407, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. Angren hurried out of the room. He would spend 10 anxious minutes walking. During this 10-minute walk, he would come to the second bridge and ask the Array Center to conduct a comprehensive examination of the child. What he didn't know was that the comprehensive examination had begun as soon as Lictor brought the Astartes back to the Vengeance. Shenyan's golden eyes flickered and he smiled. The child had psychic potential, so he was picked out by Khan. Without his knowledge, Khan had someone inject a memory into him. We can say that the child is now a living letter. Very bold, and very careful. Khan didn't know whether Angren returned in human form. He just glimpsed some illusions. Only Angren could open the letter, even if he failed and the child was taken away. If he didn't meet Angren, then the letter he left behind might not be known to anyone for another 10,000 years. After all, who can say how long the child can live? If Khan wins, he will probably be killed by Khan himself. If Khan died, and the one who killed him was not Givadorn, then the child would probably be purified immediately. So many possibilities. It is unlikely that a corn believer could think of it. Shenyan lowered his head slightly, and the magic circle center connected to his spirit immediately sent a report. According to your request, the other 6 planets have been captured by us, and no human activities have been detected on them. What about the demon engines that Khan mentioned? A total of 20, located on Protaurus 2. There are still dozens of chaos wizards on standby. We intercepted the signal sent by Khan's ship, and they don't know that Khan is dead yet. It's really a big deal. 20 demon engines. If he had joined hands with Abaddon at that time, we might have encountered some trouble. Shenyan waved his hand. Destroy all other planets except number 2, close the energy channel on number 2, and block the ability of those chaos wizards to cast spells. Notify Lictor that they will set off again in 2 hours. Lictor, the shield guard captain, has been notified. The magic circle center hummed, and the blue light flashed for a while. Captain Lictor, shield guards have received the message. In addition, a long-distance barge with the identity of the Empire has been detected approaching. Long-distance barge? Which fearless merchant has come to the Great Rift to do business? Should we communicate? Shenyan pondered for a while, and suddenly smiled. Number. I will go and see for myself. We are about to arrive at the Proteus system. Brother Arianto, please be prepared. The cold and mechanical voice of the servitor came from the sound generator in its throat, echoing between the corridors of the barge. Arianto nodded calmly. He did not want to show his disgust for the servitor, but no matter how long it has been, he can't adapt to these semi-mechanical creatures transformed from death row prisoners or dying people. Most of them still retain the appearance of humans. Residues, that's all. Arianto chewed on this cold word and suddenly realized that he was just a remnant of the past. He laughed dumbly, and the servitor staggered away. There was obviously something wrong with its support frame. Even someone like Arianto, who is not very good at mechanics, can see it. It's a pity. If Zocli were here, he would not be able to resist his hands and make some modifications to this servitor. He began to imagine the past until Targaryen came to him. The last mission? The last mission. Arianto put on his helmet, and the skull of the dead servitor he met on the battlefield was hung on the belt around his waist. Targaryen also put on a helmet. They walked through the narrow corridor and soon came to the hangar. Although the long-distance barge was hung with the word long distance, it was definitely not a good choice for travel, let alone carrying out missions. The hangar of this ship could barely accommodate a transport plane. Arianto and the others had to squeeze through the narrow gap. The metal wall and their power armor rubbed and collided with each other, making a harsh sound. This was definitely a new experience for them. The Astartes had never suffered such treatment before. In the interval of walking, Arianto looked back at Targaryen. Through the gloomy eyepiece, he could not see Targaryen's eyes, but he knew that the bastard was definitely laughing at each other. Then, a man's voice rang out in the dim hangar. "Hello, both of you." The chainsword immediately began to roar, and Targaryen turned around and stood back to back with Arianto. The bolter was loaded with a click, and Arianto squinted his eyes. The search function of the eyepiece and his own naked eyes kept turning in this small space, trying to find the strange man who was talking. "Don't try to use weapons. They can't hurt me." A pale hand stretched out from the darkness and pressed gracefully on Arianto's chainsword. The slender fingers gently stroked the rotating blade of the chainsword. Sparks flew, and Arianto increased the power. But in return, a chuckle. "Stop." So, the chainsword really stopped. It was not as simple as losing power. Arianto was cold all over, and his single eye began to feel a stinging pain. The chainsword in his hand was as cold as if it was dead, and the chill even passed through his armor to the right heart. He was unable to move. A man walked out of the darkness. No, not walked out. The darkness surrendered at his feet. The gloomy, scattered darkness seemed to have self-awareness, kneeling at the man's feet in fear, fleeing from the path he was about to take, and after he passed, it gathered again behind him into a trembling group. "Who are you?" Arianto tried to speak, but found that his voice was stretched more than twice. The man stood in front of them, and the space around him began to expand infinitely and stretch infinitely, until it turned into pure white. This handsome man in a black robe stood in front of them and smiled at them. He was handsome and pale, But these superficial appearance factors were not one of the reasons why Arianto paid so much attention to him. Astarte's teeth began to chatter. Physiological reasons, he thought, thinking coldly in his heart. Yes, physiological reasons. My modified body is afraid of him. Why? The man's eyes were golden, without any emotion, and the smile was fake and scary. Arianto felt cold all over, as if even his breathing had become sticky. He tried to take a deep breath, and the moment his 3 lungs pumped air into him, the smile on the man's face disappeared. Then, they were able to breathe again. Arianto could hear Targaryen gasping for air, and his own panting. Forgive me for coming here uninvited, and forgive me for my rudeness, but I personally now feel that actions are more direct and more time-saving than words. Arrogant bastard, Arianto thought. The man looked at him and smiled again. This time it was not a hypocritical smile, but a genuine smile. You are right, brother Arianto. I am indeed an arrogant bastard. There is no doubt about that. I am amazed at your observation skills. Few people can see who I really am at first sight. Mind reading. Psyker, who are you? Arianto asked. Good question. I want to know the answer myself. The man said something like a riddle. This question can be regarded as the ultimate philosophy in human history. How many people want to know the answer to this question? I am, who? The tongue curled and the upper lip collided. 3 simple syllables, but they contain the philosophy of the universe. His smile gradually turned into an uncontrollable laugh. All of the above are bullshit. Please introduce yourself again. He's Shenyan, a mage. He turned his head, and Arianto saw a piece of pure white space began to become transparent, and then heard Targaryen beside him breathing heavily. He knew that he was the same. The reason was that the ship floating in the universe was really too big, so big that it had nothing to do with anything else. Just a glance would make people fall into deep fear. Did you see that ship? Shenyan asked elegantly. That's my ship, Revenge. I like this name very much, and I hope you like it too. Revenge? Revenge on whom? Good question, brother Arianto. The vengeance was named after a child and a nameless psyker, but that's another story. As for now, how about we talk about your mission? What mission? Plain dumb won't work for me, brother Arianto. I know your past and why you're here. Since you know everything, Arianto said, then why are you still asking? My telling it and you telling it are 2 different things in essence. Arianto was silent for a while, and Targaryen raised his bolter beside him. The muzzle was raised, pointing directly at Shenyan, but he only got a nonchalant smile from the latter. Our mission is to investigate the Proteus system. The last mission? The last mission, Shenyan nodded. Honesty, brother Arianto. I admire your qualities, although I know you want to kill me right now. Let's not talk about this for now. You accepted the mission from the Inquisition, right? Yes. Interesting. The minority loyalists of the World Eaters. You want to get a planet for conscription while lingering under the supervision of the Inquisition? This coincides with him. Who helped you remove the butcher's nails? Dark Elder. Impossible, Shenyan said decisively. They don't have that ability. The Emperor himself and his skilled craftsmen have no way to deal with this thing. Technology cannot remove the butcher's nails that have been installed. He narrowed his eyes. Unless it is psychic power and sorcery. Arianto recalled what he said. He knew that this man could read minds. Since he thought it was impossible, he would let him see it with his own eyes. However, when Arianto tried to recall those dark elders, he found that his memory was blurred. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. Shenyan glanced at the Astartes and said nothing more. This whole thing was full of doubts. Since the Great Rift was created, more than half of the worlds in the Empire have lost contact. At this point in time, a long-distance barge with 2 Astartes came here to perform a mission, and it was still under the order of the Inquisition. Even if we don't consider their identities and the suspicious process of removing the butcher's nail, this matter itself is enough to arouse suspicion. It tastes like conspiracy again. Always like this. Shenyan almost sighed, but he didn't, just showed a cold smile and then snapped his fingers. Arianto and brother Targaryen disappeared silently from this long-distance barge, and the captain felt that he had forgotten something. He muttered and unconsciously gave the order to return. Standing outside the inspection room, Angren stared at the anxious boy. The inspection room was filled with blue light, and various high-standard inspection measures were continuously applied to the boy. A screen of light appeared in front of Angren, and the data told him that the boy was fine, except for the thinness and poor physical condition caused by malnutrition. He was fine. Everything was normal, which was the biggest abnormality. How could a boy of only 9 years old be unaffected by a group of traitors? Angren did not believe the conclusion of the Magic Circle Center, so he gave an order. Check again. The Magic Circle Center executed without complaint, and 5 minutes later, a brand new report with exactly the same data appeared in front of Angren. He had to accept this fact. The boy was really fine. Is it really so? Angren still had doubts in his heart. In his impression, Khan was a man who was careful and resourceful. Even if that was his Khan, in this universe, he should be similar before he fell. Considering the appearance of Khan before his death, Angren had reason to believe that he still had some sanity. He walked into the room. The boy was stunned when he saw him coming. His face showed an expression that Angren was very familiar with. Every mortal would show this expression when seeing him. The Lord of Red Sand knew the reason clearly, but he didn't want them to do that. So Angren squatted down, and made his movements as slow as possible, at least to the point where the boy could see clearly. He asked the boy in a soft voice, "What's your name, kid?" Iklo. The boy answered stutteringly. "Very good." Angren tried hard to give himself a gentle smile, and stretched out his broad right hand, trying to comfort the boy. However, the moment his palm touched the boy's shoulder, a current flashed, causing him to instantly tense all the muscles in his body. There is one more thing. Chapter 408, Chronicles of the Proteus Galaxy. Ikro disappeared, replaced by another man, a giant who was shorter than him. Angren stood up. Khan, his offspring, strange yet familiar, looked at him, tears of blood in his eyes. "Father." A flash of lightning flashed through Angren's brain. This child is a natural psyker. Khan did something about this. Damn it. He immediately began to regret his carelessness. How could he be so careless about this? However, Khan did not attack him. He just stared at Angren. After a long time, he spoke. "What did you ask me to do, my lord?" "I didn't." Khan interrupted him. "What did you ask me to do at the bottom of the Conqueror?" "I don't know." Angren said frankly that he didn't want to deceive. It was not out of pity for Khan. He didn't deserve it, and it was one of Angren's principles not to deceive others. He hated deception, and he would never deceive others. Then, Khan said, "I'm relieved. You're not him." On the Conqueror, he was chained to the bottom of the ship. I went to see him. He told me to take my axe and other brothers to the slave deck and kill 300 people. Khan's voice was so soft that it sounded like a whisper. I asked him why, but he didn't answer. Thunder rumbled from afar, and the betrayer's eyes were filled with tears of blood. The voice gradually merged with the monster whispering on the bottom of the Conqueror. Horns grew on his head, his skin turned red, and wings grew behind him. "Kill 300 people, take their skulls, and build a throne for me." The illusion disappeared. "Did you do it?" Angren asked. "I did it," Khan said calmly. "I followed his wishes, wore the butcher's nail, slaughtered our brothers, betrayed them all, and then killed the defenseless slaves. Those innocent people. Then you don't deserve sympathy." "I know, my lord. I never asked for forgiveness or sympathy." Angren showed a suppressed sneer. "You took great pains to design a child, a hidden psyker, and then came to me in this way. What do you want?" "A promise." Khan looked at him quietly. "Kill him, my lord, kill him," Khan whispered, and his face began to blur. 1,000, 10,000, countless blurred faces like his emerged behind this betrayer. Their armor changed from blood red and golden red to the original white and blue, from the brutal world eaters to the appearance of war dogs. Khan stood in front of them. He did not wear the damn butcher's nail, revealing a lively face, but his voice was still weak with undisguised hatred. They said in unison, "Kill him." Angren opened his eyes, and Ikro had fainted. The angry echo still lingered in his ears. What was it? He didn't know. Was it a tide of the dead's collective desire, echoing in the warp and finally appearing before his eyes? Or was it a simple illusion or a conspiracy of Tsinch, used to obscure his vision and determination? Angren didn't know the answer, but he knew what he was going to do. Arianto had expected to be taken to a place full of blasphemy, such as the sacrifice sites he had seen and the slaughter sites that chaos wizards and war myths had made to make something, but, surprisingly, there was no such place. This place was even brighter than the far barge and all the ships he had been on, with a silver floor, white walls, and pale blue light descending from the ceiling, which slightly relieved the phantom pain caused by the sequelae of the butcher's nails in his mind. 2 chairs that fit their body sizes were placed in front of them. Arianto glanced at the pressure readings on his eyepiece. The air filter didn't give him any potential readings, and he knew that if the man wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths. So Arianto took off his helmet and sat down in a chair without saying a word, followed by Targaryen. A flash of blue light, a twist of air, and Shenyan emerged from the void in front of them, lying in an armchair, with no respect for the conversation at all. Brother Arianto Decario and Brother Targaryen Morlius, hello, and welcome to the Vengeance. He smiled. Vengeance? I thought I had already told you what my ship was called. Although the butcher's nail has affected your memory is very good, Brother Arianto. There is no need to test it. Let's speak frankly. I can't trust you, Arianto said in a deep voice. I understand, but this conversation is not for me to have with you. Shenyan smiled and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, an Astarte wearing unfamiliar armor walked in from the door. His left shoulder armor did not match the color of the iron gray power armor. It was blood red with a relief of a pure skull. Who are you? The Astarte paused and seemed a little surprised. He raised his hand, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he took off his helmet, revealing a face that made Arianto's blood boil. Givadrin. Targaryen, who had not spoken, said gloomily, and at the same time put his hand on the chainsaw sword at his waist. Why are you still alive? He stood up and asked in a mocking tone. Because my service is not over yet, brother. Don't call me brother, Targaryen roared and took off his helmet and threw it at Givadrin's feet. You are not worthy of being our brother, coward, a traitor. You betrayed Captain Aeron and our brothers. I will never forget what happened on Istvan 3. Givadorn closed his eyes. I did not run away. I did not betray, brother. Arianto stood up and stopped Targaryen, who wanted to say something. He was still a little surprised. Arianto thought he had seen a lot, but he never thought that he would suddenly meet an old friend who had not seen him for a long time today. Long time no see, Givadorn. Have you joined a new regiment? No, Givadorn replied in a low voice. This power armor is a relic of a hero. Now I use it, that's all. 10,000 years have passed, and we can't contact you. Where are you? I am among the traitors, surviving. Try not to kill anyone. But I am too cowardly to challenge anyone. Givadorn said, I am waiting. What are you waiting for? The Legion is gone. We are traitors, all of us. Targaryen's eyes were red, and he suddenly roared. Arianto immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Damn, he hadn't used a tranquilizer today. The sequelae of the butcher's nail. Wait, where are Givadorn's nails? However, it was too late. Targaryen had already launched a charge, and the roar of the chainsaw sword resounded throughout the small room. Arianto couldn't stop him. Who could stop an old soldier who was determined to launch an attack? Dangerous behavior has been detected, and defensive measures have been activated. A strange voice sounded above their heads, with a full mechanical and cold voice, and a blue light flashed. Targaryen stood stiffly in place, the chainsaw sword in his hand stopped spinning, and the whole person seemed to be dead. Givadorn sighed, the center of the magic circle. Please, that lord, come over. The current situation is not something I can explain in a few words, he said to the top of his head with a wry smile. The message has been sent. Sergeant Givadrin, please wait. He has sent a communication message. Do you want to answer it? Answer it. After thinking it over again and again, Givadrin nodded. Then, a voice that chilled Arianto's body came from the soft blue light on the ceiling. I'll be there soon, Givadrin. Hold them steady. Damn it, what is he thinking? He can solve this damn problem by just showing the flame. Who is that? Arianto asked tremblingly. His single eye was red, and bloodshot climbed up from the bottom of his eye. His temple began to vibrate, and shouts of killing came from his eardrums. It's the person you think. Impossible. He roared and lost his voice. No, impossible. When has he ever spoken to us in such a tone? He treats us as slaves. He is not what you think, Givadron said tactfully. Without Angren's permission, he did not think he could reveal the truth of the matter casually, but this concealing attitude made Ariando even more manic. The excitement made his face look like a demon, his facial features were distorted, and scars and wounds were pieced together to form a terrifying pattern. Ariando screamed, "Liar! I'm not lying to you, brother." "Then show me the evidence." Ariando pointed at the door. "He said he would be here soon, but I don't believe him." "Who would come in from outside? A demon? Or a monster?" He activated the chainsaw sword, covering half of his face, and his voice became cold and gloomy. "It just so happens, I have also promised many people that I would slit their throats." "Whose throat?" Angren walked in from outside, looking at the two completely unfamiliar heirs with complicated eyes. Ding dong, the chainsaw sword fell to the ground. Ariando trembled all over. In the main control room, Shenyan took a sip of tea with a happy face. "Of course I can solve these problems casually, but how can it be as satisfying as watching a family ethics drama?" The scene in the room was emerging on the screen in front of him. The mage took another sip of the long-lost black tea with a smile, thinking that his bad taste has become more and more serious recently. However, it is still within the acceptable range. Chapter 409. A good show. Ariando thought he would just pounce on him, and even without a weapon, he would bite open his throat with his teeth. But he didn't. He just looked at the man carefully. Unlike Angren in his memory, the giant standing in front of him had a face that was roughly the same as that of the tyrant, but the details were different. For example, he didn't have the butcher's nails, the thick scarlet cables that penetrated his scalp and took root on the surface of his brain were gone. His expression was not neurotic, but extremely calm. If it was the Angren he knew, he would twitch his face nervously in the gaps between conversations, and the pain would make him angry. The butcher's nails would turn this anger into an impulse to kill everything, and Angren did it several times. Many World Eater's officers died innocently at the hands of their Gene Father, without reason or explanation. "My lord," Givadron whispered. "He doesn't know who you are." "I am Angren. Who else could it be?" the Lord of Red Sand said calmly. "Do you want me to deny who I really am?" Givadron bowed his head humbly. Angren turned his head and stared at Ariando's face. "What's your name?" "My name?" Ariando suddenly laughed. "You ask me my name? My noble lord, have you forgotten who I really am? I am one of the 2,000 people you personally besieged. What happened on Istvan III, what you did with your own hands, how dare you forget it?" Angren frowned. Istvan III. Givadron's lips moved. His usually calm, stone-like face now showed some rare expression, that was a betrayal. "My lord," he narrated in a low voice, "it started with a virus bomb. Horus used a light spear to detonate it in the atmosphere. We had to hide in the bunker and wait for the continuous firestorm to pass, and the price was the death of 6 billion mortals on the entire Istvan III. Then, they fell from the sky. We didn't have heavy firepower, and he came with his men. The group of traitors got off the gunboat with him. After the strafing, our people suffered heavy casualties, but Captain Erlin was still rational. He let us engage in trench warfare. We only had 2,000 people, and he brought a full 5,000 people, and countless heavy firepower." Talking about the past, Givadron's face finally showed hatred. "He once swore to fight alongside us. However, at the beginning of this battle, he decided to send us to the ground so that we could all be killed, just like a child crushing an ant in a sandbox." "Him?" Ariando roared. "What do you mean by him?" "Him?" He raised his hand with a trembling hand and pointed at Angren. "You are going to use this term, Givadron. Stupid Givadron, what's wrong with your brain? Have you become like those mutants and can only refer to yourself in the third person?" The one-eyed Astartes shouted at Angren. "You did it, coward, slave. Don't even think about joining forces with this traitor to deceive my mind. You are all the same. God, I really hope you die in New Syria." What kind of hatred could make him say that he hoped his genetic father died in New Syria? Angren's mood was unexpectedly calm. He was not angry about it, but only felt pity. "What did that monster do to you?" "I am not the imaginary object of hatred that you have accumulated for 10,000 years of anger and hatred." Angren spoke seriously. "I am not the pathetic tyrant you know." He crossed his arms. I am Angren, but not the one you know. I come from another world, and I have never betrayed. My lord. Gaivaldorin looked at him in shock. Why not? Angren turned his head to look at him and asked, why can't I tell these loyalists my true identity? Is there anyone who will stop this? They have been loyal for 10,000 years, tortured in pain and hatred for 10,000 years, facing doubts in the Empire, and facing the swords of their former brothers. If I don't tell them the truth, what am I? The attack intention has subsided, and the defense measures have been lifted. The core of the magic circle interrupted the mat in an opportune time. A blue light flashed, and Targaryen, who stood stiffly in place, fell to the ground and began to breathe heavily. Gaivaldorin knew how he felt. Once, when he was sparring with Ezekiel's team, he did not report it, which led to the core of the magic circle also taking defensive measures. They were frozen for a full 5 minutes. Even with superhuman recovery, it took them half an hour to recover. It was definitely not a good experience. The will and body continued to function, but they wanted to react but could not move at all, as if the body was dead. But your brain is still tirelessly issuing orders to the body, orders that cannot be accepted. This feeling is terrible for a warrior. Wait a minute, Ariando. Targaryen panted weakly. The freezing just now seemed to have improved his sequelae. At least now he no longer urgently needs a shot of the special tranquilizer provided by the Inquisition, and reason has returned to his brain. When he is not sick, Targaryen is much more rational than Ariando most of the time. Don't worry, at least I think if they want to do something to us, we won't have a chance to survive until now. He took a deep breath again and refused Ariando's help. Targaryen stood up, his old power armor humming. You said you were from another world. What do you mean? Literally. Very well. I have a few questions. Ask. Angren nodded solemnly. I'll do my best to answer your questions. If what you said is true in that world. How are we? The ancient warhound from the past spoke these words with a trembling voice. 10,000 years of blood and tears were all condensed in these few short words. Angren did not flinch, but met his gaze and answered calmly, word by word, I am proud of them. From the moment I returned, I knew I would be proud of them. Disciplined, powerful but not beyond the rules, honor always in their hearts. They are indeed like this. Not only I am proud of them, but the people of the Empire also regard them as heroes and protectors, but not as gods. We are liberators, but not idols. Great, Targaryen murmured. Great, even if this is a demon's illusion. He turned his head to look at Arianto, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. What do you think, brother? If our fate is not this, can it be what he said? Arianto did not speak. Just as they were all silent, Angren raised his head. He looked at the center of the magic circle flashing blue light on the ceiling, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, if you have seen enough of the show, why not free up your hand holding snacks to help them? Don't slander me, Angren. We are in this kind of hell place now. Where can we get snacks? The wizard appeared in the center of the room with a smile that could not be concealed on his face. Besides, I didn't watch the show. Didn't watch the show? Then why did you come here immediately when I mentioned you? Angren asked with a sneer. How dare I take the summons of a Primarch lightly? You are still a living saint. Empty name, empty name. Shenyan still smiled, and immediately changed the subject. I already know the problems of these two monks. The Dark Eldar who removed the butcher's nails for you. Well, let's just call them the Dark Eldar. Talking about business, he immediately became serious. It is obvious that their craftsmanship is not good enough, and traces of witchcraft are still left in your brains. The butcher's nails were violently removed, and your so-called sequelae are caused by both brain damage and the dark power left over from the witchcraft playing tricks in the brain. Shenyan began to talk. You are an amateur who has seen a ghost. I despise these idiots who act casually with only a superficial understanding. It's disgusting. Can't you just get to the point? Angren sighed heavily. The point? Shenyan looked at him in confusion. The point is that I can cure it. What's so difficult about it? Then why do you have to say so much? The wizard shrugged. People living in the world always have to find something to despise. We all need to store some sense of superiority in our hearts to survive, right? I am no exception. You have to let me express my feelings. After all, They did a really bad job. Angren didn't know what to say for a moment. Lying on the cold operating table, Arianto was a little nervous for no reason. The completely unfamiliar Angren said that this man was a living saint. He and Targaryen didn't believe it at first, until they saw the golden glow behind Shenyan. They looked at each other and immediately decided to believe it now. It's impossible not to believe it. However, his nervousness has nothing to do with Shenyan. His nervousness came from Angren, who was standing beside them. The Lord of Red Sand stood between two operating tables with his arms folded across his chest, watching Shenyan preparing surgical instruments seriously, and occasionally gave them encouraging looks. It was too weird. Arianto thought, am I really not in an illusion? Is Angren trying to comfort us? Aren't you a mage? Yes. What's wrong? Then why do you prepare these surgical instruments? Angren's eyelids twitched. Shenyan was using magic to make a series of medical instruments such as scalpels and surgical hammers on the spot. However, considering the size of the Astartes, those enlarged instruments might as well be called torture instruments. I can't do craniotomy on them with my hands, can I? You can bear it. But they can't. No. I mean, can't you just solve this problem with magic? Unfortunately, no. When it comes to related professions, Shenyan can always give you a lot of convincing explanations. I want to, but I can't. The brain is the most important organ of human beings, and it can even be said that there is no other organ. In mysticism, the brain is also called the Kabbalah tree. Magic is produced from here. Although I don't know who came up with such a cruel technology as the butcher's nail. The designer who deserves to be killed accidentally connected the butcher's nail with mystery. I won't tell you more about this. Anyway, you can't understand it. Let's talk about the so-called Dark Elves. The traces of dark witchcraft they left behind are entangled with the brains of these two monks. I must perform a craniotomy on the two of you, and directly contact the traces of dark witchcraft to eliminate them. Of course, I can also directly insert my hands into your brains and let you feel what it feels like to have your brains held by someone's hands without anesthesia. What do you think? He asked Arianto and Targaryen, who were lying on the operating table. With a smile, the two looked at each other again. No, let's do a craniotomy, sir. We can bear it. Don't worry. It won't hurt. Shenyan smiled like a spring breeze. I have an anesthetic here. His anesthetic refers to the use of psychic energy to knock them unconscious. Angren looked away and decided not to mention the anesthetic. After they all fainted, Shenyan threw aside the surgical chainsaw that was prepared for craniotomy, stretched out his index finger, and scratched a circle on Arianto's scalp. A gap between his scalp and skull automatically opened up, and there was not even any bleeding. Don't you need a scalpel at all? Seeing this, Angren couldn't help but roar in a low voice. It's just a sense of ritual. Don't talk. Two golden lights lit up in Shenyan's eyes, and a golden light extended from his index finger and slowly crawled to Arianto's still trembling brain. His brain had many defects, but fortunately they were all on the surface, so it was not difficult to repair them. The real difficulty was later. He closed his eyes, and the traces of dark psychic energy left by the witchcraft opened a tiny subspace crack in the monk's brain. As we all know, witchcraft is an evil ritual invented by people without psychic power to communicate with the warp. In essence, it is to make a small hole in the material world through sacrifice or cruel rituals to borrow the psychic energy in the warp. And now, there is such a small hole in Brother Arianto's brain, and the energy of the warp is constantly overflowing from it. Shenyan's expression became a little gloomy. I take back their evaluation of their poor skills. It's good to do such a thing without hurting their sanity and life. His voice was soft, but he gritted his teeth. How many people have died to have such a skill? Angren pursed his lips. He knew nothing about psychic power, but from the expression and words of the mage, he could more or less know something about the current situation. The Lord of Red Sand took a deep breath. Can it be cured? Fortunately I am here. Shenyan glanced at him. If someone else came, these two should be labeled as heretics and executed immediately. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 410 Symbols. It can be cured, but it is not easy to cure. What Shenyan has to do now is to reshape the brains of Arianto and Targaryen without damaging their memories and personalities. This is not difficult at all. A simple healing spell can restore the damage to their brains. However, the small hole torn in their brains by the dark magic makes things a little difficult to deal with. It can be said to be quite tricky. Shenyan suddenly frowned. Angren, how much do you know about the butcher's nail? A psychic surgical implant. It penetrates the skull, penetrates deep into the brain, and amplifies the victim's madness and anger. Don't you know these things? Of course I know these things. Shenyan waved to him, and his right hand was still steadily transmitting psychic energy to gradually erode the micro-subspace cracks in Ariander's brain. Come and look at this. Look carefully, he said coldly. Angren bent down and stared at Ariander's exposed and slightly trembling brain with a craftsman-like rigor that he had never had before. Unlike the pink color of a normal human, his brain was scarred, with holes and rough scratches on the surface, almost making people doubt whether he was still alive. The Lord of Red Sand sighed imperceptibly. No matter how many times he saw it, he could not get used to the harm caused by the butcher's nails to the victim. After he overthrew the cruel rulers of New Syria, he immediately sent people to study how to remove the butcher's nails that had been hammered. However, no matter how many researchers joined, and how many gladiators who could not bear the pain would rather be tested as test subjects to win a glimmer of life, this problem has never been solved. Even after he returned to the Empire, this thing still lingered in the depths of his nightmares. He had seen this scene countless times. Ariando's brain was slightly different. In the deep trench between the septum of the brain that separated the left and right hemispheres, he saw a symbol, the symbol of corn. Two intersecting horizontal lines together formed a rough X, with a horizontal line at the bottom. It formed a symbolized skull, which was now fluctuating with the vibration of Ariando's brain, which was extremely strange. Angren raised his head, his expression more serious than ever. His eyebrows were furious, and he was obviously really angry. It is impossible for the followers of Korn to resist their desire for killing and carve the symbol of Korn into the brains of two Astartes without killing them. You are still sober. Shenyan sneered and clenched his right hand, increasing the degree of psychic transmission. The golden flame spread to the entire open brain cavity, without causing any damage to Ariander's brain itself. As for the symbol of Korn, it was completely burned in the first place. They accepted the mission of the Inquisition and came here. The last mission, the Sheik operation, was still going on steadily, but Shenyan made a chilling guess. Just think about it, Angren. How could it be so coincidental? Are you doubting the Inquisition? Shouldn't I doubt it? Angren was silent for a while. He squinted his eyes, and when he was thinking, he habitually bared his teeth, looking as if he was ready to chop off someone's head at any second. It's doubtful, but they have no reason to do so. That's the problem. If they are still loyal, they have no reason to do so. But what if there is a traitor among them? Or, let me make the problem more serious. Shenyan withdrew his hand, and Ariando's brain recovered. The scars disappeared, the skull returned to its place, and the scalp was tightly attached. His eyelids trembled, and when he woke up, he heard the wizard's serious and cold voice. There are only a few loyal people among them. What happened, my lord? It's none of your business. Shenyan untied his restraints so that Arianto could get up from the cold operating table. Then he patted his shoulder and said, go out and turn left. The blue light on the ceiling of the bridge is the center of the magic circle. You can think of it as a machine spirit. Go ask it where the foundry is. Your armor and weapons are being updated. I understand, my lord. Arianto stood barefoot on the cold silver metal floor paper, and Angren cast a concerned look at him. But the scarred warrior turned his eyes away and did not meet Angren's eyes. He glanced at Targaryen, who was still lying on the side with his eyes closed, and then walked out. After he left, they continued the previous topic. The mage continued to operate on the next target, and Angren stood aside with his chest folded. You are making a very serious accusation. I don't need to accuse anyone, I just need to return to the Empire. On the contrary, I can tell who is traitor and who is still loyal at a glance, he answered calmly, and his hands were still moving fast. He opened Targaryen's skull. As expected, a corn symbol was also printed on his cerebral cortex. But we can't go back now. Yes, that's what I'm worried about. The mage lowered his head and said something that made Angren feel cold all over. But we will be back soon. If you are a traitor, what will you do? He raised his head and stared at Ingrid. His golden eyes seemed to be burning with flames. When I returned to Terra, they had no chance of winning, but I haven't returned yet. What do you think they will do? We must set off immediately, Ingrid said hurriedly. Even if this is an empire from another world, he can't turn a blind eye to the people here. Aren't they human? Aren't they oppressed? He can't allow this to happen. Don't forget that the complete STC research is not yet completed, Shenyan said gloomily. It's this kind of conspiracy again. Drag us here. He really knows my character. Walking in the silver corridor, Ariando found it difficult to adapt to his current situation. The brain pain that would last for a few minutes disappeared, and the sticky feeling that prevented him from thinking also disappeared. Incomparably smooth, incomparably free. For the first time in 10,000 years, he felt free from any constraints. He was no longer a slave to the butcher's nail. A smile was fleeting. Ariando knew how horrible his appearance had become because of those scars, and he didn't want to scare the crew members he might meet. However, he walked here at full speed for half an hour and didn't see anyone. Ariando couldn't help but startle at the size of this ship. He asked the blue light above his head, the magic circle center, and the latter's answer made him completely incomprehensible. Star battleship. He muttered these 4 words, suddenly quickened his pace, and walked around the corner quickly. According to the guidance of the magic circle center, the foundry room is here. The black door is easy to identify, which is completely different from the surrounding silver metal. He came to the door, and when he was thinking about how to enter, a blue light emanated from the upper half of the door and scanned his whole body. A mechanical voice sounded, "Brother Ariando de Cario, welcome." There was a buzzing sound, and the door opened. He walked in barefoot. There were many metal racks inside. Some damaged power armors were placed on them, shrouded in blue light. His armor was hanging on one of the metal racks. Gaivaldaran stood beside him, obviously waiting for a long time. "What can I do for you?" Ariando asked coldly, walking to his armor and carefully examining this old friend who had been with him for 10,000 years. After the betrayal of the World Eaters, their blue and white paint was naturally abandoned by the traitors, and Ariando, as a loyalist, was also implicated. He also had to change the color that once represented his glory. Ariando chose to scrape off the paint himself to expose the original color of the metal, dull gray. This is the color of his armor. The surface is full of scratches, craters and countless small damages. Echoing himself, they have all been hurt, but they still stand strong in this universe. Now, he is healed, and so is his power armor. Come to see you, and tell you something. I don't need your reminder, Givadran. Ariando didn't even look at him. Even if you didn't betray, you disappeared from the battlefield at that time, and we couldn't find you. Captain Erlin gave you the task of guarding the passage on the right, and you failed to do so. You ignored all communication requests. Because I fainted. Fainted? Ariando sneered. What kind of attack can make you faint? You resisted the bombardment of the Thunder Eagle head-on, and when we dragged you out of the ground, you even had the leisure to joke. What can knock you out? Sergeant Givadran. Him. A cold word. Givadran closed his eyes. I wanted to stop him. I still remember the scene. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. 8 meters from here is where Randall stood. He was cut in half by that monster, and he was still chanting his name when he died. Over there is the Dr. Ben Rawls. We call him the Silent One. Remember? Because he never speaks. He charged at them and was shot in the head by plasma. This is Firehand Palo, the bastard. I watched him enter the Legion and watched him die. He was completely broken apart, and his flesh and blood splattered on my right eyepiece. I had to wipe off a piece of his residue and throw it on the ground, because I had to keep fighting. Givadran closed his eyes and commanded in the foundry room full of power armor. Like the conductor of an orchestra, he accurately told the location of each person and the way each person died, exactly, accurately and ruthlessly. 27 people, I remember them all, Givadran said. In the end it was me. They bought me time and allowed me to destroy the chip of the artillery so that they couldn't use it to bombard you. He laughed. I remember I rushed towards him, said nothing, shouted nothing, just charge. Enough. Ariando stopped him and gave Givadran a strong hug. Enough, Brother, I get it. I didn't betray me. I'm not a traitor. Givadrin was still muttering to himself. After 10,000 years, he has not forgotten it, and he will always remember it until he dies. The names of the dead accompanied him, and their faces and voices still lingered in Givadrin, like a mark. This mark kept reminding him, you still have unfinished business. There is also a 4K update. Chapter 411, the beginning of a conspiracy. He's on the right. Bang. No, no, on the left, on the left. Hit him with that damn cannon. Ah! A giant walked out of the darkness, holding several heads in his hands. He sneered at the gang leader who looked as pale as death. I'm here, where's your cannon? The mutant leader's lips trembled a few times, and he wanted to say something. Then Frank smashed his head with a punch. The head of his men was thrown on him, and the headless body, no, the body with several heads shook a few times and fell down. It rolled on the dirty ground and then stopped moving. Report to me, Bonavia. My lord, your signal is a bit vague. Did you run out of the mission site to kill other people again? Frank glanced at the gang leader who was unwilling to die. In the small shed not far behind him, several naked girls were hiding behind the thin iron sheet and looking at him tremblingly. He was silent for a moment. Yes, he rarely admitted this. Bring some clothes for the women, between 12 and 14 years old. Bring some nutrient solution. They are very thin. Did you save more people? Yes, come quickly, Bonavia. Frank hung up the call impatiently, and walked to the shed. They immediately hid behind the iron sheet, holding their breath. The perspective of the eyepiece allowed him to see them huddled behind and trembling. The Punisher took off his helmet, exhaled lightly, and adjusted his voice. Come out. He still sounded like a devil who killed people without blinking an eye. No one answered. Come out, he emphasized. 4 girls came out of the shed, timidly, but never raised their arms to cover their naked bodies. Frank looked away. Where are your clothes? He doesn't let us wear them. The girls looked at each other, and one of the older ones answered bravely, is it him? Frank pointed to the head of the mutant boss not far away. The girl who was speaking glanced at him, and suddenly nodded with hatred on her face. Are you going to make us do that too? What kind of thing? The girl gestured. Injections. He doesn't let us wear clothes, saying that it will destroy the effect of the injection. We have been captured by him, and several people have died. We have to be injected several times a day. Very good. Frank's expression did not change. He had been walking in the darkness of human nature for too long, and his body and mind had been soaked in these things. He would not easily show any emotions, except for one, the most basic and strongest kind of human, anger. What injection? What effect will it have? A yellow injection. After it is injected, it will make us feel sleepy. Another girl spoke, still with fear. Frank glanced at her and suddenly noticed her change color pupils. Are you a psychic? The girl looked at him blankly. Frank took a step back and swept his eyes across each of their faces. Are you all psychics? What is that, sir? Frank put on his helmet, flipped the armor on his right wrist, and activated the communicator again. Bonavia's slightly distorted voice came from his ear. My lord, what's the matter? The plan has changed, so there's no need to come. Take people to guard the exit on the bottom floor and don't allow anyone to leave. I'll bring them up. His words immediately alerted the female inquisitor. Frank heard the sound of bombs being loaded. What happened, my lord? These 4 children are all psychers. A mutant boss who was killed by me is using them for experiments. They were injected with a yellow injection and will feel drowsy. I will get some samples. You wait for me at the exit. Understood, my lord. Bonavia pressed the button, and the communicator on her wrist went off. The female inquisitor made a gesture, and a combat servant immediately came over. Order, take 4 mechanical servants. Guard the exit, and don't allow anyone to leave. Order accepted. The half-human, half-machine thing roared and stood at the exit behind them, with another 4 combat servants. An Astra Militarum standing behind the female inquisitor stepped forward and asked meticulously, Inquisitor, what happened? Something is wrong with what we received. The Lord found a mutant leader who was testing drugs on unregistered young psychics on the lower floor. Understood. Do I need to call for backup? Not yet. If possible, go and notify the guards on this floor and let them cheer up. The Astra Militarum silently saluted with an eagle, and then immediately led people to squeeze through the crowded crowd and ran on the dirty ground of the hive. Bonavia likes to deal with such people. They know what they should do, are smart enough, and have strong mobility, unlike those damn bureaucrats. One order can be delayed for half a year. She brought 30 Astra Militarum soldiers and 5 combat servants. Such an armed force should have been able to clean up the entire lower level of the hive, but the place they are now in is called Terra. The hive of Terra is different. God knows what is down there. Although Bonavia wanted to apply for more people, the people above refused to give in. Not long after, Frank came up with 4 girls wrapped in the rag. Needless to say, 2 Astra Militarum soldiers took them away immediately. The 4 girls would be strictly checked, because they were psychics. There might be other places to go, but no matter where, it was better than staying here. Wait. Frank called the soldier who wanted to leave in a low voice and took out an empty syringe from his waist. Take a few more people with you. Keep them on the ship for inspection. Keep them healthy, and keep this thing strictly. Yes, my lord. Frank turned his head and looked at Bonavia. Are you ready for the expedition? How should I know this, my lord? I'm just an inquisitor. You should ask His Royal Highness the Regent. The female inquisitor was startled by his question. The Punisher shook his head slightly without saying a word, and glanced behind him from the corner of his eye. The inquisitor immediately understood and took a step forward without leaving a trace. The next second, Frank turned around and fired a shot. The bolt roared, and the remaining Astra Militarum soldiers were not panicked at all, and immediately raised their rifles and fired with him. From the darkness of the descending entrance came a few screams of pain, and then the sound of something going away. After stopping a few Astra Militarum soldiers who wanted to chase, Frank stared at the thick darkness with scarlet eyepieces and said slowly, "We will return to the ship immediately." "What? But return to the ship immediately, Bonavia," Frank said seriously. "The whole thing is wrong. I must meet with Gilliman. This doesn't seem like a mission he would issue." "But, sir, there is nothing wrong with the document. When have you seen him be so careless and even let me kill people without investigating the surrounding environment?" Frank put away the bolter and asked calmly. The female inquisitor was speechless. The glory of Macragge. "I didn't issue a mission to you, Frank. I have been busy with a series of matters related to the expeditionary force these days." Gilliman frowned. "That's strange, because I have received a mission jointly marked by you and the Inquisition," Frank replied expressionlessly. As usual, he was doing dirty work, but this time he had official endorsement, which made him much more comfortable than before in the United States. Frank roamed the entire solar system. Hive gangs, mutants, psychers, chaos wizards, corrupt bureaucrats. He killed them all. While waiting for the expeditionary force to gather, he almost killed his way through the entire solar system. His identity was still a mystery, and any documents involving him were blurred. Only a few high-ranking officials and Bonavia were qualified to know who he was. "What form?" "The document. Very formal, in your handwriting." Frank took out a wrinkled parchment scroll from the belt around his waist and threw it over. Gilliman opened it and glanced at it roughly, his face becoming gloomier than ever before. Frank only needed to take a glance to know the answer to the question. It was nothing more than someone was behind it. But that was not the problem. The question is that person simply trying to gain political benefits through this method, or is he seeking something else? Moreover, the whole thing is full of doubts. Why would that mutant gang specialize in a drug that can make psychics feel drowsy? They are good at selling drugs, but they don't sell this kind of drug. Something went wrong in the Inquisition. After a few minutes, Gilliman, who had finished thinking, said a conclusion that he himself couldn't believe. The regent sat up straight, his fingers groped the armrests of the chair, and said his conjecture word by word. "It is not difficult to imitate my handwriting, and it is not difficult to obtain my logo. They have a lot of correspondence with me. The question is why? Why do they do this?" Gilliman stood up and paced in the room while speaking. "The task they gave you is to kill a gang leader. Does your helmet retain the image?" "Yes." Frank took the helmet aside and activated the image projection function. A terrified man was projected onto the floor of Gilliman's study, wailing, "Please, you killed everyone, not even my pets." Gilliman heard Frank. Frank at that time sneered, and then threw a whole piece of red skin on the man's face, and he began to scream, "Oh, my Rao! Why did you skin him? Because you, a bastard, have skinned many other people. I will not only skin your pets, but also yours." What happened next made Gilliman frown. He couldn't help but say to Frank with a kind of advice, "You really need to control your emotions, Frank." "I'm not angry." Frank hesitated for a while and added, "Not then." You skinned him, hung him up and threw him into a bucket of paint. Just a little bit. Let's skip that topic. Is there anything special about this man? Nothing special, the same scum. I've killed too many, and if I had to remember everyone's tragic childhood story, I wouldn't have to do anything else, Frank replied expressionlessly. Gilliman rubbed his brow. Well, there's nothing special about this scum. What about the 4 children mentioned in your report, being examined on your ship? Gilliman raised his voice. You brought them to my ship. Yeah, what's the matter? No, it's not your problem. Damn it. Gilliman almost rushed out of the room, followed by Frank. The two ran through the corridor, and Gilliman was still explaining to him. The commander of the Sisters of Silence, the Soulless Queen, is on my ship. She will participate in the Great Crusade, so she boarded the ship in advance. So? Damn it, Frank, have you read the historical records I gave you? No. We will talk about this issue later. In short, she is very sensitive to all psychers. Those 4 children must have been sensed by her. She may have gone to find them now. Will she kill them? Frank's voice became a little colder. No, but she is a Sister of Silence. Even contact will. Several screams and cries came from the front of them. Gilliman stopped and looked at Frank helplessly. Will make psychers feel sick, panic, and unable to use their powers. They ran into the infirmary. Several doctors stood aside. When they saw Gilliman, they saluted him. Gilliman waved his hand and motioned them to leave first. In the center of the room, a woman with her back to them was staring at the 4 unconscious girls in silence. Stay away from them. Frank's hand was already on the handle of the bolter, and Gilliman hurriedly stopped the reckless killer. At this time, the Soulless Queen also turned around. To be fair, she was actually very beautiful, but the weird hairstyle ruined everything. But no one cared about their appearance. The Sisters of Silence were called the Untouchables. They were walking human poisons for psychics and extremely uncomfortable for ordinary people. Good day, Miss Gensha Kohler. Gilliman greeted her meticulously, and the other party just nodded and then made a few gestures. No, he is not hostile, he is just a little impulsive. Frank still did not take his hand off the gun. Stay away from them. This is the ultimatum. The two looked at each other. Gensha Kohler looked at him, still silent, and after several minutes, after Gilliman left sweat, the Soulless Queen made concessions. She stepped aside and used the communication device on her armor to send a string of Or's code to Gilliman. The meaning of the code was simple. They can still use psychic powers against me. Gilliman's face twitched. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Attack. The Inquisition gave you this special tranquilizer. Yes, sir. Shenyan narrowed his eyes and stared at the transparent injection placed on the table by Arianto. He reached out and picked it up, put it in front of him and looked at it carefully, and asked casually, "How many times a day at most?" 5 injections, sir. Exceeding this number will cause some dangerous consequences. Several of our brothers overused this tranquilizer because they could not bear the sequelae of the butcher's nail, resulting in memory loss. Tranquilizer. Shenyan smiled intriguingly. Was this tranquilizer handed to you by a separate person? No, sir. We need to go to the Inquisition regularly to collect it according to the number of people. According to them, this tranquilizer was originally used to interrogate some dangerous prisoners. After learning about our problem, a pharmacist made improvements to it, and this tranquilizer was born. Arianto answered meticulously, without missing any details. He seemed to have firmly memorized all the details related to this matter in his mind. You seem to have expected this, brother. Yes, sir. Arianto nodded. The Inquisition sees us as some kind of consumables, using the conscription of planets and the clearing of charges to tempt us to be their test subjects and pioneers. I don't care about these, because we have no choice, but that doesn't mean I really have no feelings about it. I see. Shenyan said nothing more and let Ariando leave. He sat in the main control room, which was empty except for him, and the needle was hovering in his hand. The mage pressed the propeller of the needle, because it needed to fit the size of the Astartes. This thing was almost as long as a combat dagger, and the needle tip was also made of a special alloy. He stretched out a finger and gently stroked the needle tip, feeling the chill. He had roughly guessed what the person behind was thinking. Ariando guessed correctly. He and his brother were just test subjects, a small war group under the supervision of the Inquisition, and they were loyalists among the traitors. No one would care if they died, and it would end well. As for the tranquilizer, Shenyan glanced at the transparent liquid floating in the syringe, and the golden flame flashed on his palm and burned it out. It was not a tranquilizer, it was mixed with a small amount of psychic energy, and even the liquid itself was made by dark witchcraft. The effect is very simple. It can cleanse the memory unconsciously. If it is used for brainwashing, it should be very useful. Ariando's small war band has no psychics at all due to the butcher's nail. They can't contact any psychics, so naturally they have no way of noticing the small amount of psychic energy in the tranquilizer. The mastermind can use this to eat away at their brains bit by bit, which is really a good plan. But the problem is this the only warband in the whole empire that has mental problems? Moreover, are they the only ones who deal with the Inquisition? The face of a certain archangel flashed through Shenyan's mind, and he suddenly clenched his right fist. No, the situation should not have reached that point yet. Insil, he called. Far above the STC planet, the Iron Snake's chapter master suddenly raised his head. He heard a familiar voice. Inform Father Ligotinos that his research is coming to an end. The STC matter is no longer important. Let him prepare the existing research materials and take everything he can take away. We will leave immediately. We must set off back to Terra immediately. If the priest is unwilling, take him away by force. If he wants an explanation, tell him that this is my order. Yes, my lord. Insil did not ask anything, but nodded crisply. Madam, are you sure? This matter is of great importance. If it is true. Guilliman took a deep breath and stopped talking. The soulless queen nodded and continued to send a string of Ors code. This convenient language specially designed for the Sisters of Silence to allow them to communicate without speaking was quickly translated by the servo skull beside Guilliman. A line of words appeared on it. It is true. I swear on my name and surname. Each of them was able to use psychic power when facing me. Although it was only a little bit, it was indeed psychic power. Guilliman frowned. The souls of the sisters do not leave a projection in the warp, so they are immune to all psychic attacks. At the same time, they can make any psychic suffer and unable to mobilize any psychic power. To psychics, they are like a roaring abyss, not only absorbing psychic attacks directed at them, but also constantly interfering with the turbulence of the warp around them. Their bodies cannot be occupied, and their wills cannot be taken away. They can even make the Eldar and Orcs panic. According to the records of the Empire, more than one Orc army panicked and rioted when facing them, and even blinded them. Gensha Kohler sent another message. Your Highness, Regent, who found these 4 girls? Guilliman looked at Frank, who glanced at him expressionlessly, so the lady nodded. She strode to Frank. She was very tall, for mortals. Even with the support of power armor, she could only reach Frank's abdomen. The soulless queen stretched out a hand expressionlessly and placed it on Frank's chest armor. The Punisher looked down at her, turned his head and asked Guilliman, "What's wrong with this woman?" "Damn it, Frank, respect her." Guilliman's face twitched and he quickly stopped him. Fortunately, Gensha didn't care. She closed her eyes tightly, as if she was feeling something. After a moment, she let go of her hand. She took a step back and sent another message. He is fine, Your Highness the Regent. I apply to go with him. I need to go to the scene where he found the 4 children. Guilliman shook his head. No need, ma'am. I have already guessed where the problem is. What's more, they will not leave any tricks. The bottom of the hive is full of mixed people, and anyone could be their eyes and ears. I am afraid that they will start to clean up the scene as soon as our people leave. Going back now will only be a fruitless return, and we may even be ambushed. Ambush. Miss Kohler frowned slightly. The code was sent without emotion, but her face was filled with a murderous aura. She quickly pressed the button on her wrist armor. On this sacred terra, in his sight, someone dared to do such a blasphemous thing to his servants? Who is so bold? Please come to my study to discuss this issue in detail. Gilliman stopped talking about this matter. He called the pharmacists waiting outside the door and asked them to continue their inspection. Frank made way, stood aside, and called Bonavia again. "Where are you?" The female inquisitor's voice seemed a little distorted. "In the hangar, sir." "What's wrong?" "Where's our ship?" "I'm nearby." "Very good. Are the test results of the tube of injection out?" "It's out, sir." The communication was hung up. Gilliman's hearing allowed him to hear the entire conversation. At this time, he was looking at Frank seriously across the corridor of the infirmary. After all the pharmacists entered, he walked over and asked, "Are there any extra injections?" "No, only that one tube." "They actually infiltrated to this extent." "On my ship." "I'm afraid things are not that simple." Frank's intuition made him almost instinctively perceive some clues behind the scenes. His tone was so cold that it was almost emotionless. "They deliberately let us find out, Gilliman, from the issuance of that mission, to my habit of killing all the scum near the mission site. They knew I would find out about this, knew I would bring the 4 children back, and guessed that I would have someone check the injection," the Punisher said as he pulled out his bolter. Gilliman's pupils shrank slightly, and before he could say anything, the bolter fired 4 times in the infirmary. Blood splattered, and the bodies of the 4 girls were smeared on the ground. Everyone was stunned, but it didn't last long, because in the next second, a scarlet and twisted claw stretched out from the blood of the girls on the ground. The Punisher's expression was calm. He pushed away a pharmacist who wanted to fight the blasphemous thing with his bare hands, and the bolter began to roar continuously. "Go." With his back to Gilliman, he shouted, "Don't get in the way here, change into your armor, pick up your weapons and come back." A huge alarm sounded throughout Macragge, and roars and footsteps of speeding came from the corridor. Gilliman's eyes widened with anger. He saw the walls and the ground of the infirmary began to twist and deform, and the fluctuations of the warp continued to emerge from the bodies of the girls. A kind of tidal wave that made him feel sick and nauseous began to spread to the entire flagship little by little. Then, the door of the infirmary was open, but it was not his guards who came in, but a whole team of Slaanesh demons. He suddenly looked at the soulless queen, and the other party's expressionless face showed real shock at this time, but it did not last long. The lady took a step across a distance of several meters, and the power armor on her legs began to deform, and 2 sharp combat daggers protruded from the tail of her boots. She rushed into the Slaanesh demons without saying a word and started fighting. Gilliman followed closely, and then his pharmacist. They had no armor, no weapons, but they were the most deadly weapons, and now they were beside the Primarch. As for Frank, he was still pouring bullets into the scarlet claws. The firelight illuminated his face. The infirmary was infinitely stretched, and they fought in the wide space. Dash, attack alert, go to the infirmary, the Primarch is there. The glory of Macragge had not been so lively for a long time. The last time was the celebration ceremony held when the Primarch returned. At that time, the entire flagship was filled with joy and pride, but now, it was overflowing with anger. The Primarch was attacked. Right in front of them. Is the tragedy of 10,000 years ago going to happen again? Exclamation mark. The Ultramarines ran through the corridors without saying a word, with bolters, chainswords, power weapons, and so on. Even some dreadnoughts who had not fallen asleep began their own actions. Steve Rogers was the fastest among them. At the time of the incident, he was next to the infirmary. "Cyclius," he shouted to a warrior in front of him while running. The other party turned around, his face full of anxiety, but he did not slow down. Steve soon caught up with him. "What's going on?" "It's not clear, my lord, but there is an attack alarm from the medical room. The demon invasion Primarch is there." In a few minutes, they ran to the door of the medical room. Here, dozens of guards were fighting a group of Slaanesh demons that came from nowhere. They were in a bitter battle. The group of blasphemous creatures with snake tails were not only agile, but also had many pairs of arms, each holding a sword. They often only needed one continuous slash to force the guards to passively defend. Those alien blades flashed green light, and it was obvious that they were poisonous. At this time, they were in close combat, and there was no time to pull out the grenade launcher. When facing such an opponent, being careless is equivalent to losing your life. Demon. Seeing this, Cato Sicarius was furious, and the ancient precision plasma pistol in his hand immediately began to warm up and fired repeatedly. In the maximum output mode, he didn't care about the so-called overheating. His other hand had already started to swing his Telazarian storm blade. This deadly power sword rushed towards the Slaanesh demon as he charged. Steve stopped where he was. The chaotic and narrow battlefield did not make his judgment lose its due accuracy. The calmness brought by his military career made him immediately make the most correct judgment. He stretched out his right hand, and a shield without any paint condensed with golden light in his hand. "Follow my orders, Ultramarines." His voice echoed in the corridor, encouraging endlessly. "Stay close to me, form a defensive formation, don't mess up." He is the Primarch, how could he be in danger so easily? "Keep the formation and kill them." Oh, a commander who came out of nowhere? A Slaanesh demon slithered from the ceiling with a sinister smile, and the snake tail dripped with an ominous black liquid, corroding the ceiling with gorgeous carvings with a hissing sound. Steve looked at it gloomily, and suddenly threw the shield in his hand, which turned into a flaming sword in midair. The Slaanesh demon screamed, and the giant sword returned to Steve's hand. He raised his hands, and golden light shone on the giant sword, filling the entire corridor. Those who blocked his way would die, and those who looked directly at him would go blind. He roared, "Kill them all." More updates will be added tomorrow. In addition, if it is according to my expectations, Steve may be the strongest among the Primarchs after the transformation. He was operated on by the Emperor himself. Chapter 413 Above Terra. No one can stop it, and no one dares to stop it. With a rage, Steve swung the flaming sword in his hand. Psychic flames emanated from the sword, and they flew around in the air, clinging to the walls of the corridor as if they had self-awareness. It spread to the entire corridor at a very fast speed, and in an instant, this place became a burial ground for Slaanesh demons. "Devil!" He threw the flaming sword, and the two-handed giant sword turned into a ray of light. The golden deadly glow flickered in the corridor, and every flicker meant the death of a Slaanesh demon. However, this was far from enough, because more demons were coming out of the door of the medical room. The door seemed to have been contaminated by the warp, and the place behind the door was no longer where it was originally. The purple corrupt light flashed continuously, making Steve's anger even stronger. The instinctive hatred made his teeth tremble and made his mind clearer. "Sicarius, I'm here, sir." Steve raised his hand, and the flaming sword returned to his hand. The blade was still as bright as new, without a trace of blood. He raised the blade and pointed at the door. "Did you see it? Go find the chief think tank, now." "Plus no need, sir, I'm here." Plus with surging psychic lightning, Chief Think Tank Wariotoklas and 5 other subordinates rushed in, and the psychic communication instantly connected the brains of every brother present. Steve smiled and nodded at him. Then he jumped up suddenly. He jumped into the demons of Slaanesh without hesitation. Those creatures with various kinds of pale skin and disgusting mutant organs showed him a happy and malicious smile, and Steve also returned a bright smile. However, that smile looked extremely hideous against the background of the flames. The next second, he inserted the flaming sword into the ground and burst out with all his strength. A golden eagle appeared above the ground, and the flesh and blood of the demons fell off, revealing their pale bones. They screamed and rolled on the ground, feeling no pleasure, only pure pain. Steve sneered, drew his sword, and chopped off the head of the nearest demon. "Plus Varrier, come here." Plus my lord, please wait." Plus psychic communication was extremely convenient, and Steve continued to advance towards the door of the medical room. Wario and a group of think tanks were firmly protected by the guards led by Sicarius. Following behind him, a series of dangerous psychic spells were used at all costs in the corridor. The results were also amazing. Before long, There were only corpses left here. They killed faster than the demons ran out of the door. Gilliman and Frank are behind this door. Wario, find a way to open it. Please give me some time, my lord. The chief think tank's tone was flat, but beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He closed his eyes tightly, put his hands together, put his index fingers together and raised them, his body trembling slightly. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to do this, but among all the people present, only Wario was capable of doing this, and he knew it himself, until a hand came from nowhere and patted his shoulder. A coldness made Wario suddenly open his eyes. He saw a giant who seemed to be standing in the darkness nodded to him. The voice sounded as if it came from the world of the dead and made people feel cold all over. Let me do it. Clan, now is not the time to reminisce, Steve. Batman answered him coldly, and then put his palm against the door. He continued to go deeper, and the twisted surface of the door swallowed his hand up to his elbow. Batman did not turn his head and said in an imperative tone, "Stand back." Bang! He put his other hand heavily on the wall beside him and began to use it as a force, as if trying to pull something out of it. The cape behind him trembled constantly. Steve suddenly found that the air became heavy, and every breath he took into his lungs was no longer as smooth as usual. Batman roared, and the hand suddenly pulled out, and Robert Gilliman, who was covered in blood, was pulled out by him. However, his face was not very good. As soon as he stood firm, he began to run back anxiously, and even wanted to go back to the door. Batman stopped him, and Gilliman glared at him. "Let me go. I just rescued you." "They are still in there." Gilliman's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with white teeth. "Let me in." "No." Batman stared at his angry eyes and spat out a cold word. "You have to take charge of the situation, Robert Gilliman. Now, you are the only person in this huge and bloated empire who has the ability to directly influence its decision-making. You can't make any mistakes. Go back to your office, issue orders, and evacuate civilians." "What are you talking about?" A riot broke out on Terra. Batman suddenly roared at him. "Idiot, go to your office and check. I bet there are more than 1,000 letters requesting support sent to your personal terminal." Hearing this, Gilliman, who was overwhelmed by anger, immediately took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said sincerely, "I understand, Crane. Thank you. I was too emotional." He turned and strode away, stopping all the guards who wanted to follow him. "No, you don't have to follow me. You stay here and do your best to assist these two adults and make sure to rescue everyone in the medical room." Then, with uncontrollable anxiety, he approached Batman and Steve. "You must hurry. Frank can't get into trouble. There is a corn demon in there. There may be more than one. I saw several portals opened." Batman nodded, and only Steve looked strange. "Remember my name." Bang! The corn demon looked angrily at the human who didn't let it finish its words. The other party looked at it coldly, as if it was not looking at a living thing or a powerful demon, but something that had long been dead. This look made it furious, and the demon pulled out a huge sword burning with blood flames from the void. The huge and twisted horns on its head flashed red, and the huge corn symbol on top of it was made of human bones. It was full of the smell of blood, and it was huge, 6 meters tall. But Frank didn't even focus his eyes on the demon. He turned around and pulled the trigger, and the bolter was accurately sent into the right eye socket of a slain-ish seducer. The bolter exploded in its brain, blowing its head all over the place. Then, he retracted the bolter, and the hand suddenly raised up and hammered down from top to bottom. The head of another slain-ish demon who tried to approach was hammered into its chest. There was a cold smile on the face of the Punisher. Gilliman had just been dragged out, and he felt the psychic fluctuations of that clan samples. This is a good thing. Gilliman is not here, so he doesn't need to worry about him. After doing all this, he put the bolter back on the belt around his waist. The bullets were all used up. He switched his chainsword to his right hand, swinging it casually as he walked towards the corn demon. The Soulless Queen saw this from behind him and anxiously wanted to stop him, but she couldn't send the code to his armor. Frank blocked her in advance. To be more precise, he blocked all communication requests that might disturb him. "You are very courageous, human, and I appreciate that." The demon laughed wildly and opened its fanged mouth. Its voice sounded very close to an angry roar when it spoke. "Therefore, I will grant you death." "Shut your stinking mouth, demon bastard." Before the corn demon could react to his words, Frank almost rose from the ground in an instant, swung the sword with both hands, and the chainsword cruelly sawed its face. This was not over yet. He stepped on the face of the corn demon, and the long spikes of his boots extended and pierced into the flesh, firmly fixing him on the face of the demon. He began to stomp on its face repeatedly, still with that sneer on his face. "You damned bug!" The demon was almost mad with rage. It had slaughtered thousands of worlds, but had never been treated like this. It was not allowed to say its name, and even stepped on its face. It roared and shook its head, trying to throw Frank to the ground, but the long spikes that pierced its flesh were somehow so firm and terrifying. Frank's voice rang in its ears. "In battle, it is necessary to keep balance." With a sneer, he adjusted the jetpack behind him to the highest output. Under the reaction force, he forced the corn demon to the ground. He stepped on its face and swung the chainsaw sword again, like a butcher, and like a worker chopping trees. It was open and closed, without any so-called elegance, but the results were remarkable. The double horns on the top of the corn demon's head were chopped off by him in a twisted way. It let out a deafening roar of anger, but could not move. The jetpack and Frank's own power actually suppressed it. The demon's blood-red eyes began to burn. It couldn't stand such humiliation. "Don't move," Frank said softly in its ear, and then began to laugh wildly. The psychic power that he had not used much since he was transformed burst out at this time. A giant psychic hand emitting cold air emerged from the void and clenched into a fist. Frank jumped up and left its face that had been stepped on for a long time. The next second, the fist suddenly smashed down. "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed wildly and waved his fists. The corn demon withstood the first punch, the second, and the third punch. However, from the fourth punch, its eyeballs fell from its eye sockets, its skull began to deform, blood flowed out, and the skin on its entire head began to crack. It wanted to speak, but Frank didn't give it a chance. He laughed mockingly and threw another punch, and kept punching until the corn demon's head was beaten into a meat paste. This was the scene Batman and Steve saw when they entered from the medical room with the guards. Frank stood alone beside the body of the recently dead demon, which was still twitching slightly, covered in blood and with a satisfied smile. The soulless queen and the pharmacists who were covered in wounds stood behind him in amazement. "I knew he would be fine." Steve shook his head and whispered. Batman nodded imperceptibly, agreeing with him. "There are 2 more chapters. In addition, I am actually a little confused why so many readers in the book review section don't want me to write about Warhammer recently." Chapter 414. Above Terra. Gilliman ran back to his office and study. As expected, just as Batman said, thousands of different distress letters kept appearing on the display of the data terminal like snowflakes. Gilliman did not read them. He retrieved one of them, from Maximus Thorne. He was the current chapter master of the Imperial Fists. Without reading the letter, he directly initiated a communication with Maximus. The screen flickered, and Maximus Thorne, wearing armor and with an anxious face, appeared on his screen. "Lord Gilliman." Gilliman stopped Maximus, who wanted to perform the eagle salute. He was very glad that it was the heir of Dorne who was guarding Terra. He quickly said, "Now is not the time to worry about those etiquettes, Maximus. Can the Phalanx conduct orbital bombardment?" "Orbital bombardment, my lord. This is Terra." Maximus was horrified and almost scared to death by Gilliman. "Are you serious?" Gilliman replied gloomily, "That's only a last resort." "How many people do you have available?" "A total of 30,000 Lords Astartes on the Phalanx," Maximus answered cautiously. He knew that this was not in compliance with the Codex Astartes promulgated by Gilliman, but now was not the time to hide it. He could only tell the truth. Fortunately, Gilliman did not dwell on the number of people. He even nodded approvingly. "You have done a good job of keeping secrets. Mobilize the orbital defense system in my name. In addition, from now on, reject all orders and requests from the Inquisition. Reject their communication applications and be skeptical of any Inquisitor. Quickly send people to support the ground on Terra. We must never let what happened then happen again." Gilliman issued the order in a steady tone, but veins popped out on his forehead, and he was obviously furious. I will send 2,000 ultramarines to support you. You will be in full command of the defense of Terra this time. I believe in the descendants of Dorn. You are experts in defensive battles. He showed a fleeting and dangerous smile. There are tens of trillions of people on Terra, but the defense force is pitifully small in comparison. But I believe in the people of the Empire. They will never sit idly by. Take action, Maximus Thorn. Remember, make Dorn proud of you, and make the Empire proud of you. I will, my lord. Maximus Thorn took a deep breath and hung up the communication. Gilliman did not even look at the letter from the Inquisition. He stood up and shouted to the outside of the door, "Send Marius here. I have a mission for him." Shenyan woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes suddenly. A voice hovered in his mind, with deep sorrow. "Ah, Terra." The mage raised a hand calmly, and Angren and Fulgrim, who was still in the medical cabin, were teleported over. The two Primarchs stared at each other, and before Angren began to laugh at Fulgrim as usual, they heard Shenyan say calmly, "Terra is in trouble." Fulgrim kicked open the door of the medical cabin and sat up, all wet. His chest cavity had almost healed, but the scar had not completely disappeared. At this time, with his movement, the narrow scar was faintly cracking again. Shenyan glanced at him and threw a healing psychic light at him. Although it was not enough to fully recover him for the time being, it would not cause the wound to split open. "Is it true? Are you sure it's not a conspiracy of Tsinch?" Angren hugged his chest and began to show his grinning expression again. "Why do you have such an expression when you are thinking?" "Of course it's true," he said so himself. "In addition, he is not very satisfied with your belief that this is a conspiracy of Tsinch." Shenyan sighed. "At this speed, it will take at least a week for us to reach Terra." "He is here?" Angren straightened his back suddenly. "Just pretend he doesn't exist. Let's get on with business." Shenyan waved his hand. "Is there any way to speed up?" Fulgrim asked, panting. The medical fluid still accumulated in his throat, but Phoenix didn't care so much, breathing in fresh air in big gulps, trying to adapt his lungs that had not breathed normally for a long time. "It's already the maximum speed." Shenyan shook his head. "Unless we travel through the warp again, I bet there are more than a dozen siege demons waiting for us." Fulgrim's brain was obviously much better than Angren's, and he quickly thought of another way. "Do you have a way to teleport me or this idiot directly to Terra?" Angren glanced at him and said nothing, deciding to settle the score with him later. "I would like to do it, but I can't," Shenyan explained. "I have to go to Terra before I can teleport you there." "What should I do then?" Angren said anxiously. 1 week. God knows what kind of trouble will happen during this time. That's Terra, although the world is different, but there must be countless evils suppressed under the palace. Although your guess is correct, there is no need to be too pessimistic, Angren. The wizard calmed down. Rogaldorn's descendants and Gilliman are on Terra, and the two flagships, the Phalanx and Macrag's Glory, are floating above Terra's orbit right now. What's more, there are 3 new Primarchs. Believe in them. Angren ignored the incredible words of Rogaldorn and Gilliman guarding Terra. In his world, these two were traitors, and his eyes widened. 3 new Primarchs? The same was true for Fulgrim. He almost lay back in the medical bay again. 3 new Primarchs? The old man has been sitting in that chair for 10,000 years. Is he just acting like a teenager or something? This blasphemous thought was soon punished. Shenyan glanced at him and suddenly punched the Phoenix in the face with psychic power. The force was so great that Fulgrim's entire upper body fell backwards. "It was not my initiative. Someone asked me to do it." Fulgrim rubbed his right cheek and said sullenly, "It's okay, but you have to explain to us what the 3 new Primarchs are like. I come from another world, so I found some helpers from other worlds." The wizard spread his hands. "Is it simple and easy to understand? This is the situation. Now is not the time to tell stories. Can you trust it?" Fulgrim knew that it was not the right time to tell stories, so he simply asked the most critical question. The Phoenix of Chemos was full of doubts at this time. His doubts were quite legitimate and well-founded. After all, he had seen too many betrayals and corruption. Some of them made him feel incredible when he thought about them now. How could they be corrupted? Then, he thought of himself and felt relieved. The Chaos God's corruption of humanity is everywhere. Although they are the primarchs, they are not immune to this. Temptation follows us everywhere. Everyone has desires. Who can really be pure and free from desires? He himself has fallen, so how can he trust others he has never met? Facing his doubts, Shenyan smiled. You can rest assured about this, Fulgrim. His smile was impeccable. They are absolutely loyal. Before I betrayed, I thought so too. Who knows what kind of conspiracy they will weave? Everything will go according to their wishes. When the whole world is tempting you, can they really remain loyal? Fulgrim refuted him bluntly, even using himself as an example, which made Angren look at him in surprise. Then he nodded in agreement. I'm skeptical. I've never met them, so I don't know what kind of people they are. You can discuss the question of loyalty after you meet. I believe they will give you an answer that satisfies both of you. But now, you two must listen to me carefully. Shenyan interrupted their discussion. He raised a finger seriously, and a golden flame flashed on it. I'm going to make a little attempt. When he said this, he specifically glanced at Angren, and the Lord of Red Sand's jaw muscles tightened for a moment. Every time Shenyan mentioned a small attempt, it would bring him a big surprise. No, it would be more appropriate to say shock. What do you want to do this time? Angren asked. Possession. Shenyan closed his eyes, put his index fingers together, and put them close to his temple. The traditional art reappeared in the light of day again, and the teeth-grinding creaking sound rang out in the main control room. Angren and Fulgrim watched this scene solemnly. Although they didn't understand what the wizard was doing, they could tell something from his painful expression. Listen, I will separate half of my soul and leave it on the vengeance. This half of my soul without consciousness will continue to process various information for the vengeance and act as a server. My body will also remain on the vengeance, but it will only be a body. He pulled out half of his soul while explaining to Angren and Fulgrim. The expressions of both of them were not very good. Especially Angren. He closed his mouth tightly and his lips trembled. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. Finally, he could no longer bear it and roared, "Are you crazy? I have always been like this." The wizard answered him calmly, and the pain did not affect his stable hands in the action of continuing to cast spells. Listen to me. The most important thing is that the half of my soul-carrying personality and memory will go to Terra via the Star Torch and find someone to possess. In this way, I can appear directly on the battlefield. During the process, some incomprehensible phenomena may appear in my body, the vengeance, and even the surrounding space. Don't worry. He opened his eyes. His face was pale, but the flames in his eyes burned more vigorously than ever. When the situation is critical, you only need to call my name, and I will return. There is one more update, which will be written in the evening when I go out to practice driving. Chapter 415. Above Terra. Drifting in the subspace with only half of his soul is definitely not a particularly good experience, even for Shenyan. However, although the total amount of his soul has decreased, the strength has not decreased. He only needs to find a suitable carrier to complete the possession immediately. He had to admit that the spells sold by the necromancers in the White Tower were indeed useful. It could even be said to be extremely useful. This kind of behavior that is shocking to other mages is commonplace and accustomed to them. I don't know how many necromancers will choose to change the body of a race after getting used to it. As for the means of change, it depends on their moral level. Some people choose to extract a little flesh and blood to make their own, and some people like to take over the body and play some unspeakable games. As for Shenyan, he did not intend to completely take away the body of the possessed person, so he needed a carrier with suitable strength and firm will, so that his soul would not completely wipe out his mind. After thinking about it, it seems that only the Imperial Guards are suitable. Terra, the palace. The Imperial Guards came and went, but they did not have the slightest intention of leaving. This was true even though the outside world was in complete chaos. After all, for them, the Emperor was the only one they were loyal to. As for protecting others, it was not their duty. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Trajan Valorous, half knelt under the golden throne. He could not kneel, as he knew that the Emperor did not care about these things, but he did. The man on the throne sighed. His broken vocal cords could no longer make any sound. Trajan knew this, but he did hear a sigh, following closely, a cold word uttered by the psychic vibration of the air. He still did it. Trajan, his lord, said, "I need you, only death is the way." The commander of the Imperial Guards replied immediately, "This mission does not require your death. Stand up and raise your head." "Trajan, he is here." The commander of the Imperial Guard stood up as he was told and raised his head solemnly. The dark space above the golden throne was now illuminated. A figure made of pure golden light condensed from the emperor's side. He stood barefoot on the ground, with a pair of huge wings made of light behind him. "You are in a bad situation," he said in a disembodied voice. "I know. Do what you should do. Never take such risks in the future. Stand up from your chair before you stop me." The figure said something that Trajan thought was treasonous, but the emperor was not displeased at all, and even simulated a monotonous laugh with his psychic power. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you can do this, sooner or later," the man said firmly, then turned his head and looked at Trajan. His face was blurred, only a pair of eyes were extremely solid, and those were golden eyes that seemed to burn like flames. "Is this the carrier you prepared for me? Only he can do it. We will know after a try. Get ready, guards." Trajan immediately gritted his teeth and prepared to accept the upcoming impact. But there was only a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. That's all. Trajan thought this was the end, but he never thought that this was just the beginning. He felt a sharp pain in his head, so severe that even the commander of the Imperial Guards immediately fell to his knees. His specially made, finely crafted Imperial Guards armor began to crack inch by inch, and golden light shone through his body. In the trance of pain, Trajan could no longer bear it, and he screamed, and the armor also shattered. All his internal organs and bones were clearly illuminated by the golden light that shone through his skin, and the golden light filled the entire hall. The smell of special incense was still strong, and several mechanical servants floated above their heads, silently recording everything. 5 minutes later, Trajan fell silent. He stood up naked, standing in the debris, blood and sweat rolling down his cracked skin. The golden light was no longer so dazzling, and it flickered gently with his breathing. Trajan heard a voice echoing in his heart, "Not bad, beyond my expectations. Also, I'm sorry about your armor." He saw his hands raise up uncontrollably and snap his fingers. The fragments that had been shattered on the ground floated up by themselves, as if they had become magnets attracting each other, approaching Trajan's body and fitting together perfectly. It was exactly the same as his previous power armor, as if it had never been damaged. 3 days at most. His body can't bear it for too long. When necessary, I will still use my soul to draw psychic energy alone. Trajan heard a strange voice rising from his throat, and his vocal cords vibrated. Then, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and it was almost covered with blue light in an instant. The next second, he appeared above Terra. Blood. A corn bloodletter howled and pounced on a group of mortal soldiers. They bravely fought back with their rifles, but the bloodletter only used a simple swing of the great sword in his hand to cut them all in half. The blood stained the ground red, and it licked the blood on the blade with satisfaction with its narrow tongue that hung down to its chest. It was not satisfied with this. Blood. Burn everything. Behind it, there were many similar scenes happening. Countless demon armies poured out from the Nest City, from the bottom to the top of Holy Terra, except for the palace. There was no place that was not attacked by these things. Countless people died screaming at this time, and the roar of resistance was heard at the same time, but it was all a drop in the bucket. It takes time for the defense force to arrive at the scene, just like it takes time for firefighters to arrive at the scene of the fire. The current situation in Terra is like a huge fire scene, with fires everywhere. There are firefighters, but how many are there? The bloodletter continued to move forward. It broke away from the infantry team composed of bloodletters like it, greedily looking for innocent people. It needed more blood. Then, a feather of light fell from the sky. The bloodletter stared at the feather of light, and the boiling desire for killing and blood in his heart was calmed down. It threw away the hell blade in his hand like an idiot and touched the feather of light. Starting from the fingertips that touched the feathers of light, the flames climbed up, the skin broke, blood gushed out, and the bloodletter began to scream. It was burned into a pool of debris, flying in the wind. The debris flew over the tall buildings, flew over the bridges that connected the high-rise nests, were covered with statues, and were crowded with refugees, flying across the entire Terra, all the way to the sky. Flying in front of Trajan, he saw himself stretching out a hand and gently touching the debris with his fingertips. It's not enough, do you think, Trajan? Are you satisfied with this number? Not enough, sir, Trajan said respectfully in his heart, but with a hint of hatred. He laughed lowly. Yes, of course it's not enough, but I have to make it clear in advance. Trajan, you may have unhealable injuries after this is over, and you may not be able to walk normally. Even so, are you willing? Only death is the goal, sir. Very good. Trajan saw himself raise his hands, suddenly clenched his fists, and felt a certain pulling feeling on his shoulder blades. He began to fly upwards, always upwards, and then he saw a rain. We will rain down destruction, Trajan, and the people of Holy Terra will be reborn in this reign of destruction. Don't be afraid. A child imitated what he heard a soldier tell him 10 minutes ago. He seemed to find it interesting and just kept repeating, stay here. He was surrounded by refugees, some of whom were naked, while others had a large entourage to frame a large open space for them. Some were crying, some were praying, some were trembling, and some were furious at the demons killing wantonly under the bridge, and wanted to take up arms and join the defense. But what about this child? This child knew nothing. He just raised his head and looked up at the sky of Terra, and then continued to imitate the words of the soldier who might have died. Stay here. It might be a few years later that he would understand that the soldier took him out of his dead mother's arms. But now, he was just a child. He looked at the dim sky, and his pupils suddenly reflected a golden glow. This young child, who may never understand what happened today, jumped up happily, pointing at the sky and cheering. He didn't know what this was, but he simply thought it was interesting. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, he shouted, pointing at the sky and cheering. So, starting with him, people began to look up, and they saw that the sky of Terra, which had long lost its soil, had serious air pollution, and had not rained for many years, was actually falling golden raindrops. They didn't know what this was, and their faces were as confused as the child's, until a man in a robe who looked like a bachelor began to shout, I've seen it in a book. This is rain. Rain? What is rain? They looked at each other, and saw their own reflections and golden spots in each other's eyes. Raindrops fell from the sky and covered them. In an instant, the roars and shouts of the demons seemed to stop, leaving only silence. The world seemed to have stopped. A second later, they heard the demons screaming. A defense soldier stood there in a daze, and he took off his helmet and threw it on the ground. The light blue pupils reflected the gold in the sky. A golden figure stood in the sky. Starting from him, golden raindrops streaked across the sky. The soldier stretched out his hand and caught one. The golden light melted in his palm. Courage surged from his heart. For Holy Terra, he heard the roars of others, and the soldier joined them. The counterattack starts now. I had a meal. A little late. Chapter 416. Above Terra, the overall damage to the Hive City is estimated to be 34%. A high-rise building near the palace has a subspace portal in the middle. The building may collapse at any time. Gilliman listened to the servo skull's emotionless narration with a gloomy face. He specifically asked it to tell him these things, so that I can think calmly. Now it seems that he may have failed. He couldn't calm down. 10,000 years have passed since the siege of Terra. Time has smoothed out many things. The scars left by the war on Terra have disappeared. The Hive City was built from the bottom up, layer by layer. Various crisscrossing giant bridges and the statues on them blocked the few skies of the people at the bottom. If a building collapses now, I have vowed to protect them. Gilliman gritted his teeth. The servo skull couldn't understand his emotions, so he continued. The demons that have appeared in various places on Terra are all corn demons. No witnesses have reported the appearance of the great demon. Most of them are low-level bloodletting demons. No demon engines have been detected. In addition, Chapter Master Marius has arrived on the ground. The Primarch's superhuman brain was working quickly. In addition to the servo skull, there was also a huge sand table in front of him, which was made of cutting-edge technology and was displaying the basic situation of various places on Terra in real time. Although it was not very accurate, it was much better than remote sensing mapping. He stared at the sand table, and the iconic buildings of Terra were all on it. There were countless hive cities between those majestic buildings that spanned the continental plates. The resistance was very tenacious, from the headquarters of the Inquisition in Antarctica to the headquarters of the Ecclesiarchy in southern Australia. Wars were taking place everywhere. The entire planet was caught in the flames of war. Guilliman's fingers were trembling slightly. He knew that if he wanted to end the war quickly, he would have to use heavy firepower. Terra's defense force was extremely strict. According to the intelligence he had obtained, there are 2 Titan legions stationed on Terra, one of which, called Fire B, even has an Emperor-class Titan. This level of killing weapon can certainly kill all those demons. But the problem is, are you going to use this weapon in the city? Guilliman knows very well where his talents lie. He is a brilliant politician, extremely good at governing the country, diplomacy, technological development and other related affairs. But war is not one of them. Among his brothers, his ability to command operations can be said to be the last. Not to mention such a crucial battle. I am hesitant, and Guilliman himself is even aware of this. Using a series of heavy firepower such as infantry fighting tanks and gunboats means that civilians will be killed and injured in large numbers, but they will gain an advantage at this stage. Moreover, when those high-level demons step out of the portal and step onto Terra with that evil joy, they will taste the taste of artillery fire, using countless lives to exchange for victory in the war. For some people he knows, this seems to be a question that does not need to be thought about. But for Guilliman, this issue is not just about victory or failure. He wants to abandon the remaining morality in human nature and exile himself to become a beast. Robert Guilliman suddenly realized one thing. After all, he was not a good general. He couldn't be cruel. If a person wants to win a war, he must give up something. And Guilliman doesn't want to give up anything, neither his humanity nor the innocent people. The servo skull interrupted his thoughts. This transformation machine that didn't know how to retreat or read people's expressions hummed and fell to the ground. It trembled violently on the ground, and sparks kept coming out from inside. Parts jumped out from inside, and oil leaked all over the ground. But it continued its duties. The skull opened its jaw, and a staccato voice came out from it. New message received. After saying this, it completely ended its mission with a bang. Although it didn't die of old age, it was understandable. Guilliman walked closer, frowning at the thing. Before he could check what happened, the door of the study was pushed open. Cato Sicarius stood outside the door, his expression more excited than ever before. Prime Arch. He has brought down a miracle. Guilliman, who has always been extremely sensitive and disgusted with religious words, glanced at his second captain and said nothing more. He knew that Sicarius must have seen something that shocked him so much that he said the word miracle in front of him. At this moment, the sand table made of cutting-edge technology behind him also exploded with a bang, and fragments fell to the ground. Cutting-edge technology. What happened? Guilliman asked calmly without even bothering to turn his head. Sicarius was speechless, but just kept gesticulating, as if he had suddenly lost the ability to speak. His face, which only showed some expression when fighting, now looked quite funny because of the excessive emotional expression, and Guilliman suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. He pushed aside Sicarius, who was still gesturing, and walked quickly through the corridor filled with his paintings and statues, and came to the porthole closest to him. Leaning against the porthole, Guilliman looked down, and the Prime Arch's eyes were filled with golden light. Perhaps, in the distant second millennium, on Terra, a planet called Earth, where there was still soil, plants and oceans, people could still see such a scene. At that time, the azure oceans surrounded several major continental plates. Standing where he was, it was an entire azure planet, extremely beautiful. Sadly, Guilliman had only seen that appearance in a few words in some tomes and a few rare paintings, but not now. What Robert Guilliman saw now was a golden ocean, from the upper floors of the hive city to the bottom of the mouth. From the palace in the Himalayas to the remote and uninhabited Antarctica, from the hands of a dying soldier lying on the ground to the burning body of a demon, Robert Guilliman saw it all, without missing a single thing. He was silent for a long, long time, a very long time. Sicarius stood behind his Gene father, looking at his back, and noticed that his shoulders were shaking slightly. Miracle. He turned his back to Sicarius, and there was nothing in his tone. Yes, Sicarius, you are right. This is a miracle. Robert Gilman finally turned his head, and the golden light still shone on half of his face. Sicarius suddenly realized that he was smiling. He should have noticed this a long time ago, but he couldn't believe it. His father, their father, the man who had been worried since his resurrection, finally smiled gently at this time. His eyebrows became younger, and the corners of his mouth that were always downward could not help but rise at this time. The left eye near the porthole was still golden. Sicarius heard his voice, heavy, but relieved. I think we don't have to abandon our humanity, Sicarius. We swore to be the protectors of humanity, and this oath will never be abandoned. Calling all the regiments, go. Sicarius, his eyes seemed to burn with golden fireworks. Show the people of the Empire how strong our oath is. Imperial Sanctuary. This is the core of the palace, the throne room, which houses the huge golden throne and the body of the emperor. It is guarded by 300 selected guards. Only the elite of the elite can be given this responsibility. At this moment, the skinny right index finger of the body on the throne seemed to tremble slightly. This subtle movement did not hide the eyes of the guards. A guard carefully came to the side of the golden throne, and after praying dozens of times, he raised his head and looked at the tortured body of the emperor. His eyes were filled with tears. How much this great man has sacrificed for the empire. One look at it. His once majestic body is now so skinny that it is an exaggeration to call it a mummy. Withered white hair, only a few strands of hair were left scattered on the protruding forehead. The ribs protruded like twigs of trees that fell to the ground, as if they would break with just a slight touch. His chest barely rose and fell, almost. He was still breathing tenaciously, but not for himself, but for the future of all mankind. For this, he was willing to endure torture for 10,000 years. The guard looked at his master, and then saw his index finger tremble again. The psychic energy began to vibrate. Ah, it's you, Raldolph. The guard immediately lowered his head. Master, how long have I slept? 3 hours, master. Not bad. A long lost sleep. He did well, right? The master's false voice, constructed by psychic energy, was completely different from his own voice, cold and ruthless. But the guard was still happy about it. Yes, my lord. He was just like the guard was not good at speaking, and his throat was choked at this time, not knowing how to start. I won't embarrass you, Raldolph. If I ask you to come up with a suitable word to describe what he did, I should wait a long time. However, I can't stay awake for too long. The pain is gnawing at me, and the darkness is getting closer and closer. The guard lowered his head, not knowing how to answer. But his lord didn't expect him to answer anything. He just used his psychic energy to shake the air and said some words that he had been holding back for too long. I used to treat them as tools, Raldolph. I know it's wrong, but I have to. They are the product of a deal, and the greatest weakness of mankind is emotion. If I want to be the leader of a race that spans the stars and has countless people, I must abandon these emotions. Only in this way can I abandon them without any emotion. I did so before, but later, I found that I was wrong. I lost myself in the long calculations and wars. The most precious thing of mankind is actually these emotions. The man who was once the emperor sighed. Emotions drive us, courage bursts out in adversity, and miracles are born in despair. Moreover, many of them did regard me as a father, but I did not give them the due response. It's actually my fault that I have fallen to this point. The guards listened quietly. He knew that the emperor did not need anyone's sympathy. Strictly speaking, he was just talking to himself. The most ironic point is here, Raldolph. He has proved to me again and again that emotions have brought so much to mankind. What I once abandoned has brought a brand new future to the empire. The man on the throne stopped talking, and his fingers stopped trembling. The imperial guard lowered his head and left his master step by step. The monotonous dripping sounds of various instruments still echoed in the throne room. A person who should have died was still lingering, but not for himself. Raldolph let the tears flow across his face. Pain, pride, joy. His perception of his body and the complex emotions in his heart were intertwined at this moment. Trajan felt that he had no regrets in dying now. But the other person in his body didn't think so. Shenyan swallowed a mouthful of blood, and the glowing wings behind him dimmed a lot. There was a burning pain in his shoulder blade, to be precise. There was no part of this body that didn't hurt. Even the commander of the Imperial Guards had limited physical strength. The fact that he didn't die immediately under such a huge amount of psychic energy was the result of Shenyan's efforts to protect him. He pursed his lips, wiped the golden blood from the corners of his mouth, and said with a low laugh, "No regrets in death, Trajan. The work is not over yet." He waved his wings again. "No, maybe I should say it another way." Trajan's vision was magnified. The new nest that had been washed by the glow was now flooded with more enemies, from corn demons to chaos warbands, and even huge demon engines. He immediately put away his short-sighted pride, and worry filled his heart in an instant. "The war has just begun, Trajan. Let's continue." The familiar pain came again, wave after wave, and it seemed to never stop. Trajan wanted to grit his teeth to survive this unbearable and glorious torture, but he couldn't control his body, and the person who was using his body as a weapon turned a blind eye to it. Trajan felt incredible about this. He knew that the other party was suffering the same feeling. "Don't be surprised. I'm used to pain. Let me tell you a little trick, Trajan." He smiled and said, "When you are in unbearable pain, think about your enemies. They will be in more pain than you and will be in excruciating pain." The golden glow disappeared for a moment, replaced by flames that covered the entire sky. Trajan did as he was told, and he immediately felt a burst of cold joy. The other party was not lying. This really could suppress the pain. Skin and bones, chop off heads, and cut off ribs. For every person they kill, I will ask them to pay 10 times back. Aren't the demons of Khorne the most thirsty for blood? Trajan heard him whisper, "Let us paint the land of Terra with their blood." More updates tomorrow. I want to write about the last Luna Wolf. Chapter 417. Above Terra, the seemingly endless sound of the alarm echoed in the giant's ears, interrupting his normal attempt at meditation. He was not wearing armor, and his upper body was naked. A pair of rough and old linen breeches and a pair of cloth shoes. That was all the clothes he had. His body was covered with various horrible scars, bruise, cut, burn, and some bullet holes. The most eye-catching one was probably the burn on his back, which covered his entire back. From the slightly slow movement when he stood up, it was obvious that these seemingly healed scars were not really like that. His expression was cold, and his face was hidden in the darkness. With that expression, he looked like a giant wolf living alone. In fact, he was. The giant pushed open the door of the shack where he had lived for 55 years. He had originally planned to move to another place after a while. However, the alarm that sounded throughout the Hive City obviously ruined his plan. When he walked out of the door, he saw a crazy scene. The lower level of the Hive City was not stable, but it was rare for such things to happen. The smell of blood wafted into his nostrils, along with a familiar smell of sulfur. He squinted his eyes and stared at the people running past him. Among them were civilians in tattered clothes, gangsters with tattoos all over their bodies and bulging waists. There were also some strange mutants, and even some suspicious people in black robes mixed in the crowd. Screams came one after another, and he seemed to have come to another world in an instant, a world he was familiar with. The screams never stopped, and people seemed to have seen nightmares and ghosts. What could make these people living in the lower level hive so scared? The solitary wolf looked back, and the fire was soaring into the sky. The lower level trading square not far from his residence was dyed into hell by a group of demons laughing wildly, and blood was smeared on the ground. The familiar sight of headless corpses and disemboweled corpses. His heart ached for a moment, and then hatred and anger surged in his heart. He returned to the house and pulled out a solid iron rod from behind the door. The giant began to walk towards hell, or perhaps it should be called marching. His steps were steady and fast. One hand held the iron rod in front of him, and the other hand was at his waist. It was obvious that this was a habit he had left in the past. He separated the crowd running towards him. Starting from him, the people who were fleeing in fear were divided into two teams. They looked at the giant with confusion and doubt, watching him walk towards hell without looking back. Like a reef splitting the waves, the giant stood silently in front of the square, and the crowd became sparse. Several bloodletting demons were still indulging in blood in the square. They didn't care about the people who escaped, but just wanted to kill the remaining people here. The giant retreated with his right leg, exerted force on his waist, and threw the iron rod with his right hand. The thing that was far from being a weapon made a sharp explosion in the air. A bloodletting demon was nailed to the ground by him with this iron rod. Half of its skull was pierced and its hideous jaw was cracked. The iron rod sank deeply into the ground. The filthy blood of the bloodletting demon and the blasphemous aura around it had twisted this mortal into a weird angle. But it had completed the mission it was thrown for. He jumped up and landed lightly, unarmed, but he himself was the most deadly weapon. He swung his right fist and accurately hit a bloodletter's throat. The abominable creature obviously had not yet realized the fact that it was dead. It grumbled, and its unpleasant eyes were still full of desire for blood. It took a few steps. It fell to the ground with a bang. The giant began a killing spree. His efficiency in killing these monsters was not much lower than that of the bloodletters killing those civilians. He didn't even have a weapon or armor. The blood of the demons sprayed on him, and the burning pain made him frown slightly. 5 minutes later, he stood up. His fists were still slowly dripping dirty and smelly blood, and the twisted bodies of the bloodletters were lying behind him. No sound. But he knew that things were far from over. The giant raised his head and looked at the dim and lightless sky of the lower nest, which was actually the ceiling of the upper level. His superior hearing made him understand that this was not an accidental incident where a cult in the lower levels of the hive summoned demons. It was a real demon invasion covering the entire hive. "I can't stay out of it. Hold the outer wall for Holy Terra." The captain's roar exploded in the communication channel, with unquestionable determination and anger. A member of the Lucifer Black Guard, the young Litosis, wielded the crackling power sword in his hand and stabbed a low-level demon that climbed up the wall. The damn thing smiled at him before it died, which made Litosis feel an indescribable strange emotion in his heart. He knew very well that it was definitely not joy. Litosis watched its corpse fall down and smashed into a meat paste on the ground like its equally hateful counterparts. He was suddenly filled with anger in his heart. These damn things! How dare they defile this sacred ground with their own blood? The battle has been going on for some time, and these demons pouring out of the hive are trying to enter the palace. They were completely delusional. Litosis swore to the Emperor that unless all the Lucifer Blackguards died today, no demon would be able to pass through the outer wall they were guarding. "We need support in the west." Repeat, "We need support, west!" He was not far from the western wall. Litosis looked back. His pupils shrank sharply. His full coverage helmet had a zoom function installed inside, which allowed him to clearly see what kind of tragedy had happened on the western wall. A demon that was different from the other bloodletting demons waved the hideous and twisted blade in his hand and killed all the soldiers within 5 meters. Their cut bodies flew in the air, and the monster's body was covered with blood and internal organs. It roared with enjoyment, and a long tongue spit out from its ugly, toothy mouth, sucking blood from the ground. Sadness, anger. But Litosis did not let these emotions affect his subsequent judgment. Without any hesitation, he immediately took off the cluster grenade from his waist, removed the safety, pressed the 3 seconds button, and threw it out fiercely. His training did not let him down. The cluster grenade drew a perfect parabola and landed on the western wall. The once spotless and luxurious golden wall was now covered with the blood and corpses of the defenders. The cluster grenade exploded a second later, and the flames engulfed the body of the demon. Litosis heard a scream, and he quickly looked back at the bottom of the wall. Good. They still had some time to climb to the dangerous distance. So he pulled out the grenade rifle from his waist and began to fire in the direction of the scream. Several other soldiers did the same as him. The demon fell off the wall with a scream, and Litosis hoped that it would die without a complete body. The young soldier cursed fiercely, and the voice of the company commander sounded again in the communication channel. "Pay attention to the western wall. Third row, send 20 people to the western wall. Hold on, brothers. He is watching us. He is in the palace. We must defend the wall. This is Holy Terra." "You don't need to tell us, Captain. We all know this. The light train has not been over for long. Lytosis shifted the muzzle of the gun and continued to pull the trigger. The firepower of the grenade launcher is very deadly. Even the caliber they use is enough to blast a huge bloody hole in the bodies of these demons. They roared unwillingly on the ground, and Lytosis looked at them with a sneer and made an insulting gesture. At this moment, a strange voice came into their communication channel. It sounded cold and rough, like two stones rubbing against each other. This is the first company of the Imperial Fists. We are about to advance from Lion Gate Starport to the Imperial Palace. You all heard it, boys. Hold your ground. His angels are coming. Lysander listened to the higher of the captain of the Lucifer Blackguard in the communication channel and nodded approvingly. He is the captain of the first company of the Imperial Fists. The first company is also known as the Emperor's Shield. This glorious title is earned by themselves. No one raised any objections to this. In other words, the first company is full of elites. Captain, do you want to use the Terminator armor? The technical sergeant asked in a muffled voice in their internal communication channel, and the screams of several demons came from him. No, we have to travel light and rush to the outer wall of the Imperial Palace as quickly as possible. The situation there is not optimistic. Lysander rejected him without hesitation. If it were anyone else, they would probably agree to use the Terminator armor, but Lysander was different. He had learned from countless lessons the dangers of conceit and the need for caution and modesty. Therefore, he possessed a rare flexibility among the sons of Dorn, and would never kill all the enemies along the way just to show his strength. But, Captain, there are still many Imperial civilians along the way who are being attacked by them. The technical sergeant still hadn't given up the idea of using the Terminator, but Lysander had lost interest in explaining. With a click, he fastened his belt and put on his helmet. A more terrifying voice sounded in the ears of the technical sergeant. Are the other Imperial troops just eating dry food? Do you think the Ultramarines and those brave Astra Militarum can't deal with these damn things? He said sternly, while raising his power sword and pointing at the Trinese night mech that was fighting and killing enemies in the distance. The pursuit of honor has a limit. Killing all enemies will not add to your glory. Completing the mission is the first priority. Now, the entire company marches forward. We must rush to the outer wall as quickly as possible. There is another 4K update being coded. Let me talk about the updates in the past 2 days. It is the author's birthday tomorrow and he will be out for a day, so the updates will be later. I will update 3 times the day after tomorrow. Chapter 418 Above Terra, landing in 1 minute. Get ready. Sicarius' words were filled with murderous intent, but only those who were familiar with him could hear it. He was the captain of the second company, one of the designated combat companies that would take on most of the battles for the chapter. This was a proof of strength and the deep trust that the chapter had in them. Moreover, they were here under the orders of Guilliman. This was a mission personally ordered by the Primarch. They had a total of 6 tactical squads, 2 assault squads, and 2 destroyer squads, except for 2 fearless elders who were temporarily deemed unnecessary to be awakened. All 100 members of the second company were dispatched. With a balanced pressure, the transport plane landed smoothly on the tarmac of Lion's Gate Starport. Before the damper was opened, Sicarius manually opened the door of the transport plane. This rude behavior would cause him to be complained to Guilliman for a long time after the war by the forging brothers of the 6th Company with various reports, but he could not care so much now. A group of mortals stood on the side of the landing pad, watching the group of death angels coming out of the transport plane with admiration and solemnity. They were wearing white armor and were well equipped. Standing under a flag, several servo skulls stopped around them. Sicarius looked at the leading mortal and quickly recognized his identity. Paladin Sentinel. Why are you here? The Paladin Sentinel is one of the Astra Militarum Corps that guards the palace together with the Lucifer Blackguard. Logically, they should not be in the Lion's Gate Starport. Respected sir, the captain of the Palatine Sentinel bowed and said with impeccable etiquette, the sirs of the Imperial Fists asked us to wait for you here. I have not received any similar orders. Sicarius's hand was already on the power sword at his waist. Besides, I don't remember the Palatine Sentinels being so fussy about etiquette. The civilians we swore to protect were wailing and crying all around, but you were indifferent and even had the time to bow to me. Please allow me to explain. The captain was not at all flustered, and even had the mind to make a perfect angle of the eagle salute. Logically, after Sicarius expressed his disgust for these etiquettes, he should not do so again. This was a provocation. Sicarius drew his stormblade, and the pure skull at the end of the power sword reflected the light. I don't think it's necessary. What on earth are you? He scolded and swung the blade down. Demon. The captain stopped where he was, and a thing with a strange smile stretched its claws out of the human's chest, digging open the captain's chest in the blood, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. The demon of the warp revealed its original form under the gaze of the second company. It crawled out of a human's body. At the same time, the Palatine sentinels standing behind the captain fell to the ground as if their bones had been pulled out, and disappeared into thin air after a puff of green smoke. It raised a claw and easily resisted Sicarius's attack. The wet feathers on it, which were so colorful that they were uncomfortable, trembled. The captain, whose chest was dug open, fell to the ground. His lips opened and closed, and his face quickly turned gray. Sicarius saw his lips move out of the corner of his eye and understood the words, "Kill it, please." Without any orders, 6 tactical teams quickly spread out and surrounded the Tzeentch's demon. They all knew that this would be a tough battle. No demon could be exiled easily, let alone the demons of Tzeentch. These damn creatures were born with all kinds of weird abilities that could cause them great trouble in battle. Assault team, activate your jetpacks. We are here. Destroyer team, go and clear the surrounding demons and provide fire cover for the assault team. We don't have rhino transport vehicles this time, so your movement may be limited, so consider it yourself. Sicarius quickly gave the order, and the combat brothers of the second company carried out his order without saying a word. He himself stayed where he was, holding the storm blade tightly with both hands. He didn't know whether his 6 tactical teams could exile this Tzeentch demon, but he had to do it. He must not let a demon appear behind the Imperial Fist's brothers who were advancing. Your decision is meaningless, Astartes. Even if you pay a heavy price here to exile me. The bird-headed demon stretched his body gracefully, and the oppressive feeling brought by his nearly 6-meter-tall body standing up completely was extremely significant. It let out a long, deep laugh from its ferocious bird head. Your people will die one by one, and you will watch them fall before you, and the people you swore to protect. Sicarius was in no mood to argue with it. A tactical team had already circled to the right side of the apron, with their bolters ready to go. He made a gesture, and the team immediately opened fire. The demon smiled sinisterly and raised his right hand, and the psychic shield blocked all the bullets. Sicarius and a tactical team had already rushed in front of it, slashing at it with chainswords and power swords, while the veteran who was an assaulter used power gloves to accumulate strength behind the crowd, and the other 4 teams were looking for a suitable position to form an encirclement. However, the Tzeentch demon was obviously more cunning than their worst expectations. Its body disappeared in a flash, leaving only the voice with a sinister smile. The glory will eventually fade. Look up at the sky, Cato Sicarius. He will eventually be captured by my lord. Really? 2 voices said at the same time, one of which was low and heavy, like a warrior. The other one had a sense of nothingness. Let him come to me himself. You lowly thing is not worthy of delivering the message. Boom. Thousands of golden feathers of light fell from the sky, brushing against the armor of Sicarius and his brothers and stabbing into the ground. Without any error, the golden light emerged, reflecting their blue armor into pure white. Sicarius heard the panicked roar of the Tzeentch demon. How is it possible? You obviously can't still have such a strong power. Why do you self-righteous things always think you can calculate everything? The 2 voices mixed together and smiled calmly. The golden light did not stop for a moment, and the feathers of light continued to fall from the sky, and the demon of Tzeentch showed up. The cunning creature was hiding around, as if waiting for an opportunity to attack, but it could no longer do that. The feathers of light pinned it to the ground, and those sacred golden feathers burned its blasphemous skin and the uncomfortable bright feathers. Then, Cato Sicarius heard his own name. Cato Sicarius. Kill it. Cato Sicarius held the stormblade. His eyes widened, and a golden beam of light descended from the sky and poured into his body. The monks of the second company watched this scene solemnly, and they all realized something. The first thing that came was pain, which was normal. Sicarius had been prepared for it. Those who hurt others must be prepared to be hurt first, but the pain was not so severe. Instead it made him feel an urge to cry. In the dark, he seemed to have established a connection with a person and heard his sigh. The beam of light disappeared, and his power armor and storm blade turned into pure gold. Seeing this, the siege demon screamed in unprecedented panic, and frantically promised Sicarius everything it could. But he turned a deaf ear to its blasphemous words, and the Ultramarine's second captain took a step forward, and then another step. Step by step, he came to the front of the demon, and it tried its best to raise its head to look at the approaching blade. The screams became louder and louder, making Sicarius' eardrums hurt. He endured the pain and torture, and resolutely came to the front of the monster. He heard the voice say, "Swing the sword." Cato Sicarius did as he was told. The battle was over, and he half knelt on the ground, panting hard. The warriors present approached him cautiously, and someone reached out to help him, but Sicarius refused. He relied on his own strength to get up with difficulty, and the compassion in his heart had not diminished in the slightest. Then, the voice came again. "Cato Sicarius," he said, "go forward and fight. Kill all the enemies of mankind and honor him." "Yes, my lord," the second captain said. Send an order to the Knights of Trini's to transfer some people to the vicinity of the Lion's Gate starport. This place must not be lost. Damn it, why haven't the troops of the Ministry of Justice reached their position? They should have arrived at the lower level of the hive 15 minutes ago. Let the Sisters of Silence be patient. They will get a chance to fight, but not now. If they have any complaints, I will explain to them in person, but they must not be allowed to appear on the battlefield now. Gilliman shouted loudly, which was completely different from his usual gentle appearance. The Soulless Queen stood beside him. Her face was paler than ever before. After experiencing that battle, the leader of the Sisters of Silence said that she felt unprecedentedly weak, which seemed to be related to her exposure to the bodies of the 4 girls. According to the speculation of the pharmacists, their blood may contain something that is fatal to the Sisters of Silence and can reduce their abilities. It will take time to test the specific situation. Gilliman is now impossible to send the sisters to the battlefield. Are you all right, ma'am? The Soulless Queen nodded and the Punisher walked in through the door. There was still blood on his armor. As soon as he came in, he said something that almost made Gilliman's blood pressure rise. "Let me join the battle." The genetic father of the Ultramarines took a deep breath, and said in a tone that was completely different from his image in the classics, "Now is not the time I want to join the battle. You will get a chance. I want to join the battle." Damn it, Frank, you can't take the situation on the battlefield lightly. Everyone is eager to fight, but everyone needs to stick to their posts. Now is not the time for you to fight. God knows if you will be in a killing mood after I drop you on the ground and refuse to accept our communications and orders. This has happened many times. Gilliman roared. The real enemy has not yet appeared. The Astartes and the Astra Militarum can withstand the current situation. How can you be so stubborn? Frank looked at him coldly. I don't care about that. I just want to kill those things. Send me, or I will rob a transport plane and go myself. And his expression changed slightly. The Inquisitor Bonavria who cooperated with me was seriously injured. Let your people keep her alive. She is still useful. You don't need to tell me about this. Gilliman calmed down a little. Of course, this was also because he saw Steve standing at the door. He knew that this person should be able to make Frank restrain himself. Sure enough, when Steve walked into the room, Frank fell silent. Steve Rogers first greeted the Soulless Queen, and then asked Gilliman, "How is the situation on the ground?" "Not very good, although the resistance can still last for a long time, and with the help of that person." Gilliman's face eased a little, but the situation is still not optimistic. The number of demons is too large. We have to send some people to evacuate the refugees. Damn it, why did I issue that damn holy book at that time? Speaking of this, he became excited again. 1,000 people in a war group. What on earth was I thinking? There are not enough people. Steve made a gesture with a strange look on his face, signaling Gilliman to calm down. Stay calm, Gilliman. The situation is not so bad that you need to be so excited. I know, I know, Gilliman sighed. I'm just regretting my decision. He lowered his head. At that time, I had a quarrel with Dorn about this matter, and even caused a tragedy. I thought I was right, but I have been making wrong decisions all along. The Second Empire, the Astartes Codex, and the arrogance of falling into Fulgrim's trap. What have I done? The Empire was not supposed to be like this, he said painfully. Is the rumored Robert Gilliman only this level? Two voices sounded in his study. Gilliman was very familiar with one of them. It was the voice of the current commander of the guards, Trajan. As for the other one, Steve and the others were very familiar with it. Steve shouted in surprise, and Frank also changed his sitting posture slightly, sitting more upright. Long time no see, Steve. Frank, where is our Batman? He left and said he had something to do. Just like you said, he is very mysterious. The two voices laughed together and said nothing more. Gilliman straightened his mind and wanted to greet him politely, but Shenyan's next sentence almost made him jump up from his chair. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Above Terra. Remember Fulgrim? The expression of the Primarch of the Ultramarines became very unpredictable at this time, and his throat rolled a few times. As an excellent politician, he was a master at reading people's hearts, and at this time, it was clear that there was a smile in Shenyan's voice. The problem is that the other party is obviously loyal, so why would he use such a tone when talking about a rebellious monster? I remember, Gilliman answered after a silence. A week. Shenyan suddenly threw out a short time noun, and then another bombshell. My ship will arrive on Terra within a week, bringing 2 Primarchs. You are both familiar with them. Gilliman felt a toothache, as if someone was driving an electric drill under his gums. If this is a joke, sir, I am not kidding you, Robert Gilliman. I will not joke with anyone at this time. Shenyan calmly interrupted what he was about to say. In an emergency, I can't explain too much to you. They are all loyal. He knows this too. You can wait until you meet to talk to each other about the details, but that has nothing to do with me. As for now, he dropped another bomb. I am dying. In the room, everyone had different expressions. The Soulless Queen pretended that she had heard nothing. She had been keeping her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart since the moment Shenyan appeared, as if she had sensed something through his psychic energy. Gilliman looked as if he was about to freeze. Frank still had a calm face, but suddenly clenched his fists. Only Steve raised half an eyebrow in suspicion. He didn't believe the master's nonsense. In his opinion, Shenyan probably wanted to observe the reactions of the crowd and scared them. That's all. He had long experienced the master's bad taste. As early as when the Avengers were just created, Shenyan had done many absurd things, including but not limited to pulling Tony out of the pile of models naked and throwing him on the roof of the Stark building to hang in the cold wind for half an hour, trying to teach Hulk how to play Spider Solitaire, and at one point Hulk didn't want to come out as long as he was there. He and Hawkeye went to the amusement park to play shooting games, and the two of them were blacklisted by the people in the Dust Mickey Park. Also, when Thor went to Las Vegas and went bankrupt because of a night of fun, he asked him to apply for a job at a company that develops electric vehicles to act as a human charger. Moreover, Thor really went there and was very successful, and even got a share. As expected, he heard the second half of Shenyan's sentence. To be precise, Commander Trajan's body is about to collapse. You must hold on for a week. The demon's offensive will become more and more powerful, and no one can stay out of it. You must unite everyone, Gilliman. The office fell into silence, and Shenyan left after saying this. Gilliman rubbed his brows and tried to continue the previous topic. Frank, do you want to join the ground battlefield? Come here, I'll show you the real-time map. His desk cracked in the middle, revealing the data simulation sand table below obtained through remote sensing mapping. After the so-called high-precision sand table was gone, he could only continue to use the old method. The map was blurry, but the general distribution of the number of enemies and friends on the battlefield was still clear. Gilliman pointed to the starport of the division not far from the Imperial Palace, and said word by word, "Just now, all the members of my second company were dispatched. They were attacked by a siege demon here, and not long after the first company of the Imperial Fists left. Cato Sicarius reported to me that the siege demon was hiding in the body of a Palatine Sentinel captain, and that the captain seemed to be conscious. This means a lot of things, Frank. This means that the Astra Militarum inside the Imperial Palace may have been invaded by siege demons a long time ago, and we cannot send the Sisters of Silence to join the battlefield. No one can stop their evil sorcery now, and all the fortifications are collapsing from the inside," Gilliman said meaningfully, very gloomily. "If they use our appearance to attack those truly loyal soldiers, then this incident will likely be regarded as a shameful betrayal, giving more people the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. I believe you haven't forgotten about the Inquisition." The Primarch gnashed his teeth, his voice filled with murderous intent that could not be concealed. "If you really want to join the ground battle, Frank, I hope you can go directly to the Inquisition. I need you." "No need." A voice interrupted their conversation, and a vague shadow rose from Gilliman's remote sensing send table, holding the body in his hand. "Cran?" Batman nodded silently and threw the body in his hand down. "I am in the Inquisition now. You don't have to worry about things here. Just send someone to collect the body later." "What did you do?" Gilliman suddenly had an ominous premonition, which even made him temporarily not care about how Batman installed this communicator in his study. "Just killed some damn people." Batman's figure blurred again, and his voice seemed very distorted. "I will send the specific situation to your personal terminal later. They have done some big things without telling anyone over the years. In addition, I personally suggest that you should not send any Sisters of Silence. I have read the information you sent. According to the potion I found in the Inquisition." He raised a tube of orange-yellow liquid to the crowd and shook it. "The nuns may be in great pain if they touch it. This thing can even amplify my psychic power to a certain extent. Moreover, it is not just as simple as amplifying the effect on psychics. There may be a bigger conspiracy behind it. Let's deal with those demons first, Gilliman, and leave the Inquisition to me. Then, the Inquisition will be in your sole charge." Batman nodded, and the image disappeared. Gilliman had no objection. He narrowed his eyes, and unprecedented worries filled his heart. Even if he disliked the Inquisition as an institution, he could not deny its importance to the Empire. In an empire filled with fanatics and blind believers from top to bottom, the Inquisition is undoubtedly a very important link. Now, this link has a problem. What about other places? He suddenly thought of the state religion, the slain Bardos too, and the sacred relics piled up in his room. Gilliman ended his speculation. This groundless suspicion was very dangerous. He pursed his lips and said to Frank, "I need you to carry out the decapitation tactics, Frank. The portals in those hives are eroding the stability of reality bit by bit, which means that there are some more powerful monsters behind the door waiting for an opportunity to move. Moreover, the big demons are like cockroaches. When you see one, there are already countless hiding. This matter is very dangerous." "How many people do you need?" he asked. Then he got a cold answer. Frank laughed, and for the first time he laughed so happily, as if a wish had finally been fulfilled. "Just tell me where they are. Don't let anyone get in the way." Gilliman looked at him for a long time before nodding. "Okay." After hanging up the call, Batman raised his leg and then gently put it down. With a slight sound, the syringe was crushed by him, and the orange-yellow liquid was left on the ground, winding over the bodies lying on the ground. He used his psychic power to gather a flame and burn the bodies of these people. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been so cruel. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe that the Inquisition had fallen to this level. "This is Holy Terra, the headquarters of the Inquisition located under the ice of Antarctica. An unbreakable complex," Gilliman commented. At this moment, Batman stood here. Batman's figure disappeared from the spot, easily escaping into the shadows. Unless necessary, he generally would not adopt the strategy of appearing directly in front of the enemy and attacking. and sowing fear in the enemy is his first choice, and these idiots who have fallen so much that they don't even know they are falling don't deserve to see his true face. He just feels terrible. The organizational structure of the Inquisition is very special, with many branches, no formal hierarchy, and no centralized leadership. An inquisitor may join multiple branches of the Inquisition at the same time, and some inquisitors refuse to join any branch. Of course, there are three major branches of the Inquisition today. The Order of the Holy Hammer is responsible for destroying the threat of demons and investigating the nature of demons. The Order of the Anti-Xenophobes is responsible for dealing with external threats facing the human empire. They are responsible for investigating all the conspiracies of the aliens. The Order of the Anti-Xenophobes. The Inquisitor Bonavia, who has been working with Frank for a long time, comes from this branch. They are responsible for dealing with internal threats to the empire. They basically take care of everything. However, in general, any inquisitor has the right and obligation to check out anything related to psychers, but this does not explain why there are so many traitors in the headquarters of the Inquisition. Still need to investigate. He disappeared into the debt-filled Inquisition headquarters, and will create more killings until he digs out the information he wants from the city-sized building. Withdrawing the mental tentacles that communicated with Gilliman, Shenyan exhaled tiredly. This fatigue did not come from him, but from Trajan. Possessing another person's body naturally has to bear a certain price. Conversely, his use of psychic power at all costs will also cause Trajan's body to bear the price. Considering what he has done, Shenyan knows that Trajan is dying. The commander of the guards is not completely unaware of this, but Shenyan can feel his indifference to death. He also knows what the commander of the guards thinks, so he said nothing, just clasped his hands together. Trajan can die generously and even regard it as an honor, but he can't. Commander Trajan, I'm telling you in advance. As he spoke, in an instant, the entire Terra was infused into Trajan's consciousness through some means. I really hate others sacrificing for me. A golden light flashed. Trajan's consciousness fell into confusion, and some fog came from nowhere, covering his eyes, leaving him with only darkness. In this darkness that made him feel at ease and addicted, the commander of the Imperial Guard slowly fell into a deep sleep. Shenyan stretched out his hand and held Trajan's body. He had left the other's body and lost his power. Trajan was really dying rapidly, and he couldn't roam here for too long as a soul. The threat of the warp should not be underestimated. Before he left, he had to do two things. The first thing, the mage's ethereal voice sounded in the sky, almost whispering, and only one person in the whole Terra could hear his voice, and that person also acquiesced to his actions. Trajan Valorous, you should not stop here. Your duty is not over yet. Therefore, you will be reborn. The ethereal voice paused for a while, and a gentle wind replaced his hand to support Trajan's body and took him to the golden throne. Borrowing and returning, Shenyan suddenly thought of this word, and the inappropriate sense of humor made him laugh again. As for the second thing, he lowered his head, but his vision floated up, and in an instant he saw the scenery of the entire Terra. Seeing every person fighting, mortal soldiers, Imperial knights, Astartes, and even some courageous civilians, everyone, from top to bottom. They fought everywhere on Terra, from Australia, where there is no one living and only a piece of black metal, to the giant hive city at the foot of the palace. Fight for survival, fight for justice, fight for victory, and fight for Holy Terra. At this moment, they all heard a voice. I bless you, people of Terra. You will be full of courage. A soldier who was unable to move because of the great shock to his rationality caused by witnessing the demon army suddenly found that his hands were no longer shaking. Your weapons will always be sharp and indestructible. Lysander, the captain of the first company of the Imperial Fists, couldn't say what he felt at this moment. After saying this, his power sword broke through the breastplate of the Blood Reaper who had been fighting with him for a long time, and cut it in half in one go. He raised his head and stared at the golden figure in the sky with his brothers. No evil thing can hurt your soul. I bless you, people of Terra. Stand up, abandon prayers, and put down useless pleas. There is only one way for you to win. A preacher who was kneeling on the ground to pray stood up trembling, muttering to himself. I begged him for relief, but he taught me to clench my fists. Go to fight, he roared. Fight, drive away evil, 10,000 more tomorrow. Today is my birthday, I ate and my wisdom tooth got inflamed. Chapter 420 Above Terra. You all heard it. Lysander drew out his power sword, and threw the filthy etheric flesh of the Blood Reaper onto the ground, where it soon melted like ice and snow meeting the sun. The captain of the first company did not even look at it. He turned his head and asked another of Starts who was a little closer to him. How far is it from the outer wall of the palace? Less than 3,000 meters. His adjutant answered him in a calm tone, and while speaking, he used the chainsaw sword in his hand to cut a corn bloodletter in half. The teeth of the chainsaw sword spun rapidly, and some flesh and blood even splashed onto his eyepiece. The adjutant was completely unmoved by this, and even calculated how long it would take them to reach their destination. If nothing unexpected happens, he did not finish his words. As everyone knows, after all, the next sentence after nothing unexpected usually means that something unexpected will definitely happen. A huge mechanical arm was thrown towards them, and the mechanical cables at the broken end of the thing were still dripping with oil, and the electric current made a terrifying sound. Lysander's dynamic vision allowed him to accurately capture the emblem engraved on the arm, and also gave him time to react and push the adjutant away. Boom! Two scarlet lights lit up in the smoke and dust, and a power sword split the smoke, followed by Lysander himself. He said, "It's the emblem of the Trinese Knight family. 7 o'clock direction. Repeat, at 7 o'clock direction." About 700 meters away, there is a Trinese paladin being attacked by a corn demon. There are also a group of civilians in the building behind him. At the same time, the reconnaissance company reported a piece of intelligence on the communication channel. Damn it! Lysander looked down at the emblem that was covered by smoke and became dirty. He stepped over the mechanical arm that was still twitching and gave an order. Send a team of destroyers to support. This is the limit of what we can do. The rest of you, follow me and make sure to rush to the outer wall of the palace within 15 minutes. He looked up at the majestic wall. The soldiers on it were fighting tirelessly, but the demons didn't care so much. They stepped on the bodies of their dead companions and began to climb up the mountain of corpses little by little. The scene was extremely terrifying. Demon scum! Lysander cursed. The demons of Khorne were completely indifferent to the death of their companions. They were wholeheartedly thirsting for killing and blood. That's why they were so deadly and dangerous. The Lucifer blackguards on the wall had a geographical advantage to fight them back and forth, but as the number of demons died increased, they actually began to gain the upper hand. After all, there would only be more and more corpses, whether they were demons or humans. Dash! Ah! Rather than a roar, a sound more like a scream burst out from her throat, and the young Iberiatrinese pushed the joystick to the bottom. Sweat soaked her uniform, and perhaps there was some blood. The same was true inside the helmet, and the bitter sweat was stinging her eyes, but she didn't dare to stop at all. The paladin mecha, which had lost its right hand, rushed forward and began to run wildly according to Iberia's orders in the cockpit. The huge death chainsaw sword on its left arm spun wildly, and the paladin crushed the demon corpses on the ground. The chainsaw sword was finally stopped by a giant axe. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the blasphemous creature poked its ugly head out of the darkness. It grinned and spit out its long tongue. "I will drag you out of there, human, and then smear your entrails all over this stand machine." Iberia didn't have the time to reply. She continued to press down the joystick, and the only remaining left hand was pulled to the maximum range. The reaction force almost broke her bones, and the chainsaw sword continued to press down, but the thing looked nonchalant, even retracting its axe and letting the chainsaw sword saw through its flesh. Blood gushed out, and the paladin's ion shield was invalidated by its blood in a noisy sound. Iberia didn't know how it did it, but she knew what it meant. The young driver screamed in anger and then pressed the button on the joystick. The two heavy logging guns on the paladin's shoulders began to roar. The demon did not dodge, allowing the ammunition that could beat ordinary bloodletting demons to ashes to tear huge wounds on its body one after another. The big demon, which was so huge that it was even comparable to the roar mecha, licked its own blood with its sharp long tongue. Just as it was about to say something, it was hit in the face by 5 fragmentation missiles, and it finally let out a cry of pain. A strange voice came into Iberia's communication channel and said to her, "Trini's, retreat. Go and cover the civilians." Iberia turned her head in disbelief and saw a team of Imperial Fists Astartes standing in the ruins nearby. One of them still had smoke coming out of the missile launcher in his hand. Borea, the sergeant of the destroyer squad, called out to the team's chief heavy firepower, who had a multi-barreled melta-gun. This deadly weapon is usually used against those heavy armored units, such as for close-range attacks and anti-tank operations. They can exert the greatest lethality at close range, and almost any material will be melted into a pile of slag by the super-high-temperature airflow fired by the melta-gun. To deal with the Khorne demons, you need to treat them as some kind of heavy tanks with high mobility from the beginning. Borea immediately knelt on one knee, and the black barrel of the multi-barreled melta-gun in his hand lit up with a dangerous red light, and fired with a low humming sound. It was like flying magma, streaking through the air, passing over the head of the retreating paladin mech, and finally accurately hitting the chest of the Khorne demon. It was very confident in its physical strength, and even dared to resist the huge blade of the Death Chain's word. But flesh and blood are only flesh and blood after all. Facing the attack of the melty gun at close range, the Khorne demon could only roar unwillingly from its throat, and then fell down. Its chest was completely vaporized to form a huge hole, and a series of important bones and organs such as the spine and even the heart all disappeared. The barrel of the multi-barreled melta-gun was still emitting high temperature, but Borea touched it devoutly with his hand armor. He knew that the machine spirit was very satisfied at this moment. A few minutes later, "Thank you for your support." Iberia introduced herself. "I am Iberia Trini's." Things like self-introductions can be left until after victory. "Are there other people of yours nearby?" "I don't know. The search radar disappeared completely a few minutes ago, and I can't contact them through the communication channel. The battlefield seems to be divided, but don't worry, fellow monks. We are just a small group of people on Terra before the war began. The large forces on Mars should be on their way." After the hard-fought victory, the young driver's voice seemed to become more excited. While covering the civilians leaving the ruins, she shouted, "What's more, he is watching us." "Yes, Miss Iberia, he is watching us." The sergeant of the destroyer squad nodded and agreed with her, but the worry in his heart did not decrease at all. The paladin mecha's search radar was damaged, but what about the others? Why did they all lose contact? The soldier woke up in a trance, with a splitting headache, and the pungent smell of blood broke into his nasal cavity. The young soldier coughed twice, and his first reaction after waking up was to grab his weapon. He fumbled for a long time before grabbing his laser gun not far to his right. Then, a noisy sound came from the headset built into the helmet. The soldier could not tell what the other party was saying. He just instinctively answered, "Yes, sir." "Sir?" There was no response, only a scream from not far away. He immediately stood up alertly, but felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right ankle. His face turned pale immediately. The soldier looked down and found that it had been twisted into an abnormal angle. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. Using the method taught by the veteran in the company, he adjusted the output gear of the laser gun. He wanted to overload it. This kind of thing was not allowed by the technicians, and those who violated it would be severely punished. But the veterans didn't take it seriously, and this method was only circulated in the hands of a few people. He was one of them, and he was relatively lucky. "Oh, Emperor." The soldier held the gun and pointed it at the dark corner. He could smell the strong smell of blood on the creature that was approaching, as well as the increasingly low screams and the sound of something being dragged on the ground. Then in the dim light, he saw a red demon carrying a mutant with only half of his body walking towards him. The guy was obviously dying, but he was still screaming. The demon obviously liked this and would increase the strength of his hands from time to time to charge his screams. The soldier felt that his palms began to sweat. This was inevitable. No mortal could remain indifferent in front of a Khorne demon. "Please give me the courage to kill the enemies of mankind," the soldier said softly, almost in a whisper, but a response came from behind him. "Give you the strength to survive the suffering in front of you," a low voice said, and at the same time, a giant stepped over him. "By his supreme glory, and you." The giant lowered his head and looked at him. "You will be fearless, The demon in the distance sparked, but the giant did not dodge or evade, and disappeared in front of the soldier in an instant. He stared at this scene in a daze, forgetting to fire the laser gun in his hand. He only heard a few muffled sounds in the darkness, and then the giant with blood on his hands walked back. "Emperor bless you." The soldier looked at the giant. The other party was not wearing armor, but with that figure and temperament, who else could it be except his angel of death? Ecstasy surged into his heart, but it was soon overshadowed by a wave of doubts. "Who are you?" "A person who left the team like you," the giant responded in a low voice. "Which unit are you from?" "Terra Guards, 1st Company." "Why are you here?" "This is the lower level of the hive." The soldier didn't want to answer him, but the giant was too intimidating. Just standing in front of him made the soldier's heart beat fast. "We are responsible for the defense of the lower level of the hive. A group of demons ran out of a new portal and attacked us." At this point, he couldn't help but twist his face. "There are too many of them." "I know," the giant whispered, then pulled the soldier back, and the huge force made him jump back, and then put him down gently. A hideous serrated blade fell where they just stood. The giant put him down and said coldly, "Support me." He began to charge, without any armor, without any weapons, only a pair of fists, and began to charge towards the demons that jumped out of the darkness. The soldier immediately put aside his doubts. The veteran in the company told him that the power generated by the laser gun adjusted to the maximum output and overloaded could even injure the hell beast. He was going to give it a try. He pulled the trigger, and the twice-strong recoil hurt his shoulder, illuminating the darkness. A thick red beam streaked through the air, accurately hitting the throat of a bloodletter, creating a fist-sized hole. The veteran had not lied to him. "Well done." He heard the giant's praise, and then he began to fire repeatedly. The laser beam kept illuminating the darkness. He saw that the giant could kill a bloodletter with 3 punches and 2 kicks, but in just 2 minutes, he killed them all. The giant turned around and walked back, covered in blood. The battle was over, and the soldier collapsed to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. Gasping for breath, the giant came to him and asked calmly, "Who taught you to overload the laser gun?" The veteran of the company, "Sir." "Well done, you have a talent for this." Not sure if it was his illusion, the soldier saw a smile on the giant's face. "Can you still walk?" The soldier looked at his right ankle, pulled out a bandage and first aid spray from the first aid kit on his waist, and after a standard battlefield emergency treatment, he tried to stand up. The giant nodded again. "You have good combat skills. You can call me Cerberus." "How dare you call an angel by his name?" The soldier waved his hands repeatedly, but Cerberus just shook his head calmly. "That's good. I'm no longer in Astartes." He obviously didn't want to talk more, just waved to the soldier, motioning him to follow. "The situation in the lower nest is very bad. According to my estimation, most people are dead. I saved a small number of people, probably only about 20 people with combat effectiveness, including you. There are only 21 people." Cerberus led him through the ruins, and there was an empty echo in the distance. They came to a circular plaza covered by metal. Among the collapsed steel and buildings, many pairs of eyes full of fear were looking at them. "Anyway, this is the situation. Soldiers, find a way to get in touch with your superiors. We have to find a way to keep them alive." "I understand, sir." There is another 6K update. Chapter 421 Above Terra, The Vengeance. This huge star battleship was now moving at a high speed. However, due to its size, even at its highest power, it still seemed a little slow. Angron knew that this was an illusion, but he was still full of worries. In the main control room, Fulgrim rubbed the blade of the power sword in his hand with 2 fingers without saying a word. The weapon that belonged to Saltarvitz could only be regarded as a one-handed sword in his hand, but fortunately the Phoenix's martial arts could make up for this. "You know, using a weapon with 2 hands brings more than just an increase in speed. I advise you to sit down." He didn't even raise his head, but just mentioned it in passing when Angron walked past him. But it still sounded like a faint mockery in Angron's ears. The Lord of Red Sand narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Aren't you worried about this at all?" "What's the use?" Fulgrim finally raised his head, and the narrow scar on his right cheek moved with his muscles. He made it very clear before he left. All we can do now is wait. Even if you continue to walk here like an idiot for hundreds of years, the situation will not change. What's more, that is Holy Terra, he sneered. Titans, night mechas, sisters of silence. What demon can occupy Terra in a week against them? Don't forget, idiot, he is still sitting on the throne. Watch your words. Angren also responded with a dangerous smile. I don't mind beating you half to death before killing those demon scums. Oh, I almost forgot. He glanced at Fulgrim's chest. I almost forgot. You haven't recovered yet. I don't want to bully a cripple. Phoenix's face twitched at this sentence. He took a deep breath to calm down, then looked away. I'm not interested in a quarrel with you, Angren. I just want you to understand one thing. Your anxiety is of no help to us. Angren laughed sarcastically. Don't talk as if you don't feel anything. If you are really calm, why do you keep touching your sword? It has nothing to do with you. Yeah, just like it has nothing to do with you if I walk around here. You're disturbing me. The sound of you rubbing the sword with your fingers also disturbs me. How loud is that? Anyway, I can hear it clearly. Damn it. Fulgrim stood up angrily and slammed the table hard. You just want to irritate me on purpose. Don't judge others by your own standards. Fulgrim stood up angrily, but Angren sat down with a smile. He even had the leisure to adjust the chair that originally belonged to the mage to make it more comfortable. Who is more angry now? Their farce soon subsided. Both of them understood that this was just a means of diverting attention. Even if they disliked each other, they would not really fight each other. At most, they would stop at a certain point. That's all. Not long after, the core of the magic circle spoke in a mechanical voice. Captain Intel sent a message that Father Ligotinos hopes to conduct research on STC on the ship. Then let him study it. Father Ligotinos hopes to have a quiet and undisturbed working environment, and requires some assistants who understand mechanical knowledge. He also requires a production workshop that matches the workshop to make some incomplete STC. Damn cyborgs! Angren propped up his face helplessly. He actually didn't want to deal with this group of difficult guys covered in machine oil, but he couldn't do without them. Allow him to do the best. Also, tell Father Ligotinos that he can do as much research as he wants, but he must produce results as soon as possible. Received. I have replied to Father Ligotinos. Captain Lictor Shield Guard sent a special communication request. Do you want to connect? Angren frowned. He instinctively didn't like these guards, but now was not the time to act on impulse. The Lord of Red Sand sat up, crossed his arms, and nodded in a relatively serious manner. Fulgrim raised his head slightly, waiting for the next step. With a buzzing sound, the image of Richter appeared on the silver round table in the main control room. He was helmetless and looked stern. Something is wrong with the master's body. What's wrong? Fulgrim immediately said. Isn't his body being monitored in real time? His body has not been damaged, but there are some special changes. I can't be sure whether this change is good or bad. Array Center, call up the data and let us see. Angren tapped the table with his fingers, and his posture was somewhat similar to Shenyan. With a buzzing sound, the Array Center listed a long list of data, from the number of heartbeats per minute to whether the blood and magic power are smooth, as well as some terms that Angren and Fulgrim could not understand at all. For example, things like degree of mental connection. Most of the numbers are green, and only one data called soul activity status is yellow. Explain soul activity status. What does it mean? Angren narrowed his eyes. The core of the magic circle immediately began to explain in a serious manner. The soul separation technology used by the captain was created by himself, and the risk factor is extremely high. Therefore, the soul activity needs to be monitored at all times. The connection between the body and the soul is very close, and it can only accept souls that are active within a certain value. If a threshold is exceeded, his body is likely to reject the return of the soul. Therefore, the half of his soul that he left behind not only shares the operating pressure of the revenge, but also has the function of adjusting the soul frequency to a certain extent. The high soul activity is probably because the captain encountered something that he was very interested in the warp. Angren rubbed his eyebrows. He had a brain, but he didn't use it very often. If you have to say it, he is also a Superman with superior intelligence. so he quickly understood the words of the core of the magic circle. Fulgrim also nodded. He said that we can call his name when necessary. Let us see the condition of his body first, and then make a decision. The half-body image of Richter disappeared, replaced by a light screen, and Shenyan's body, floating cross-legged in the air, appeared in the center of the screen. His black robe fluttered without the wind, his eyelids were tightly closed, and his eyeballs didn't even move. A faint golden glow gathered on his skin, flickering with his breathing. Richter walked into the picture and put his hand slightly closer to Shenyan's body. The change happened in the next second. The shield captain's hand, which was not wearing the Imperial Guard armor, seemed to have been painted with a layer of gold paint, and turned completely golden. Then, his hand began to change. However, the process of this transformation was extremely terrifying. His flesh began to disappear first, then his nerves and blood vessels, and finally his bones. Richter didn't waver at all, and his arm stood straight. After the teeth-grinding hissing sound disappeared, his arm began to be reshaped by the golden light. Bones, blood vessels, nerves, muscles and skin. The golden light reshaped his arm, which was crystal clear and radiated golden light, looking like a golden sculpture. Richter explained calmly, "There is no pain, nor any other feeling that should be there. I just feel serene and peaceful, and even have the urge to stand beside him." "What's going on? What happened to your arm?" The shield captain stretched out his other hand, and the same happened to that hand. Obviously, this is why he discovered this anomaly. The power has been enhanced. I haven't found anything more for the time being, and I don't know if there are any sequelae. That's it. Angren took a deep breath. From now on, the Array Center, report his physical data to Fulgrim every 2 minutes. Richter, you go to the medical room for a comprehensive examination. If necessary, you can use the medical cabin to enter a deep sleep. I will take over your responsibility to watch over his body. Shenyan didn't know what happened on the Vengeance. The main job of that part of his soul was now to operate the Vengeance. Obviously, the body couldn't report its own situation to him, but he invented this spell, and he naturally knew that an overactive soul was not a good thing. Generally speaking, there are two situations in which the soul is overactive. One is to see something that you are very interested in. Under the operation of thinking, the soul will of course be overactive. But his situation is the second one. He has called on too much spiritual energy. There are consequences for the large-scale use of this energy, and the overactive soul is just one of them. Unlike magic, the cost of using magic is extremely small, or even no cost. However, in order to be able to bless the hundreds of trillions of people who survived on Terra in one go, he had to expose his soul to the tide of the warp. The consequence is also simple. His soul left a trace in the warp from this moment on. A projection was left behind, a projection belonging to him. From this moment on, those ghostly things can really start to harass him. It depends on whether you dare. On the way back to the warp, Shenyan smiled. He stepped on the light of the Astronomicon without hesitation and moved forward quickly. Everything he saw and blocked along the way was completely destroyed. Even with such arrogance and high profile, nothing dared to really stand up and stop him. Those great demons all lowered their heads, hiding in the worlds controlled by demons and holding their breath carefully. Occasionally, a few corn-grade demons who could not control themselves would rush forward, and then they would be completely killed by the mages in the warp, and could never be reborn again. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, they died in battle. However, they were all completely annihilated by Shenyan's psychic energy. This was not a battle at all, it was a massacre. There was no glory at all. I will post 2 chapters, and I am still writing 3K left. I am afraid you are waiting anxiously. Chapter 422 Above Terra. How long did the battle last? He didn't know. But he knew that the demons' offensive had temporarily stopped. Their creepy roars could no longer be heard in the darkness, and they would not be suddenly pierced by a sword in the fortifications. They seemed to have retreated. However, Norfo knew that such peace was just an illusion. He let out a tired breath and began to adjust the troops to prepare for the next wave of attacks. The 4th and 5th companies go forward and replace the 1st and 2nd companies. Send someone to notify the 3rd company. Let them fix the damn communicator. We must contact the palace to request support. The Martyr's Bridge must not be lost. We can't defend it alone. Let them send some angels." The soldiers' muscles had long been exhausted in the high-intensity battle, and their spirits had become a little sluggish because of facing those demons. Hearing his orders, many people suddenly lost their strength and collapsed to the ground like a dirty rag. Several field doctors who ran down from the transport locomotive hurriedly began to check. They were the most tired group of people. The soldiers could rest, but they couldn't. Behind the battle line of the Martyr's Bridge, these doctors were performing surgeries non-stop. The subjects ranged from civilians to soldiers, and even a war mech pilot. He was unlucky enough to appear right under a portal and was nearly torn to pieces by a group of howling demons. The Terran guards had to work hard to rescue him, but he was still unconscious, and they could not get any information about why he appeared near the Martyr's Bridge. Norfo found an empty space to sit down, put his laser gun aside, and took out a piece of chewing sugar substitute from the pocket of his wrinkled coat and threw it into his mouth. This blue little thing could cheer him up to a certain extent, but he didn't care about the raw materials. Anyway, it was always related to stimulants. Chewing the so-called sugar substitute with great effort, the bitter taste spread between his lips and teeth. Norfo exhaled another breath of turbid air, closed his eyes, and the golden figure he saw before returned to his eyes again. "Oh, Emperor," he began to pray, and at the same time, the ground began to tremble. Norfo opened his eyes immediately, and immediately put his hand on the laser gun, assuming a standard posture of waiting to fire. The others were similar, but what was coming was not an attack, but a troop carrier. A team of Lucifer blackguards walked down from the vehicle. All of them were injured, but their expressions were still resolute. He immediately stepped forward, and after a tedious process of exchanging codes and confirming numbers, they both confirmed that the other party could be trusted. The leading Lucifer blackguard immediately relaxed, and Nulfo noticed that he was very young. "Hello, Commander Nulfo, I'm Litosis," he introduced himself. "We are here to support you from the outer wall of the palace. Please forgive me. The officials from the Military Affairs Department asked me to explain for them. It's not that they don't want to respond to you, but there were not many people in the Military Affairs Department at that time, and they were short of manpower. Every one of you is injured. Why don't you send some soldiers with intact limbs?" Litosis smiled. "There are no uninjured brothers, sir. We have been fighting those bastards on the outer wall for 3 hours. Damn it. Please forgive me." Fortunately his angel came, and we were able to come down from above. The monks of the Imperial Fist are stationed there now. After they have cleared the nearby enemies, they will come to support us. "Okay." Nulfo sighed. "Then, report your situation first. How many people are there?" 200 people, and 150 are on the way. "I have heard about the swordsmanship of your Lucifer blackguards for a long time." Nulfo glanced at the power sword on Litosis' waist, and he couldn't help feeling a toothache. Damn, these black-armored bastards all have power swords. They don't have this treatment. But, as you can see, the Martyr's Bridge has a special terrain. We don't need close combat very much. You'd better restrain yourself. The Martyr's Bridge is a majestic bridge that connects the Mercy Square and the Hive City below the Imperial Palace. It can be said to be a must-pass road. Therefore, it has been strictly guarded from the beginning. The bridge is now divided into 2 halves. One side is the Hive City, and the other side is the Mercy Square where they set up fortifications. Norfo said tactfully, "Close combat is indeed great, but our enemy is a demon, so you should hold on to your gun. By the way, do you know how to overload?" The young blackguard chuckled, "Although the technicians don't allow it. After all, overloading will cause the laser gun to break down quickly, but we all know how to make it active." He patted the standard laser gun behind him. "That's good." Norfo nodded and looked up at the Terra sky that had become completely dark. According to the ancient Terra 24-hour system, it's time for our artificial light sources to disappear. From this moment on, they will truly begin to fight in the dark. The sergeant who had fought so hard until now spat out the chewing sugar substitute in his mouth and patted Litosis on the shoulder. "Remember to use ammunition sparingly. The overload mode can empty several magazines at once. Anyway, good luck to you. Those bastards will be back soon," he concluded. "I understand. "Sir," the young black guard replied. The pharmacist closed the eyes of a battle brother with a heavy heart. The lower half of his face was torn off. It was almost inhuman and extremely terrifying. He spent a few minutes recovering the gene seed of this brother, and then took away his bolter. His chainsaw sword was left in the belly of a demon and was damaged. "Captain," he came to Lysander and reported the situation briefly. "We lost 17 brothers, and I recovered 15 of them. Brother Mivlos and Brother Kolo can't find their bodies, so they can't be recovered for the time being. Write it down first, and wait until the war is over. We will search the battlefield thoroughly." Lysander nodded, indicating that he understood. The pharmacist left soon. Some injured battle brothers needed his treatment. Moreover, he needed to find those bastards who fought with injuries but concealed their pain. This was a tough job, and the pharmacist himself could not do it. Who made the atmosphere within the Imperial fists like this? They were all like stones. The captain of the first great company narrowed his eyes. The ability brought to him by his gene seed did not include night vision, but it was not completely dark yet. He could see part of the distant scene. On the way from Lion Gate Starport to the outer wall, a team of ultramarines were coming towards them. This discovery made him smile. It is always good to have support, and it is a very good thing to fight side by side with the ultramarines. Although Lysander did not like the decorations on their armor, he would not deny their mastery of combat and cautious strategies. The latter is especially important. In such a war, those who only know how to rush will never win. 20 minutes later, the team of ultramarines walked to the bottom of the outer wall, and Lysander met their captain, whose name was Cato Sicarius. The reputation was so great that even he had heard of it. After all, he was allowed to wear the imperial crown. In the imperial fists, which attached great importance to honor, few people could enjoy such an honor. "Captain Lysander, time is running out, so I'll be brief." After a brief self-introduction, Cato Sicarius said, "For now, the situation is not optimistic. We have controlled the area near the imperial palace, and we will be stationed at the Lion Gate Starport in the future. But there are too many demon portals in the entire hive. Now that the Sisters of Silence cannot join the battlefield, if a demon that can use psychic spells appears, we will undoubtedly suffer an extremely serious blow." "The Sisters of Silence cannot join the battlefield?" "Yes, Captain Lysander." Sicarius nodded, holding his helmet in his arms with the imperial crown on it. "The matter is confidential. Please forgive me. I don't know the reason." "Nothing." Lysander frowned. "Forget it. The untouchables will have an impact on both the enemy and us. It's a good thing that they don't come. Then, I will ask for help from the think tank and the Inquisition." "The think tank can, but..." Sicarius pondered for a while before uttering the second half of the sentence. "I think you can be trusted, Captain Lysander. So, please forgive my transgression. The Inquisition cannot be trusted at the moment." I understand. After a while of thinking, Lysander's eyes had become somewhat dangerous. "Can you reveal more information?" "I would like to, Captain Lysander, but I can't." "I believe you can understand." The voice of the second captain of the Ultramarines was still calm, but it contained some information. "This kind of thing is not suitable to be said out loud, nor is it suitable to be recorded." He was silent for a while, and even made a joke. "You don't want to suddenly run into a Kalidas assassin one day, do you?" Lysander was almost amused by him. Almost. He just made a dull sound from his throat, like laughter, but also like being punched. "It's better not to make such jokes, Captain Sicarius." The 10,000th update is finished. Phew, my wisdom tooth hurts slightly. It feels very uncomfortable. I'll go and have a look in 2 days. Thanks to the reader who made the suggestion. Chapter 423 Above Terra. The break didn't last long. Soon, a whisper that made everyone feel uneasy broke the silence on the Martyr's Bridge. Norfo felt a chill down his spine. He was still full of courage, but he was also scared to death. It sounds contradictory, but who can face these things in the warp without being afraid? He was afraid, but he still had to stay here and fight them. The true meaning of courage lies here. "The Emperor is above." Norfo uttered 4 words, grabbed his laser gun, and gestured to Litosis beside him. "Take your people to the west." Litosis. The young black armored guard turned around and found that the chief of the guards had an unprecedented ferocious expression. "They are coming," A roar pierced the darkness, followed by more. Without stopping, they shouted a few blasphemous words. It was almost impossible to hear what they were saying, but only one word was extremely clear: blood, blood, blood. The demons shouted this word, and a surge of hatred surged in Lytos' heart. He almost cursed, but Norfo was faster than him, and the exhausted sergeant cursed. "Damn demon bastard!" The ground began to tremble, and the strong smell of blood spread wildly over the bridge. The soldiers were either praying or debugging the laser guns in their hands. When necessary, they would be overloaded. But not now. The overload mode is very powerful, but it is very easy to damage. They can't get the weapons they deserve now. And ammunition is also a big problem. Norfo patted the right side of his helmet, so that the built-in earphones that started ringing 2 hours ago stopped for a while. Taking this opportunity, he said a word in the communication channel. The emotion was not very passionate, but it contained the determination to die. "Prepare for battle, for Holy Terra, for Holy Terra." Lytosis and other Lucifer blackguards obeyed Norfo's order and rushed all the way to the west of the defense line. The rough fortifications were full of traces left by the demons. The black metal plates were scarred. The 4th Company was responsible for guarding here. Lytosis went forward, and before he and the bald 4th Company captain exchanged names, the battle began in an instant. A bloodletter howled and broke through the darkness, waving the hellblade in his hand. Behind this ugly monster were more of its kind. Lytosis pulled out the bolt pistol from his waist and aimed at the idiot who was leading the charge. 2 seconds later, its head exploded completely. The 4th Company captain looked at his bolt pistol with surprise and envy, but Lytosis put the pistol back distressedly. He didn't have many bullets left, and he couldn't waste them on these things. The soldiers soon began to fight back, and the rain of death composed of laser beams shot at the demons. One hit may not be enough to threaten their lives, but the meaning of a round of continuous shooting is here. Firepower coverage will never be out of date. A soldier pulled the trigger again and again. He used the semi-automatic gear, which was accurate and lethal. A bloodletter that was originally charging was hit in the right eye. The pale green eye exploded, and a ball of liquid like pus splashed out. It fell to its knees, trembling a few times before falling to the ground and not moving. This is just the tip of the iceberg. They have a geographical advantage. This group of low-level bloodletters without armor cannot beat them, until a blood grinder riding a steel bull rushed out from them. The huge beast wearing blood-red brass armor crushed several bloodletters along the way. Blood and flesh fragments overflowed under its feet. The blood grinder sitting on its back laughed excitedly, and the blood of its own kind made it feel satisfied. The scene made Lytosis's eyes twitch. He immediately pulled out his bolter and tried to aim at the thing, but it was too fast. It ran across the long martyr bridge in almost a moment and was about to reach the defense line. The black armored guards began to roar, swept, swung, shoot down the bastard on its back. The 4th captain also gave the same order. The 2 laser beams merged together, but the blood crusher cunningly shrank into the belly of the steel bull and pulled the reins at the same time. The beast of Khorne had the same desire for blood in its eyes. It turned around and let its armor bear most of the volleys. Then it rushed towards them again. At this critical moment, Lytosis threw down the laser gun in his hand and left the bolter in place. He quickly jumped over and jumped out of the fortifications. The sharp metal side cut his palm. Blood gushed out, and it stung slightly. Blackguard had no time to care about that. He drew out his power sword, and forgot Norfo's words that they should give up close combat. Lytosis only knew 2 things now. First, he was the best swordsman among them. Second, he must not let this thing rush into the fortifications, otherwise the entire battle line would be defeated. No one could survive a trampling of this thing. He had to try, even if it cost him his life. The power sword was drawn from his waist, and the blade flashed with a dangerous blue light. The blood crusher sitting on the back of the steel bull roared with interest, raised the serrated blade in one hand, and made an inviting gesture to Lytosis. Blackguard felt a surge of anger in his heart for no reason, and his facial muscles spasmed. Anger and adrenaline made him run wildly, charge against the steel bull, without dodging or avoiding. Is he looking for death? Of course not. The roar of the 4th captain was held back in his throat. He saw the Lucifer blackguard who rushed out on his own slide and used the speed of the steel bull and the power sword in his hand to accurately create a huge wound in the belly of the steel bull. The savage beast screamed in pain, and its internal organs and blood spurted out to the ground. It began to frantically carry out the last movement of its life. It threw the blood grinder down. Then, the blackguard stood up and took advantage of the blood grinder being thrown to the ground and dizzy to chop off its head with the power sword, and then ran back to the fortifications amid the excited shouts of the soldiers. "Damn, you're lucky, kid," the fourth captain grinned, then took out a stimulant from his belt and threw it to Litosis. "If you feel too tired to lift your hands, give yourself an injection. They are not dead yet," he muttered. "Hurry up and hit that thing, kid. The battle is not over yet." "But you killed it alone, just wait for the medal." "I don't really care about the medal," Litosis said weakly, gasping for breath. He was now shocked by his recklessness. "What on earth did I think to dare to run out and face that thing? But it doesn't matter." Blackguard stabbed his thigh with the stimulant issued by the Military Affairs Department, grabbed his laser gun and continued shooting. "The battle is not over yet. Far from it. God knows what will run out of the darkness." Sicarius swung his storm blade and easily tore open the neck of a fleshhound. "You thought that was the end?" "No. Fleshhounds usually come in packs. These damned beasts look like a cross between wolves and reptiles, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, thick scales on their skin, and a row of spikes along their spines. From the appearance, they are disgusting enough, but when they appear on the battlefield, they are a nightmare. Just as they are portrayed in folklore, highly mobile and unable to be locked, with sharp teeth, they often come in groups of 3 or 5. Even for the Astartes, these things are difficult to deal with." Sicarius turned around, and his power and speed made the storm blade draw a deadly arc, and with a spin, he killed the remaining hounds that pounced on him. Their broken bodies flew backwards with a dull thud. Cato Sicarius stepped over their bodies and crushed their remains. He did it on purpose. Beside him, 6 tactical squads were in a bitter battle. After dark, the offensive strength of the Khorne army more than doubled. What emerged from the portal was no longer low-level bloodletters, but their cousins, the Blood Reapers. This group of demons evolved from bloodletters had the blessing of Khorne. Their horns were bigger and longer, and their hell blades usually had blasphemous runes or became larger. In addition, they killed dozens of steel bulls and skull chariots. Sicarius didn't know whether he should be glad that he didn't see the demon engine for the time being, but he knew that they would come sooner or later. This was also the reason why he didn't let the destroyer squad waste their ammunition for the time being. Of course, there were also those bloodthirsty demons. The wings of these bastards were broken into pieces, but they could still fly. Terra was not suitable for sending out air forces at the moment, and there were still many civilians on the ground. If they appeared, Sicarius would probably have to call the Assassin's Court to let them snipe these bastards. The second captain looked up at the dark sky, and after confirming that they had not appeared for the time being, he breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled out the killer from his waist. This plasma pistol had been with him for a long time and was as reliable as ever. The composite ceramic cooling oil allowed it to fire continuously for up to 50 times before overheating. Sicarius pulled the trigger at a Blood Reaper with its back to him. Half of its body was instantly vaporized, giving the Astartes under it a chance to breathe. He immediately seized the opportunity, and the roar of the chainsaw sword flashed by, and the head of the Blood Reaper was chopped off. "Be careful, Sogino," Sicarius whispered, and the Astartes replied in the communication channel with some anger, "Sir, I was ambushed." "No one cares whether you are ambushed or not on the battlefield. You have fought too little with these demons. Get used to it." Sicarius's face under the helmet showed a smile. This brother had been responsible for exterminating aliens before, and had not fought against demons. He was unaware of their insidious attacks. After all, he had only served for 70 years so far, and could be considered a half-recruit. "I know." Sir Sogino didn't finish the second half of his sentence. A blood harvester rushed from behind, and the Hellblade instantly penetrated Sogino's ceramic steel armor. Despite this, the warrior reacted at the last moment of his life. He let go of his hand, let the chainsword slide naturally, and then pulled out the grenade launcher and fired 3 shots at his chest and abdomen. His fallen body pinned the Blood Reaper under him, and the bolter smashed its spine into pieces. Sicarius watched all this in silence. Death was commonplace for them. The hellblades in the hands of these Blood Reapers were also deadly weapons for the Astartes. With just a scratch, the blasphemous curse on them would begin to devour their flesh and souls. What could he do? Only more killing. The rest of the 3rd Tactical Squad, to which Sogeno belonged, quickly gathered around him. They surrounded his body in the center, and used their bolters to steadily kill the demons who wanted to surround them. At the same time, an apothecary immediately began to process it. He was going to take Sogeno's gene seed and bring it back to the chapter. Decades, or perhaps 100 years later, someone would inherit his gene seed and become their new brother. Sicarius didn't know if he would still be there at that time, or anything else. He was used to these things. Lysander's voice came from the 2nd Captain's voice channel. The enemies on the outer wall had been cleared, and they were now conducting a clearing operation in the square below the outer wall. This was not an easy task. Captain Sicarius, I need you. Lysander paused, as if he was chopping something. After a while, he continued, support our team of combat brothers, on the east side of the square. We are in some trouble here. Just now 3 soul grinders broke through the line there, 7 brothers died, and we are short of manpower. I see. Sicarius turned to use the company's communication channel. You all heard it. 3 soul grinders. Is there anyone who volunteered? We go. The sergeant of the 1st Tactical Squad immediately shouted in the voice channel. Sicarius turned around, and a golden light flashed on the terrifyingly sharp blade of the Stormblade, causing the demon that was chopped to scream miserably. Sicarius couldn't help but reveal a hint of a hideous smile. After dealing with the demon bastard who tried to sneak attack him, he began to give orders. Others, cover the 1st Squad. Order received. The Ultramarines moved quickly, and the 1st Squad ran away under the cover of the soldiers' gunfire. At the same time, Sicarius killed a bloodhound that was lying in ambush on the ground with a wide and sweeping slash, and the beast was half opened by him. Then he was nailed to the ground with a sword, and the golden light flashed again, and the beast was burned to ashes. Sicarius felt a sense of emptiness. The Stormblade did not originally have such an ability. He only had this ability after being blessed by that lord. Every time he used it, he would feel spiritually empty, as if the Stormblade in his hand was draining his spirit. The 2nd Captain just regarded this as a necessary price. It was not yet dawn, and the surroundings were still full of darkness. But we will fight until we die, or dawn. More updates tomorrow. I went to the dentist today. Chapter 424. Above Terra. Angren stood in a corner of the room with his arms folded across his chest, while the mage's body floated in the center of the room. Since 2 hours ago, his breathing had become extremely slow. Angren was relieved after confirming with Fulgrim again and again. The data provided by the Magic Circle Center was correct, except that the color of the soul activity column was getting darker and darker. The color of that column of data was gradually changing from yellow to red. Angren was helpless, as he knew nothing about psychic power. Moreover, Shenyan was actually a mage. This touched upon his blind spot in knowledge, although he actually didn't know what the difference between a psychic and a mage was. He stood in a corner of the room like that, waiting quietly. 17 hours later, Shenyan suddenly took a deep breath. With this action, golden psychic power suddenly exploded from him, and Angren had to squint his eyes. At that moment, he had an inexplicable intuition. If he looked directly at the brilliance, he might go blind. Cough. Shenyan coughed and then exhaled. The previously unbridled spiritual energy was completely gathered into his body in this breath. He looked up at Angren and suddenly smiled. Didn't I tell you to call my name? You said it yourself, when the situation is critical. I don't think it has reached that point yet. The mage rolled his eyes. Come on. He didn't say much, and Shenyan knew it himself. The people on the ship had a completely different definition of critical situation than he did. What's the situation? How far are we from Terra? Angren clapped his hands, and the mechanical voice of the Magic Circle's core sounded. You have been meditating for 41 hours and 8 minutes. According to the predetermined distance, You still need to sail for 127 hours. Shenyan frowned and said nothing. This was already very fast. If ordinary ships do not rely on subspace navigation, it is completely impossible to return to Terra from the remote Far East Star region within a week. Let's not talk about whether their engines can support such a fast sailing. The pirates and the drifting reefs that can be seen everywhere on the route are enough to make people drink a pot. The Revenge does not need to worry so much. Pirates? Reefs? Just run over them. He frowned and began to accept the memory of the other half of the soul. The chaotic information flow contained a lot of interesting information, such as the blessing that Trickster suffered. Strictly speaking, it was not a blessing. Born from the Emperor, through the hands of Shenyan, this psychic energy that has great lethality to demons has become a very violent energy. The reason why Richter is fine is that he considers himself a human. Therefore, the psychic energy did not hurt him, but the direct contact with such strong energy also inevitably turned his hands into energy. This incident has two consequences, one good and one bad. The good side is not much to say. From now on, Richter can use these hands to kill all demons. Generally speaking, demons appear in the material world through the sacrifices of cults or the transmission of the warp. They are just a group of evil projections, composed of uncertain etheric flesh and blood. Therefore, in those countless demon invasions, the demons that were killed were actually just exiled back to where they should be. After hundreds of years, or even decades, they will be reborn in the warp again. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the records of the Empire. Is this a good thing? Of course it is a good thing, but Richter's flesh and blood will gradually collapse due to constant contact with such psychic energy. In short, he will be assimilated by psychic energy. This is not a good thing. The brain and various organs of the body are all assimilated by psychic energy. His final fate is to float in the warp and eventually be absorbed by the Astronomicon. There may be a little soul left, or there may be nothing left. Shenyan's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Richter might think that such a death was an honor. No, he would definitely think so. Holding his power, practicing justice and killing demons in the galaxy. Compared with this career, such a death is simply a reward for him. But Shenyan didn't think so. In the final analysis, this is not a blessing. Yes, not at all. Ezekiel was praying. The space of the vengeance was so large that everyone could have a separate room, and it was definitely big enough. Unfortunately, Ezekiel had abandoned all hedonism the moment he took the oath to become an Astartes. Therefore, whether the room was large and comfortable was meaningless to him. But there was one advantage. At least he could kneel down and pray conveniently. His silent prayer was gradually coming to an end. He had said these prayers too many times during his long years of service. It was as natural as putting on his power armor or pulling the trigger of a grenade launcher. He asked the Emperor to grant him courage, the living saint on the ship to grant him wisdom, and the archangel to grant him strength. He also prayed for his own strength. After all, an Astartes must rely on himself. When he was in a situation where he had nothing, facing difficulties and obstacles, Ezekiel hoped that he could complete his mission with his own strength like Sergeant Pride. That would be a model of the Empire. When he finished his prayer, Ezekiel turned around. Behind him stood a company, and his only remaining brothers were here, silently watching him complete this simple prayer. The temperature in Ezekiel's room was very low, which he specifically requested. Therefore, when he spoke, his breath condensed into a thick white mist in front of him. We are about to return to Terra. Just now, the Magic Circle Center notified all the non-commissioned officers. In 127 hours, we will return to the cradle of mankind, our home planet, Holy Terra. The Battle Brothers breathed silently, and their breathing grids amplified the originally solemn sound, making a continuous hissing sound in the quiet room, sounding like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, patiently ambushing its prey. Ezekiel held his helmet in his arms, and the chainsword and bolter were all where they should be. On his right shoulder, the Emperor's prayer and a dozen military medals hung there, swaying with his breathing. He said coldly and bluntly, "We are not going back for a pilgrimage, brothers. Our achievements do not support us to go back there and see with our own eyes the burial place of countless imperial heroes. We returned to Terra for only one reason. It was attacked." Yes, that's right. Holy Terra is being attacked by countless demons, people have suffered heavy casualties under their butcher knives, and rivers of blood have flowed. The revenge is returning at full speed. 127 hours, everyone. Have you ever thought about this scene? The Crimson Blade chapter set foot on the land of Terra for the first time, but it was because it was invaded. Ezekiel's voice was filled with unconcealed anger. How dare they? I don't think I need to remind you more. Each of you knows very well the responsibilities you must bear until death. In this battle, we may survive by chance, or we may be wiped out. When the chapter receives the report of our deaths, hundreds of years may have passed. However, this is the best reward. We will make the chapter proud of us. Iron Snake Chapter Headquarters. Insel was reading a popular novel in the Empire. The pre-war mobilization had been over for a while, morale was high, and he was very satisfied with it. It might be hard to accept if you say it out loud, but these relaxing books were actually distributed by the masters of the Military Affairs Department. They did everything from writing to publishing. So, except for a small amount of erotic content that the Star Army particularly liked, most of the content was about battles. The officials of the Military Affairs Department wrote this part in great detail and truthfulness, from the protagonist holding the laser gun to opening the safety, to the standard shooting action he performed, all of which were described in length. There were even pictures, so it was self-evident what the Military Affairs Department wanted to do with this kind of reading material. To be honest, Insel was not really interested in these novels. The battles he experienced were more than 10 times more tragic than the protagonists in these books, just like the one he was reading. This guy named Sven Marbo is a metaphor for another true Imperial hero. The book says that he was alone, and after all his comrades were killed, he killed the orcs with a knife. He swung his rifle without ammunition and killed an orc boss. The machine spirit was very happy, so he could shoot again. This paragraph made Insel's face twitch, not to mention the following paragraph. Sven Marbo was received by the governor of a planet because of his achievements, and he had something with a beautiful silver-haired inquisitor. This paragraph was written for a full 20 pages, very detailed. The commander of the Iron Snakes threw down the book and signed helplessly. He was a person who loved reading very much. This habit had been in his youth and has never been eliminated until now. His habit was to find some books to read before important tasks. The book Sven Marbo in his hand was borrowed from an Astra Militarum. He originally just wanted to kill time. Pre-war mobilization has never had anything to do with him. The commander of the regiment, usually, senior priests who are qualified to wear skull masks and priest medals, do this kind of thing. Unfortunately, there is only one priest in the regiment now, and this unreliable bastard took a vow of silence some time ago. So, this matter can only fall on him. Insel picked up the book from the ground. He will return it to the soldier tomorrow, and he can't place other people's belongings randomly. Thinking back to what he said, he couldn't help but sigh. Sergeant Pride, witness us, you make us proud of you, and now, it's time for us to make you proud as well, he muttered to himself. There is one more update. Chapter 425 Above Terra. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Nulfo yelled for 3 minutes before the soldiers stopped wasting ammunition. He wanted to get angry. You idiots who should be put in solitary confinement. Can't you hear the order of the superior? Even if you can't hear it, the weekly manual of the Military Affairs Department clearly states that ammunition cannot be wasted when the enemy is not visible. Then he found out that it was actually because there was a problem with his helmet communicator that caused the soldiers to not hear what he said at all. The reason for the ceasefire was that they all found that the demons seemed to retreat, so Nulfo put this problem behind him. He wiped the stuff on his face and looked at his hands with disgust. He didn't know whether it was sweat or blood, or maybe it was a mixture of the two, but Nulfo was skeptical. He looked at the black mass on his hand and felt that it looked like mutant shit. Damn it. The sergeant, who could no longer maintain etiquette, cursed and put down the laser gun at an angle that would definitely be pulled by the ears and scolded by the technicians. The barrel was facing down. He could not care less as he had been fighting for 8 hours straight without a break. His shoulders ached, his eyes were dry, and he even felt like he had problems with his respiratory tract. Nulfo feebly took out a piece of chewing sugar from his upper pocket. The young blackguard was beside him. The two of them leaned against the fortifications together, but they did not completely relax their vigilance. They did not attack again, but who knew if they would come again soon. Litosis leaned against the fortifications in a posture that was completely devoid of grace and manners. He stretched his legs and happened to kick off half of the bloodletter's chin, so he had to take out his combat dagger and pick the thing out. 8 hours of fighting, bloody and violent, was indescribable. The most rigorous training Litosis had ever undergone was not so terrifying. He saw a doctor walking towards them, and quickly pointed to a corner behind the doctor, shouting hoarsely, "We are fine, go check on him first." The doctor turned around and ran to the soldier leaning against the corner with his head tilted, carefully checked him, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He found 2 people to put him on a stretcher and took him away, and then turned back. "Doctor, we don't need it's not up to you to decide whether we need it or not." The doctor stared at him sternly through the eyepiece, and Litosis held back the second half of his sentence. After all, that sentence is good. "Don't offend the doctor if you want to offend anyone." The doctor in a dirty white robe carefully examined Litosis, and then Norfo beside him. Beside them, dozens of doctors were doing the same work. This is very necessary, and it is also a new system that has been implemented for less than 200 years. It was proposed by a political commissar, who said that sometimes soldiers are too excited and often don't realize that they are injured, nor do they call for doctors. Many young men died of excessive blood loss. At his suggestion, the Military Affairs Department added this rule. It's a good thing, but it's a bit troublesome. While the doctor was examining Norfo, Litosis moistened his throat and spoke with his vocal cords that had become hoarse from shouting. "What happened to the soldier?" "He was too tired and fainted." "It's not a big deal. He can come back to fight after injecting some nutrient solution." "Hey, you, raise your hand." Norfo reluctantly raised his right hand so that the doctor could rub his arm. While accepting the examination, he chewed the sugar substitute and even had the leisure to joke with Litosis. "What do you think would happen if they hid in there and attacked at this time?" "Those are demons of corn, sir. They don't have that." Before he finished the word brain, Litosis heard a noise coming from the darkness and immediately lay on the fortifications and prepared to shoot. The doctor even pulled out a bolt gun from somewhere, and Norfo, who was holding a laser gun, twitched his eyes. "Where did you, a doctor, get such good equipment?" They nervously waited for the creature to come out of the darkness. Would it be a precursor to the next wave of attacks from the demons? No one knew. 3 minutes later, a giant walked out of the darkness, followed by a whole group of refugees. Litosis put down his gun. The giant seemed to be covered with mist. He seemed to be some kind of creature from ancient times, or a hero that could only be seen in legends. Litosis forgot the words for a moment. He knew this symptom, superhuman phobia, but he never thought it would happen to him. He had seen many Astartes brothers. Why did this giant who was not wearing armor and even the black shell had faded give him such a feeling? The giant seemed to move slowly, and his strong muscles moved, giving Litosis an indescribable sense of creepiness. No humanoid creature could be so fast, so delicate, and so strong, especially when it was more than 2 meters tall. His mind went blank until the giant came to him. "I am." He was silent for a while, then uttered a short word, not like a name, but more like a code name. "Cerberus. These refugees are the survivors of the Nest City. Do you have a place to accommodate them nearby?" "This, sir." Norfo raised his hand and said with difficulty, "Which chapter are you from?" "I don't have a chapter," Cerberus said calmly, then waved to the back of the refugees. A lame guard soldier came over, his face pale, but full of determination. After another complicated confirmation of the number and the exchange of personal identification codes, the refugees were examined one by the doctors to make sure they were not carrying any contamination or disease. The giant who called himself Cerberus stood aside and watched, without saying a word. Several times, Norfo wanted to ask him something, but was stopped by his serious expression. After the refugees entered the position and marched towards the Mercy Square inches the rear, Cerberus spoke himself. "Where do all these demons come from?" he asked, as if he had no idea what was going on here. "Sir, the portal." Norfo gestured. "The previous alarm. Didn't you hear it?" "And that one." He gestured, and the golden figure appeared in front of him again. and his firm and powerful words. "That one, please forgive me." Norfo didn't know what to say, and Litosis took over his words, "Fight and drive out evil." The young Lucifer Blackguard had an extremely solemn expression. "This is his teaching, and we should follow it." "Sir, what do you think?" "Interesting," Cerberus thought to himself. "He is testing me." The giant smiled, an expression that looked out of place on his cold face. "That's right, humans should maintain their hatred for aliens and evil. Only in this way can we kill them better. We must practice this with loyalty to him, so as not to lose our original intention." The young Blackguard was obviously relieved, and Cerberus patted his shoulder and pressed it down slightly. He felt his power and friendliness. The giant smiled at him, smiled at all of them, and then walked out of the fortifications. Litosis heard him talking, and the emotion in his voice turned into something deeper. A murderous intent. "Perhaps you should be ready, soldier. They are coming." Then, the disturbing whispers sounded again in the darkness. "Where is Frank now?" Gilliman asked, his eyes fixed on the real-time map and the simulation sand table. Anistarchus immediately answered him. "Primarch, Lord Frank is currently on a mission near the second port." "Second port?" Gilliman's eyes moved on the sand table, and he quickly found the building that he was completely unfamiliar with. "Damn it, why did he get here?" "The mission I assigned to him is located in the middle-level hive." He pointed to the distance and almost cursed. "How did he get over there?" "My lord, the Imperial Fist sent us a report saying that a tall warrior robbed one of their vehicles." Gilliman closed his eyes, then opened them. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. "Give them back one, and from now on keep calling his communicator until he answers. This bastard who has no sense of the overall situation. Is it possible that killing is the only thing in his mind?" "It's a pity, but it may be true." Steve, who had been sitting aside and carefully deducing the current situation on Terra, interrupted. "The Frank I know may be a little different from this one, but they look similar and have similar personalities. So, their style of doing things should be the same." At this point, he actually smiled. "If you ask me, Gilliman, you should throw him into the pile of demons and leave the rest to him. I thought you would be more stable." Gilliman looked at Steve speechlessly. "Such a suggestion should not be made, Steve. Even if he doesn't take his own life seriously, neither should we. We are commanders, so we must be responsible for the lives of our soldiers." "No, I just know him too well." Steve shook his head. "Let me put it this way, Gilliman. If we and him are thrown into hell now, the one who will survive will definitely be Frank Guster. This tough guy." He laughed dumbly. "Besides, I don't think I am a commander. Put me on the ground battlefield, Gilliman. Those Astra Militarum soldiers lack someone who can command them in the overall situation. It just so happens that I have a lot of experience in fighting with mortals." Looking at his smile, Gilliman nodded. He realized that he still knew too little about these new brothers. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.